Yes.
Okay, we'll pause chat for you to go close the windows if you want, Abiel.
Oh, windows! What? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Let me. It's how do I? How do? Please. There we go. Okay, I started the thing again. Refresh if you don't see the new. Do you want to see the new? It's the thing.
I want to see the new always and forever.
I also want to see the new.
Oh man, I guess I gotta whip it out now.
Whip it out.
This is the new, and this is the knee.
Don't forget.
My balls.
Keep an eye on you, kitten.
Okay. You got an eye on me? Got an eye on me? I think I'm ready, by the way. Guys, am I back?
We're just waiting for Avian to come back from the windows.
The windows.
To
the wall.
Oh, you know, our brains have connected.
They are
I
always
just want it
connected.
to be known that I sang that song like 2 seconds
did.
ago and nobody joined me.
I
Wait,
didn't
really?
hear you.
I didn't hear. I wasn't even there. Look, I wasn't even there. What can I say?
I'm sorry.
I wasn't there.
Maybe she's just gaslighting us.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't do you dirty like that.
Also, Nunu actually slept. I know, I'm so proud of her.
I did, guys.
My God.
Ooh, is that tea or is that what? That's tea. I thought it was gonna be wine. Easy, I like that. That's it's nice. It's nice. Alright, what skins do they have? Any wait, do they have any?
I didn't hear it. Is Nova gaslighting again? God damn it.
Oh, this is kind of pretty too.
What do you guys feel in chat? Did you want to go back to regular quick play or did you want this mode?
What do you want, chat?
Yes.
Speak up. Use your words, chat.
Oh my god.
I don't know why I did that for free. I shouldn't have done that for free.
Don't do it for chat. Do it for me. No, a Fable. Do it for me.
I can do it for you.
Anything
you-
for you, baby girl.
Oh my god.
Keep bumping
Oh
the
my
microphone.
god, my teeth.
Use your words, Nunu.
No,
Oh my god.
can we all be Spider-Man? You want us to throw the game? I'm okay with that.
Just your
I have to
silence
pay
mode.
$5 for mommy Farblade. Yes. $5 whole. That's not even
Hey.
bad, guys.
If you send me $5, I'll do it for another minute.
that's so
But
cute.
I'm not streaming right now, so
You could still send it, guys. Right?
I don't know.
If it's Stream Elements, Dono, then I think that you have to be live for that to
Yo,
work.
he's an emo. Whoa, what's going on with the
You're so
face?
emo.
Have you seen Winter Soldier's Winter's Veil? But like zoom in.
Oh,
Look at his
sounds
eyes.
insanely dumb.
Oh, what is that sound?
Oh, you
that he's
can
making?
you can tell us for a fact that Fable did not set it up that way? Okay. Also, I thought that was the default. I don't... I might have to go look at the settings for mine.
I have no clue how that works. I don't know. I'm glad that I can even like stream. I'm not good at setting stuff up. I didn't know I'd get this far.
Ooh, his jacket looks so fuzzy. I would love to wear that.
I would love to wear his skin.
Oh shit, you're right. Oh my god. Oh, I want it.
Crawl inside of him.
I wasn't a fan of this skin, but
Dude, I would totally wear this.
oh, what's the sound he's making? He's constipated.
Wear his skin? Yeah, I want to wear his skin. I want to wear it like a little
old
shoot, like a
man
flesh suit.
Hawkeye. Daddy with glasses. The fuck?
I also said that he was a gilf.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. That's not a grandpa. That's a
He was naked for
grandpapa.
a second. Grandpapa. Hey, Grandpapa.
Oh, did you set fire?
Grandpapa.
This skin though, holy, I love it.
I'm gonna toss
Wait.
this back in.
No dick.
What?
Loki, new skin, nothing there.
Wow.
Getting a pan Nova. Oh. That's what I call it too, Abby, when I'm in the kitchen.
He's kind of cute though. I like it. Oh man.
Bottom lip. Plonk.
It's a bird skin. He's got a cloaca.
Plonk.
Fuck, I forgot. Yes, you're right.
I
Holy
love cloacas. I bet my Oshi has one.
Why don't you come and find out? I am
don't
your
always
Oshi, aren't I?
He follows you on Twitter.
Okay. Oh, both my Oshis actually are
Oinks.
probably having a cloaca now that I
Oinks.
think about it.
Wow.
Which hero?
Yeah, both of them probably have a cloaca.
Wait, is this? Start talking. Alt 1.
So we're all Spider-Man, I hear.
Ah. Oh, Spider-Man.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my
Oh.
neighborhood is now like multiple.
Now.
The type is my type men with cloacas.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right?
Oh yeah, get Namor.
Oh, Lampy, I've started editing that. Don't worry. I'll have it soon posted, and then I will probably crawl back into my little hole and just hope that they don't see it.
For a second, I was like, "Ooh, what if I accidentally banned Spider-Man?" Oh fuck! I forgot. Sorry, I should have done that guy. Yeah, 16%.
okay.
Come on, you're not gonna get screwed.
I
Oh,
I
thank God.
really thought. Wait, is it the same team we just played against? Because
Is it?
Ran Jab.
Pick your hero or villain.
I don't know how to play this guy.
I don't either.
I hope it goes viral again. Oh, Fable Oshi stuff.
If it goes viral and they see it, I just know they'd probably find it funny because they're my Oshis. Of course, they think that's funny. But I'd still probably die in a hole.
Oh.
Oh, our fists are on fire.
Come to New York sometime. I'll do whatever a spider can.
Seconds before you attack.
Ugh.
Get ready.
Oh my god, guys, I slept wrong. My neck is sideways.
You'll show some
Holy
What?
shit.
What?
I slept wrong.
Oh.
No.
Oh yeah, isn't there a setting for Spooderman?
No need for
Spooderman?
scientific explanation.
Spooderman?
Just tell me
My man.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. It's simple because I don't
3,
manual know.
2, 1.
Manuel?
All you need to do is capture
Manuel?
the mission area. Got it?
My name is Manuel.
This feels like an Avengers gig. Does that mean I've made it to the big league? Yeah.
Wait, can I climb up here? Can I go up here?
Life.
Oh my god! No! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Okay,
Mother,
guys,
Uncharted.
I want to see if I can do this. Oh no, fuck. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, I can't do that. Okay. Wait, why are you guys dead? Who's dead?
To capture now.
No, stop dying, guys. Oh, wait.
Mission area.
Oh my god, he's so speedy.
Gonna get sticky.
How do I get up? I just want to get to the health pack! Please! Oh, man. Wow, I got so far. Hi, display side. Hi, Bit Mars. Thank you for the stretch. Nino, what are you
I'm a
doing?
vengeful person.
I
Today
don't
I'll
know.
make an exception.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. Okay, so what does this do? What does my E do? How do I get off?
Where do you get off?
God, I keep on accidentally running on the wall.
Okay, I think I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay, I think I'm supposed to.
Your progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh fuck that! I regret this. Who was like? This is a good choice. Who is it? Who is it?
Kittens.
Time out. Time them out. Time them out.
He's a mod. He'll get unmodded. I
Oh.
tried that one time with Belf and it took away his sword.
That's
I only did
okay.
it for 3 seconds.
Staying in the
Maybe
light is a
someone-
constant struggle.
That should knock him down a little bit. Knock him off his high horse. It's a joke. I love you, Belvy Boo. Platonically.
As good as new.
Oh my god! Oh my god, it's so scary in there!
Oh fuck! Holy shit! This is a whole gang ass gangbang.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
You're having a gangbang without me?
That's something I should discover for myself. You guys are not snitch bags. Ugh, the all Iron Fist, yeah.
No one's coming
They
back
just
from the
said we
grave
are
on
the
my
immortal
watch.
fisters.
No, no, please.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I like this idea,
I'll
boys.
fight to end the
Wait,
darkness
so
that
if we go
spawned
Emma and then we slap them?
The higher the pressure.
Wait, what about new? Oh, hold up. Why they're like perfectly shaped? Wow, am I a gooner?
You in love in deep space?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Wait, she always flying?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We won't run away anymore. You know what to do, Spider?
All right. How do I get this bitch? Okay, it didn't work.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Something happening?
I died.
I am ready to put on a show.
You son of a bitch!
Oh wait, I have a great idea.
Is there implant?
I
The
know,
imp-
literally, Abby, and I just had that idea.
Here comes trouble.
I missed! Guys, I got him! I got him! Get the women! Get the women! 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 I have no idea what I'm doing. Wait, you never saw Nova use the shield? It's only a right click. It's not even hard.
Oh, I never used that. No, I did not use that.
Oh, what is this thing that just is? What is Super Dash passive? How do I get up again, guys? Wait. Hi, guys. Fuck knows what I'm doing. I missed her!
some of them switched off my enters.
Someone scratch my back.
What the fuck? Where am I going? Oh, I finally hit something. Bitch!
I'm putting this down because I'm not using it over here.
Okay, you mean to go aggressive,
It's just
right?
for you. It's literally just for you.
Okay, got the woman. I got woman! Women! 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 You think you get out? You dumbass!
I am ready to put on a show.
Where is that bird? Where is she? I don't see it.
Okay.
Did I block her fucking eyes? Yo, guys, I kind of like her. Kind of like her.
I did not like playing her.
Take my fist and my fist and my fist and my fist.
I serve as queen of the 10th realm. Kneeling is acceptable.
Oh man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm impressed, kid. That's some serious tech you're wearing there.
It's more than just a suit of armor. Spider's my partner. Kind of like your...
I'm glad I'm covering shot with my head.
Oh wait, I should actually read her. How much shit does she have?
Is Groot.
Well, now that we
Oh, I didn't read any of this.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There's an. Is there an
All
F?
you need to do
There's
is
an.
capture the mission area.
Wow.
Got it?
This looks like a gig for the...
Whoa, ass. I wish I could zoom in. Please add that feature. You all make Gunnar skins anyway.
Whoever they are.
Just what I needed.
I'll patch you up.
Hi, that feels good.
Looks like the mission area
Hey,
is
guys.
yours to capture now.
Thanks.
The mission area is yours.
Oh, I made a mistake! I made a mistake!
I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
I'm okay.
Secure my ale.
Wait, is this a hole? Well. Okay.
Spider mode.
Hey, Dee!
The moon haunts you.
Sacred steel! Sacred steel! Who's left?
Hi, that feels good.
I'll patch you up.
Yeah. Huh. Does she only have... Wait. Okay. I don't get it. Wait, what's my, Can I be like Brigida, guys? Can I, like... Am I Brigida?
The moon haunts you.
Wait, did I get anyone?
Hi, that feels good. Blessed blade.
Oh, fuck. Thank you.
Take my balls.
Wasn't that just so beautiful? Wasn't that just... I just saw... Whoa. Yo, that was so cool.
The area's almost yours.
To claim.
Nino likes flying, mommy. Bro.
Mommy?
No
Sorry,
kidding.
Mommy?
I do, but honestly, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I just walked into the ult like a motherfucker. I could have shielded that like a motherfucker, but no. No, I decided to go in. Like, hey.
Get this squirrel girl.
I like. Oh, it's just straight down. My butthole. Oh. But
I love this movie.
I had to do this to type butthole because it's it's banned. What the fuck? What if I wanted to talk about my butthole?
Good question. I guess, well, like, you answered the question.
Yo, okay, you weren't joking about the scoliosis.
I told you!
It's massive. But you know what else is massive?
My penis? Sorry.
My penis.
Your penis.
This is just...
Alright. What are we feeling, guys? More of this or regular quick
Launch
play?
forward with your speed, dealing damage that increase with at full charge. Here deals more damage and land. Okay. And this just.
I've had 2 coffees.
Okay, I see. Okay, I just have to use my melee for that. Alright, what is this?
No, stop yawning.
Enemy strike head off through the air. Okay, enemy accelerate. Okay, but why? I see that again. Wait, can I quickly go? I don't learn from that. I'm gonna go practice range real quick.
Okay.
Whose skill issues it? You can't talk about buttholes because they are non-existent in the Marvel universe. They know shit.
I serve as queen
Don't
of
tell
the
her.
10th
Don't
realm.
tell her, okay?
Kneeling is acceptable.
Okay, so do I need to press shift on them?
Show themselves. Blessed blade.
Okay.
Nobody notices. Nobody's gonna notice. Nobody's noticing. It's okay. Shh.
I noticed.
No, Jay, you were.
Okay, well, why does it not do? Wait, what the fuck, Nova?
It's Novalia just
Wait.
raided my stream with 20
Bruh, what?
Everyone behave.
Surprise!
That means she's going to leave.
Why are you leaving?
Actually, I was just to lay down for a bit. I feel so easy, and I think my body requires horizontal time. But
Wow.
I totally doodle something. If you guys want me to doodle something for you.
Let's go!
Yeah, you know you could have doodled on stream.
That's my first
I'm not
win
good
on
enough to do
stream.
art
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'd like to
Oh.
thank the Academy. I'd love to
Wait, you
thank my
haven't even
mom.
streamed so long.
Oh my god. God damn. Wow. This is how it feels.
I don't know why. I just feel like maybe it's because I forgot to eat lunch.
What? How many fucking things does she have? A spear, a sword, and an axe?
Double KO.
Thoughts and prayers.
Well, if you gotta rest Nova, then you know, I guess you can
Understandable.
accept it. But only because you're the
Oh,
Wait.
I wish to.
And the shield and this.
I think I
this
drink a
single
lot of
swing.
coffee and not enough food.
Wait. You didn't drink enough coffee?
No, I drank lots of coffee today and not as much food. So I feel like I should go get a snack. And lay down until my
You would
body
not
feels,
last a
like, not
second
so
in
weird.
heaven.
That is fair.
Oh.
At last,
Chat, you
our
have
enemies
fun over
show
there,
themselves.
okay? You're gonna. Dino's gonna take good care of you.
Oh.
And I'll probably be back. I might come back to doodle with you guys.
I took
on the
great
12th,
pleasure
if
in
you guys are
striking
still on
you
the call.
down.
Can't believe it.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Bye. Amazon Prime.
Oh, she's gone. Whoa, I can. What? I didn't do. What the fuck?
Overconfidence will destroy you.
Do I get anything from just shielding? Whoa, wait. Why is it going through my shield? Oh, that's. I'm an idiot. Don't get anything from this.
Pleasure in striking you down. They have been seen and they will not escape. Blessed blades! To battle! Will destroy.
I thought it was gonna be like a Reinhardt slam.
Sealed. I nearly delivered it.
It's just shield. Wait, why is there a lot of Jeffs around?
Fury! Aye, just what I needed.
How many Jeffs are consuming me? You gain the not dying effect. Wow, thank you. I did not know that. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it works if anyone just walks into it, right? If you keep flying, the meter fills up and it does a big damage. Okay, wait, let me go up. Oh, okay, I see. And then... Oh, is it just a left click? Just left click the mod? Left click the mod? Oh, I see. Oh, it does.
Your fate was already sealed.
So you just want to keep flying with her, huh?
Feather Fury!
Double KO.
Okay. Are there any cool?
That's
Oh,
three.
okay.
Overconfidence will destroy you. Stood no chance
Since you're
against the
flying
wrath of
forward, it
Odin
doesn't
showed
build up if
himself.
you're strafing. Oh, I see. Yeah. Just look at her butt.
To battle! Striking you
Wait, is there a way that I can, like, you know, when I'm charging
second in heaven.
and slam them and I hit them?
Glorious!
Can I hit them whilst smashing them?
Glorious!
I smash them into a wall?
Yeah.
Smashy.
Same square.
Overconfidence will destroy you. To battle!
Double KO.
Not really. It's not like you can't smash into a wall, sadly. Yeah. To be honest, if you could smash people into a wall, I think I would be upset.
Glorious!
I would be upset.
You stood no chance against the warrior born.
Right, but we haven't seen her around, have we?
You did your
Also,
part, I suppose.
is there a difference with how far she does, you know, the
Aye,
ult?
just what I needed.
Just go up. Like,
Heaven! Fall!
no. Yeah.
You would not last a second in heaven.
Oh, what does she get with the team up?
Angela's spear.
If I have the Heart of Thunder Spear, you get the spear. There's those Thor Force. Oh, she's the. Oh, is that from the
You
ult?
stood no chance against a warrior born. Sacred steel.
Oh,
Heaven! Fall! Great pleasure in striking you
oh,
down.
I see. Gets mini ult. Oh, wait, do you get to slam into the ult as well, or is it just me?
Fall!
Wait, you get to slam into it too?
You would not last a second in heaven.
Double KO.
I am the blessed blades.
Everyone's been. You don't share. Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, chat. Do you guys want to play? You guys want to play some quick play or whatever mode that was? You guys want to play? Slamming. Okay. Fuck. Why would you say that? You guys want to play? You guys want to play? Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have one slot, guys. Who's wearing? Oh, I'm wearing the pants. Anyone want to join? Ooh, what is this? Achievement. Hero stats. Can I change my hero stats? Cause no, I don't want this guy. Can I get something else, please? Please, can you remove this guy? It's awful. It's awful. Oh, yeah, with assist from Loki. Okay, fair enough. I'm done? Okay, come. Oh, you're in here. You're in here. We got Master Guns. Nino, you've been playing so much Spooderman this season. Dang. Bro, I only have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Feeble, why are you not in here?
Because I'm working.
Oh, yeah, you're working. I'm working hard. I'm working so hard.
I am.
Uh, 2 minutes is long time for Spooderman. You know what? I think you're right. Okay, two whole last minutes. Yes. All right. Do you guys want me? Do you want to do the this mode? I don't mind. It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. Belf, the bow that you gave me is very cute. Lampy, you can join. Belf, you can join if you want to. Alright, I'm queuing. I'm gonna press the button. I pressed it. I'm in control. Yeah, you guys can join. Thank you. It took a lot of work. What work? Q. Yes. Do rock, paper, scissors. One of you guys joins. Yeah, you worked real hard on it. It's perfect. I look very beautiful. Alt 1. Only squad. Bro, we can all be Panthers. What could go wrong? What hero are we banning? Panther. I changed my mind. Ban this guy. Just ban annoying heroes. I do not want to play. You don't want to play? Lampy, do you want to play? Oh, you're in bed? Okay, fair enough. Alright, who are you substituting in then? Find somebody to substitute in. Substitute.
Find someone to cover your shift, goddammit.
Yeah. Let's get rid of Namor because he's gonna have like lots of bots. Unless we become the bot. I vote Ninu bot. You vote. It looks like you guys are out of sync. In sync. Fable's still here. She's working. She's working.
Fable here, but she busy.
She working.
The right heroes
She working. Should we go old Squirrel Girl? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wait. I will be the only Jeff. Wait, what's the Jeff? I'll be the only Jeff. I've got you guys covered. I'm gonna be your healer. Oh no. Heal you all. Believe me. Hell yeah. Well, where else does the money come from, huh? You have to work.
Stay strong.
Hoggies. Sorry, I read that as noggies. I don't even know if that's a bad word. It sounds so bad.
Patched up before you know it.
Hello? Hello?
Battle starts in 5,
Hello?
4, 3,
Hello?
2.
Hello? 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 Oh my god, Frankazoid! Holy shit.
I appreciate you.
Oh. Okay.
He stopped them in their tracks.
What the hell? I don't think they're gonna get through, are they? Huh? Oh no! Oh no! Wait, I'm going, guys. Here you go. Me start. Oh my god! No! Oh! They put the squirrel. They got the squirrel. Yeah. The commissions are closed for now, though. Do you guys want the Hollow Knight commission? Yeah.
The commissions are currently closed because I have 24 people in queue, and I gotta. I'm almost done with the first one. There is one busy bee. And I've also added a new merch item.
New merch?
Yeah, it's a drinking my heckin' offie cup.
Drinking.
I need that mug.
I ate him! I ate him! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness gracious!
Assemble! Pulse charge, fire!
Oh shit! Morning, Nelf! Morning, Nelf! Well, Fable?
Yeah.
Are you angry?
What? No, why?
You're typing so furiously.
I'm just a very aggressive typer. I need to show my keyboard that it's my bitch, you know, before it forgets its place. I said that and I was grabbing my keys sensually. I don't know why I did that.
Oh. You should have said that in a mommy voice.
Which part of it?
Grabbing the keyboard, making sure who's the bitch, you know, put them in their place.
I'm always typing very aggressively. I need to show my keyboard who's my bitch.
Hell yeah.
For free.
For free, guys. Look what I did. Look what I did. I got you guys freebie.
Only for Nina. Only because of Nina.
That's hot. She said.
What can I say?
What
it's in my
can I
blood.
say, kid? You're welcome.
What can I say except you're welcome?
You whale. Yeah.
I have no idea how much 15 ounces, but I guess that's a good amount of coffee.
About 2 cups? That's not enough. Anyone joining? Anyone joining before I queue in? Before I queue in? Anyone joining?
Are you getting yourself the mug, Lampy?
Do it. Is it on 4th wall?
Yeah, it's in my merch store.
Mm. Oh guys, how's Borderlands 4? You got it already? Damn.
I really need to take that Christmas merch off. I just realized I still have that on here.
Now I realized why stream was lagging for me. Another game was downloading in the background. Oh no. Was it a good game at least? Mike Spiegel.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Helldivers too? Ooh. I'm like, maybe I... Wait, why are they banning Squirrel Girl? Were they in the enemy team by chance? Could they have been there? Is it trauma? Is it trauma?
Trauma.
Wait, yes, Pitchfork is a dick. Wait, what?
What?
I don't think I've ever played it, but how the studio had acted entitled. Wait, Helldivers? I know. I didn't know. Oh, Borderlands 4. Oh, I see. Oh, that's a shame.
I'm sorry, Avion. I removed the Christmas thing right now.
Pick your
Forgot I
hero.
still had that up
Or
there.
villain. I'm not judging.
This Christmas.
Got it already? Oh, thank you for getting it, Lampy. It always makes me so happy when you guys get my merch.
Yeah, it's so cool that you guys should take. God, this person. Yo. Now, what do you guys want to play? What do you guys want to try? 18th and 20th is so quick. Wait, really? Oh, wait, didn't they say they have like an EU store place thingy? Oh, Punisher? We can do Punisher.
I'm just saying, the person who's
Okay, I'll
got
be
the
Jeff.
most merch...
I will heal you guys. Don't worry, I got you guys.
30 seconds before
Got
you
the
attack.
most merch from my store is my mom. And I think
Hello.
that's very cute.
Well, that's a one-way street.
Oh my god, surrounded by men. Big buff men. And then a wing. Guys, we were playing Overwatch earlier. And then there was this guy called... The name was Twink and we were playing Lifeweaver. Oh, nice ass.
How was the twink?
I can do some amazing stuff. I should enjoy this.
Tango whiskey DC Papa. We got man. Oh.
She's not bought my new mug yet, because I just did it and she's asleep, but once she sees it, she'll probably do it. She has the Christmas mug though.
Christmas?
She has my Christmas mug, and she has a hoodie, and she has another mug, I think.
Wolverine?
And she has a traveling cup. And she says she wants to get herself more hoodies or t-shirts in different colors.
Hell
too.
yeah. Oh my god, we can make a Christmas hoodie.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah! Oh no! Mr. Venom! Ha! You thought I was up! But you're wrong.
What if it's you as an elf on top of a, like, ambulance truck?
What ambulance?
thing? Yeah, and so instead of elf on the shelf, it's a Ninu on a Weewoo.
Oh my god. Guys, would you buy that? Would you buy it? Oh, hell yeah. Hum. Oh. Let me just throw some heals there.
Okay, the new Novamuk too. No, the Ninu and the Novamuk are mine.
Yes.
I drink out of Ninu and Novalia regularly.
No, we delicious.
You are very delicious.
Oh my god. Sorry guys, I'm healing you guys, don't worry. Wait, here you go. See, I help. Ninu helpful. I help. Oh, hi. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Spiral. Oh no. Fuck that! No! What the hell? Assemble! What the fuck? That timing was so fucking scary! What the fuck? Whoa, that was the sound of nightmares. Whoa. America vs. Canada. Wait, is Wolverine Canadian?
The anger's still building.
Is he Canadian? Hi, Kakos. Bro.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Syrup drinkers.
I came all the way from.
Ain't no way. He is, I hate your freedom over my maple. What the fuck?
Oh my
What the hell? I can't hear your freedom over my maple syrup. Oh, dang. Oh man, I'ma die. Damn. Is that why he's short? Are Canadians short?
I don't know. I know next to nothing about Canadians.
Really? They speak French sometimes.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know about Canadians.
But it's not proper French, is it though?
It's cold there, that's what I know too.
He does not know I'm okay. Guys, no! They're doing it! They're doing it! They're doing it! Take the Americans out! Take them out! Take the Americans out! Oh man. Damn. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Everybody's safe. I'm gonna take this guy out. Oh! Oh! Hey, guys, I'm being followed by a big man.
Being followed. Oh no, I was just gonna quote ghost stories, but that would have gotten me cancelled.
I know we can't do that. I know which one you were thinking of saying. I know exactly. Oh my god, wait. You know what we should do?
What?
Watch ghost stories with chat, but in Discord.
Oh my god, yeah, that would be so funny. Oh, I
Yeah,
feel like to do that anyway.
chat, you guys will find out how awful we are.
It's so funny. It's my favorite.
Oh man. I am so glad that I got to share that moment with you guys.
Yeah, it was great.
Stupid Muddies? What is Muddies? Is that American? Hate your mind. What the hell?
What is going on?
What does Muddies mean? You take drugs?
Oh my god, what is going on? Mutants?
Muddies? Mutants! Ah! Wow, I am so dumb. Get the soups! Get the soups! They're not gonna touch. Oh, you did.
Also, Ank, now it's an anime.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
You have to watch the English dub though, because the company was like, the Japanese didn't do well, so we're just gonna give it to the English people to do the English dub. Or is it to the American, whoever, you know? And they were like, do whatever you want to do with it. And they made it
shit.
beautiful.
It's a whole fucking shit pose,
Yes.
and I love it to death.
Wow, wait, we haven't got that in a while. That's crazy. We could never be together. Not because you're rabbit, because yes.
So funny. It's so funny.
It's
I love
so good. It's so good. I think I've seen it actually. Like they just made up the dialogue, right? Yes, yes. But it makes full sense, you know.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I want to so badly quote it now, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do it. I have some white wine.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It's an abridged series, basically. Yeah. She's a ghost and bitch. Yeah, it's... Oh, and the lesbian part. Oh my god. Do you believe in your Lord and Savior? Jesus Christ? You said Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior? There we go. You got it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I love it. I love it. It's probably my favorite anime.
Yeah. Oh, her mother is dead.
My dead
no.
mother? You feel bad now?
Oh, her mother is dead.
Sad.
Sad, huh? I feel we're causing PTSD. We are. Wait. Then they're not the same people, are they, by any chance? Wait, if Namor doesn't get banned, let's go Namor. Hey, Shafker. Oh, I did Rocket? We can do Rocket. Wait. Take the Americans out! Oh my... Take them out! Take the Americans out! Avion!
I'm not judging.
Whoa! Whoa. Okay, yeah. And we get one penny.
Finish the fight that my father began.
Damn,
Make him proud.
I can't believe it. That's taken out of context. Take the Americans out! What if I said the Canadians, huh? Oh man. No one believe you. Fuck.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest
Keeping
fighter in
you keeping an eye on me. We good. Oh my god.
Spider-Nest upgraded.
Remember, you're more than welcome in
This
the
is-
Sanctorum.
You worried about my dark side
This-
anymore, Stephen?
I am, but books and tea will teach you how to cope with it.
Books and tea? He's so English.
The battle starts
So
in
British.
5, 4,
So British.
So very totally British.
all you need to do is capture the mission area.
Oh.
Got it?
I swear I had Nova in my ear.
Oh, that was me.
That was you. You didn't make
That was
the Nova
asking for
sound.
case.
Uh-oh.
Whoever they are, they don't look. I'm counting on you, friends. This is gonna hurt. Systems restoring. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
A successful
I'm counting on you, friends.
Nice work. Spider beacon in service.
I'm opening a port.
Oh? Portal? Portal. Portal.
Bee's nests.
Portal.
Harry Potter.
Happy Barry Slaughter.
For some fireworks. You've got my back. I've got yours. Time for some fireworks.
Oh, they're not gonna jump through. Oh, they didn't jump through.
Powering up.
They're bombing from orbit. No.
In front of us.
Mine's in place. Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
You're welcome.
I need it 'cause this is gonna hurt. We're better when we work together.
Someone scratch my back.
Why did she go for the health pack?
This is gonna hurt.
Watch this spot.
Systems restoring.
Ready for action.
This is gonna hurt. The area's almost yours.
Someone scratch my back.
It's spider time!
Fire.
Hey y'all women. Hey women. Hey women.
Trouble.
Hello, females.
Oh, hi females. Ha ha ha, hi.
This is gonna hurt.
You're welcome.
Hi females. Babel and I worked very hard on that soundbite for you, Nini. Was it from yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
My dad
I was
won't
doing
fight
the
for
mommy
himself,
voice thing,
but I feel like I
and then
was
they were like,
spoiled to
"Oh,
find it.
Or
Ninu isn't
me.
here," and then I was like, "You know what? Let's make a little thingy for Ninu," and then I said
Damn.
these things like Will Silas quotes
30 seconds before you attack.
just for
Get
you.
ready.
Thank you so much. I can't believe it.
Anytime.
I can't believe it. Silas. Oh, Silas.
I try to embrace my life experience.
It's a Silas
My
quote.
strength has given me strength.
Damn.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture
Oh
the mission area.
man.
Got it?
There's a lot of Silas arts, guys. If only you guys. If only you guys. What the fuck did I? What that just happened there? Huh?
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. Here comes trouble. Spider nest upgraded. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture. The mission area is systems restoring. Mine's in place.
Wait, who's? Oh, they're just shooting from there.
Mine's in place.
Oh god. Oh, nice Albion.
I'm opening a portal. Just what we need.
Cancel this portal.
Mission area. Keep going.
I cancel this portal. Oh. Thank you.
Time for some fireworks. Mine's in
You won. Oh.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Nina's
Sayonara.
feet are my property.
Why property? Wait, who? Wait, what? Do you sell feed pigs here? Me out here is a feed tag. Oh, yes. How did you know? No, in fact, yes, I do. I sell chat's feeds, to be honest.
Yeah, I recently bought a
Run
Yokai
away.
Original.
You've got my back. I've got yours.
Bringing my noodle to Chat's feed pigs.
Welcome to Ninu's chat. Ninu's chat feed pigs.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Hey,
Double KO.
welcome to the feet. Fable did recently buy a bucket of feet from Ninu. Yes, and they were all my feet.
Yeah, I had a whole bucket full of Ninu's feet, and you guys didn't have any.
Or I sell chat feet pigs. You know what? Let's go with both. Can't believe we won. I mean, yeah, they needed a healer. I think they needed a healer, guys. I think they needed a healer. You guys, okay, we can go again. Let me know if you guys want a different mode, okay? And if somebody wants to join, let me know. I have one slot. One big slot. One big slot. Slot. How much? It's buy one get one free. It's 50p. Is he? Dang.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
This is the ghost, huh? Fable?
I'm a ghost.
This is your ghost with the cow. Oh, did you see you can add tubs of penny sweets to the... Really? 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 Okay, but can I add it like one at a time? You did? Oh my god. I'm down for all Loki. Yeah, we can be Loki. Damn. I do miss them. The One Piece sweets. They were very delicious. Delicious One Piece sweets. Yeah. I'll be honest, thinking at a higher level.
The right heroes could make all
Really, when I was trying to find more tuna for you to scream up. It's a message. It's a message. It's a message from God.
I am Loki, god of mischief and the king of Asgard.
Guys, yeah. Why did they remove this part? Oh, you guys can't even see my cursor. Yeah, he's too smart. He's too smart. Might be meta. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Without chaos, life becomes a predictable, orderly prison. I'm gone.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh. Sounds like he's saying on God.
Mantis, yes, I am a god. But stop staring at...
I thought you should know there are Asgardians imprisoned in the Collector's theme park. King of lies.
Really? Well, a small price to pay to keep the Elder off my plans.
That's a lie.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Guys, do you know Mantis and Loki are lovers? I mean, they have a crush on each other.
I outnumber you. Doom has overreached, and we must correct him.
I'm opening a
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
shortcut through space.
Oh man, where did the guy go?
I outnumber you. You are restored. May you enjoy. Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Better stop that vehicle.
Render me assistance.
Shake it up.
Let my enemies tremble. I outnumber you. My faith, you have my full support. Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me. Healing for my friends. I have many faces. Runic regeneration. That's my enemy.
Ronic regeneration. Oh no, they're gonna do again. Oh my god. Oh shit, no. Come back. I died. My hand slipped.
This soul sword feeds.
Did the plushie arrive, Ninu? Wait, which plushie?
I'm gone.
Which one? There's another one? Is this Silas? Is there even a Silas plushie? Wait, no, there's a Silo Crow, Mephisto. Wait, no, yeah, hold up. Is it Mephisto?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind.
I think it is.
Our enemies are here.
You have my blessing.
Still a chance to stop that.
Behold, that child!
I have many faces. Let my enemies tremble. Render me assistance. Bring on the chaos. Stand down! I'm gone. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! The more the merrier. Again!
Go again! Again!
My favorite trick.
Again! Again!
Your god is suffering. I have many
Again! The puppet. Oh! Wait. Oh fuck. My bad!
Welcome to the family,
no.
Astravana.
Astravana, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. No. Wait. No, it did. It's right here. It's... Bruh. Just be invisible, guys.
I outnumber you. Your powers are mine! And stay. Oh, did you see that?
Double KO.
Who's the man? Armed and dangerous!
Oh fuck. We gotta kill him. He's gonna keep doing it.
This is real! Again!
He's not gonna stop, guys. He's not gonna stop. Wait, he failed. He's a failure.
Never stood a healing for my friends. Time to vanish.
Oh my god.
Armed and dangerous! I have bring on the chaos.
We did it! Take them down! Oh, Spoodman said.
I am a true team player. Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me. Your god is suffering. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Bruh, please. Oh, right here.
The more the merrier.
Wait, how?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
How? Yes, I have it right here. My neck is kind of funky. You guys, hi.
Come back.
It's right here. Here we go. Pepe, Pepe.
Oh, Lampy, I was just mumbling to myself.
The more the merrier.
So I probably have to make these models a bit more expensive because it is a lot of
You're doing a lot of work. You're making it real hard for yourself, haven't you? There's no toggles, right?
I didn't. There's like 3 toggles, like
There's 3 toggles?
3 or 4, I think, expression toggles, but they're not that complicated.
Oh.
A gift from Loki.
I didn't expect so many people would want it. I was like,
What if I help you rig it?
oh no, I gotta rig the wig myself.
Oh. Oh, that would be like all the same, wouldn't they?
I mean, I just, you know, it's like it would be a little disingenuous if I.
Oh yes, I get it. I get it.
This is real firepower.
Well, next time, if you teach me the ways, I will do it with you.
I mean, if you want, I could teach you how to do rigging.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, I can totally teach you if you want that.
With the amazing Spider-Man.
Guys, I made a mistake. I have become the thing that I didn't want to.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. That's the stuff.
Let's just go make it off-stream joke.
Another go. Bring on the chaos. For mutant.
Only 60 seconds left.
I outnumber you.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do this. Like, it's fine. It's fine. And I'm happy that I got so many commissions. It's just for next opening. I'll probably make it like a little bit more expensive. Not much, but so many people want one, and there's so much work. In that case, it would be silly of me not to do that. But not by a lot. I still want it to be affordable.
This is real firepower.
Oh shit. Holy fuck. Holy fuckaroonies.
Holy mackerel.
Double KO. They hit a checkpoint. Now might
Again. Again. Oh no. Somebody got the pull. I'm not going there. I would advise against going there.
Render me assistance. The more the merrier. Bless the
now or never. Stop them.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I need assistance. Friends, gather around.
I have many faces. Bring on the chaos. Pathetic.
Don't give them another inch.
Better
Or else.
supreme.
Double KO. Only
Double kill.
They are in front of us. Healing for my friends. Bless the healing
Again. 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 I should not be teleporting this much with 74 pain. Man. I'm sure I have it set to American. Oh no.
The more the merrier. This is real firepower! Your powers are mine!
You are nothing!
Cosmic Yarn will bring on the chaos!
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Hell yeah.
I outnumber you. You have my full support. Assistance.
We did it! We did it! Hopefully I can wait. I hope one day I can have a Fable model, but she's always so busy. Wait, like an actual Fable model or
like a model by me, I'm guessing.
Oh, modeled by Fable.
I would love to make one for you, Lampy. Fable is busy, but Fable also needs to make the moolah.
Oh, I completely forgot about that. I forgot about it too. We're winning, gang! We're winning, gang! Damn. Whoa, look at them thighs. Look at them thighs. By a smidge, she needs to raise it by a lot. Guys, she needs to raise it by a lot.
Thank you guys. I'm gonna raise it eventually.
If combined Fable and Nunu model? Damn.
Now,
I don't know what we're going here.
vanish from this match.
We don't like Panther. Cloak and Dagger? I was just thinking of that actually. Yeah, let's try Cloak and Dagger. Let's play Fable's music.
What, you want to listen to my playlist?
No.
You'll need
Well, I'm
a
listening to your
top-notch
song.
team to win this one.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
Oh, I should have banned Mag, you're right. Dancing up my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. That song.
Wait, 40 please when he's pumping deep inside. Kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy, calling daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good
30
looking.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The worst part about white costumes?
Damn, she has ass. Whoa, what is wrong with her
I don't
back?
fight to hurt people.
Whoa,
I
you
fight to
spanking
heal
my
them.
ass?
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal.
Damn.
Trust me.
When we were still
Something
sleeping
tells
on
me
my
I should
bed,
start
what a
with you.
fucking
The battle
cutie.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh no.
Dangerous place needs to be taken out.
I'll get you next time.
Tandy needs help.
Nah, they're gone Namor.
Tandy needs lights out.
My time to shine. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
That's a bad job. Thanks.
My time to shine.
Take my pain. I like a good challenge, Dave.
Sacrifice must have to be taken.
Sack.
My time to shine.
Sacrifices were taken. Sorry.
Oh shit, what do I do?
I'll get you next time. Ew.
Lights out.
Just embrace the light. My time to shine. I'll get you next time. Glad to help.
Damn. Hey, Buzzy. How you doing? I hope you're taking care of yourself. Okay, now I can lower the volume.
Squish those squids for you.
My time to shine.
No!
Lead them to Khonshu. Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension. Us against the world. The darkness. Your powers are mine. The moon haunts you. Suffering the darkness. Moon Knight left an arc here.
Co-op time.
That took the edge off. Thanks.
Bruh.
My time to shine.
They have to stop. Okay.
Another one gone dark. Coast, get in here, y'all.
Please, we're hurt.
Help them from the shadows.
My time to shine.
Let your ass down. To the moon. The moon. The moon haunts you.
Glad to help.
Lights out.
That took the edge off. Thanks.
My time to shine.
Moon Knight, my goat.
Sorry?
He said Moon Knight, my goat.
Yeah, it's Moon Knight. We can all be Moon Knight if you want. He wants to be all Moon Knight next round?
Oh my god, make me proud.
Yeah? Hell yeah.
Your powers are mine.
Us against the world. My time to shine.
Good to go. Punisher's down. Appreciate the boost.
My time to shine.
Lead them to Khonshu.
You next time. Just embrace the light.
Oh! I slammed my penis in the car door.
You slammed your penis.
I slammed my penis in the car door. Oh, Hulk, but only play as Bruce. Yes. That sounds like a good idea.
Time to shine.
We're totally gonna win with that.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under the us against the world.
How many? Oh my god, how many? Bloody hell. Oh gosh.
My time to shine.
Lights out. Appreciate the boost.
He doesn't have any. Oh my god. Yeah, they don't have any. There we go.
Mutant squids? Can we?
Ooh, sheesh.
My time to shine. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Nice. Nice.
My time to shine.
Lights out. I got what you need.
I'll get you next.
Hydration, yes sir.
I just cut rocket signal.
Get ready. Here come the
There you
bad
go.
guys.
Lights out. Your powers are mine!
Us against the world! Please, don't hurt. My time to shine.
She moved away from it.
Take my battlefield. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension. I got what you need.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
That took the edge off. Thanks.
Meow.
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 Wowie zowie.
Wowie wow. Wowie wow.
You next time, huh? Spider Zero, I'll be your guiding light. That's it! Don't let anything stand
No!
Buttering my wiener.
Lights out.
I let my pinky color.
Welcome to the
Damn
Dark Force
bikini
dimension.
in color.
My time to shine. Please, we're hurt.
Oh man.
Tandy needs help.
Your big chance.
You're blind.
Moonshore seems to power him.
My time to shine.
Lucio's.
Appreciate the boost. We got you, Spider Zero. Let's rock. Get in here, y'all.
Hey, greetings. Hey.
This is real firepower! Us against the world!
Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot.
The moon!
Hey, the moon.
Victory.
The moon. The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you. They learned pretty quick what happens when you play. Oops. Oh, low-key without banning Moon Knight. Yeah. So silly of them. This is so stupid. Yeah, we're winning. Oopsies. Hold up. My wires are crossed. Wait, that's just like my brain. Hee hee. You love it? Hell yeah. That's the spirit. Wait, this guy is named Slammin' Jamming.
Do you think like mediums or something, you know, like the people who connect to like, you know, the spirit world and all that, do you think when they're having a seance, do you think they're saying, oh, that's the spirit?
Maybe they're saying that's the soul.
Oh my god. Put a lot of soul into this one.
Hell yeah.
This work requires a lot of soul.
Hell yeah.
Which hero do you think
But most of the time you get ghosted.
No.
Oh my god. Guys, do you want me to become a medium?
Oh my god.
I can also be rare. I want to roll. That's a zinger. I don't know how to do this.
Slow clap.
Thank you.
When Fable learns the Seance are then break out of prison, is she a small, medium, at large? Small, medium, or large, it doesn't matter to us, Fable.
Oh my god.
Old Venom? Sure. Hey, Rui. How you doing? Oh, actually, I should be saying Runox because
My sweet.
that is the name I have given you. That's the name I have bestowed upon you.
Okay, I need a nickname for Ruinous. I'm gonna call you
Right heroes can make all the
Ruri.
difference.
Ruri?
Ruri. That's your new nickname.
Not
least my nickname.
rural.
Or maybe Ruru. You're Ruru.
Rarau.
Alright, Ruru.
In ad, back from ad. Yes, I've made it so that my ads are not that long anymore. What's Ninu's nickname, Fable?
Ninu's nickname is Baby Girl. What do you mean?
Oh my god.
He's always
Only
been Baby
Fable can
Girl.
call me that. In Nova. And Silas calls me Kitten.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that ass is thick. Oh hey. Oh, is my ass bigger? Okay, wait. Am I pressing the wrong button?
Oh my god, so many Venoms! Oh
We're all
my
Venoms.
God.
We're all
Oh,
I'm playing
can
Venom.
you all? Oh, I wish I was playing with you. I would just like play something else, and then I want you all to stand around me in a circle.
4, 3,
That would be my dream.
1. You have to stop them from securing the missionary.
And oh my god, I'm
how do
thinking
I-
things that I should not be saying out loud on stream.
Guys, we got fucking murked. Bubblegum booty. By the way, Inu Yokai, we have one spot left. And see my butt cheek. Here you go. I'm shaking at Frankazoid. Hey, Fanta. Oh.
Is this real life? Or
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Okay, how far does this go? Holy moly.
Get ready.
Oh gosh. Mom.
Stop them.
Wait, oh my god. Oh, hi.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
It's clobbering time!
Oh man. I survived so long. I don't know how that happened.
You did good.
They hit a checkpoint.
There's a lot of sweaty people? Yeah. Oh my god, wait. I did not know I get to see his foot. I get to see the soul. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Oh fuck, hi. Whoa!
I am barely harmed.
Wow.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Like a lamb for that slaughter. Okay, I'm gonna change. I will prove that I'm the better squirrel girl.
Now that was stressful.
You got this, baby girl.
I will prove to the world.
Us against the world.
I'm the best. I'm the best.
I'm the best. Around. Wow, 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 wow.
I will prove myself. I will prove myself to be the best of the best. Guys, I've been watching Jujutsu Kaisen these days. I get the Goji now. I get the Goji. I get why people like him. Or should I say love? People love him. Oh wow, holy shit, I'm got fucking distorted. Oh shit, that's sweet.
I'm not done with this fight yet.
Don't give them another inch, or else.
We're taking a dinner break. Oh! Oh, how you finding it? Wait, I lost my way! I lost my way! I lost it. I lost it. Sweatier than Fable surrounded by Venom. Oh, I'm stuck. My squirrels are out. Wow, that's our first loss, guys. Could you believe it? It's pretty good so far? Hell yeah. There's actually a nice skin. Damn, Loki? Loki can be handsome. Squirrel Girl is shorter than Wolverine? Wait, isn't Wolverine supposed to be short, King? Is he same height as Cloak and Dagger? That is true, Frankenstein. Way better movement from Borderlands 3. He is short king. He's short king. He's wearing heels, is he? Squirrel is short queen. Fable is our short queen.
I'm not short. I'm 5'3".
You're 5'3".
I'm 5'3". There's
Wait,
no
really?
way. Yeah, I'm 5'3".
I've been thinking you were like 4'3".
What?
Sorry.
Look,
Look, everybody has been saying it, so I didn't know.
They've been saying I'm 4'3".
Yeah, you've been 4'3", just above what is qualified to be like being under dwarfism.
What the fuck? You believe that?
Yes.
What?
You didn't say anything about it.
Because I didn't know until now that they said that.
Well, now you know. Now you know.
I'm 5'3". I'm not...
Okay, 5'3". That's still short.
But it's normal.
It's okay. I'm less than 165 centimeters.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm average though.
You so am I.
You can say that again. What's the average height in Germany, guys? Can we check? For women, what is the average height?
It's like 5'4", I think. I'm just
okay, so you're below average.
Slightly.
You're below average. It's okay. 5'4". Oh. 6'2". 6'2", is that for men? Still below average, yeah, imagine.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, what are we going, guys? I'll heal you guys.
Life energy is my eternal guide.
A couple of inches is huge. Yeah. You know, it's all about perspectives. It's all about perspective, guys. Like, if a paper was just an inch bigger, it looks nothing. It's like no change. But when it comes to height, it's different. It's different.
Hostile ahead. Now I am more dangerous. Feel better. Fight better. I need assistance.
Oh.
This area is yours to capture now.
You made me angry.
Hell yeah.
Take a nap.
Oh, she's one.
Help is here. One must not give in to hate, but one can still enjoy revenge.
Oh, okay. Meow, meow, meow.
Beware enemies. Hostile ahead. My life energy flows stronger.
Listen me over again.
I need assistance. My anger is healthy. Help is here. Oh, I need assistance.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I am healed. Disappear.
Oh fuck.
You made me angry.
Your powers are
We
mine!
are undefeated. Chaos!
Oh gosh.
Help is here.
I'm doing this my way!
We are undefeatable.
Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am.
You look tired. Double kill. Too fast for you. Chin up.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You needed some help, didn't you?
Yeah.
This house a memory.
She has to be. Oh, she has to look up. Oh, how's your neck doing?
What?
Nothing. Don't worry.
One may feel empathy for an enemy.
Don't worry.
and
You're
still
fine.
I'm not have to look up to chat. What the fuck?
You don't? Can you reach
No.
the top shelf in your kitchen?
Whose side are you on?
Not the short people.
Before you attack,
What the fuck? You're that much taller than me.
I'm gonna be looking down at you, Fable.
That much taller. What the fuck?
Okay, guys, I need to get a tape measurer. I need to check my height. Can you guys put that as a suggestion?
If you're also then 5'3", if that turns
I
out to be the
am no,
case,
it's impossible that I be 5'3".
that is
I would say
so
5'4" at
Oh.
the least.
funny.
You know, we're the same height, 165 centimeters. It just.
Let me help.
Oh fuck. Oh. Shiver me timbers. You're 5'5". Yeah, I'm just a tad bit shorter than that.
looks like the mission area is yours to capture
Just like
now.
a tiny bit.
Capture the mission area. Chin up. My life energy flows stronger. Knees down. Knees down. Off anymore. I am healed. Let me help. You needed some help, didn't you?
Bring on the chaos! I'm doing this my way! The moon haunts you!
I need assistance.
I got her.
feel good. My anger is healthy. Destroy the. Let me help. You look tired. Team's capture marker has passed the halfway point. Control C. We are undefeatable. You made me angry.
Oh shit.
To be helpful. Take your lies.
Bitch slap. Oh.
I am healed.
Your powers are mine!
We are undefeatable. You made me angry.
Okay. Guys, they need to increase the speed of the sleep.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Help is here. My life energy grows.
Oh shit.
To capture more than half of the mission area. Keep going. This is natural anger.
Oh shit! Wow! You're 5'11"? Lampy, holy shit. Do you need me to get anything from the top shelf? Damn. Lampy is offering to get anything from the top shelf for you, Fable.
Can you get me the cookies though? Oh, I'd love cookies right now. Oh my god.
Okay. Wow. Holy shit. I was about to say a real bad word there.
Destroy the Ankh. The area is almost yours.
And it's only Jesus Christ.
Can you get me Jesus Christ from the top shelf?
Let me help. I am wounded.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I almost woke my little bean up. My little meat bag.
My anger is healthy.
They're in touch. We're the better people. My 5'11" brother. Oh my god. Gosh, I think we... You're only 5'7"? Isn't that just like average? Maybe just slightly above average in America?
Yeah, not everyone has to be 6 fucking feet. Despite what Redditors say.
And go to the gym if you're below 5 feet. Did you see that before?
I did not. What do people really say that?
Yeah, there was this post of a woman saying, if you're below 5, I don't know, was it 5'4" or something like that, you need to go to the gym.
What the huh? What does that have to do with the gym?
I know nothing, but then look, she's so dumb. Average male height in the US is 5'9". Oh, well, okay. Look, Frankazoid is not in. He's not in America. Demi! Demi's in chat.
Demi!
Demi is here. Demi, are you gonna play? Demi, are you gonna play?
Epsilon. Du Wunderhengst.
Du hast.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna eat one. I'm gonna eat a saltine cracker right now.
Oh. Wait. What was that clip? Can we get another one? Hello.
Am I gonna banish from this match?
I think we should ban bad people. Demi said he's 5'3" too.
Oh no, it's almost better to live in the state of not knowing, right? Like
Oh.
Damn, Demi's also 5'3".
Yeah.
It hurts. I don't know. I'm
Oh,
afraid.
Demi, my fellow short king. I know that's not true, but I'm gonna pretend it is so I don't feel alone.
Oh!
God damn it, Diluc! I hate your ass.
Wait, how can you hate it?
You're a bastard! I fucking hate you!
What? What? How can you hate? How can you hate? I wanted Wanderer. Wait, Wanderer? Which one is Wanderer? Is that a new hit? That's... Hold up, let me look it up. Is he cute? Is he cute?
The difference.
Let me look. Oh, that guy. Yeah, he is cute. Wait, I thought he had a different name. Was it like Scaramouche? The Flying Twink. Oh yeah, what do we play? Okay, we can play.
Those who oppose me shall be left
No
to
more.
drown in my wake.
Okay. Once I've eaten food like good deer, I will see about joining.
I'm not scared of Namor.
Yeah.
But I'm scared of 6 torches running around.
Get some food. Get those grains. No grains,
What
no
if
gain. You know
the
what they say.
Namors are in your team?
Stay strong.
I didn't hear what you said.
What if the Namors are in your team?
Oh well.
You must fear us.
Not really. Having 400 hours on a character makes you not fear any character in the game.
Oh.
The battle starts in 5.
400 hours?
3, 2, 1.
Except 6 torches flying around. The most broken DPS in the game, yes.
Oh.
I had one.
Oh my god, so I'm hungry.
Does it look like we have any torches?
I am big proud of you.
Yeah, never mind, I died. They have... Oh my god. Guys, should I pull out the woman? I pull out the woman! No, you Spider-Man main. Don't make me pull out my Spider-Man. Don't make me pull out my Spider-Man.
Oh, he's about to shoot his webs.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Well, 400 hours didn't teach him to go to go in by himself, did he? Shit. Wait, I could go down, right? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pull out the woman. Off because so numb. Can I actually go through here? Oh. So much more aware.
All I want
like
to
you.
Better stop that vehicle.
Wait, I missed! They destroyed my shield? Oh, I think what we're lacking is support. You know what? I've got this, guys. I'ma be your Jeff. Can I be your Neff? Can I be your Neff?
You wanna be my Jeff? You gotta get with my team.
Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Oh wait, I think that's Munchkin. He's much waiting the hill. Men
where?
Men are coming for me. It's Iron Fist. Man, I'm scared of them. Oh no. No. Oh man. No! No! No. Okay, unless it's Silas. I mean, I would be scared. I would be. I don't know. I would be. I'll be.
Wow, Iron Fist is cancer.
Excited?
Yeah, he's stinky. He said Iron Fist or something. Oh my god, stop it, guys. Stop it. Contain yourself, chat. Contain yourself. Stop it. Yes.
Teehee. Just for you.
I will get it for you guys, don't worry. I kidnapped him. I kidnapped him. I'm gonna take him out. Oh wait, he's low. Wait. He's gonna get a health pack.
Hey, you guys paid for the mommy voice. I gave you the mommy voice.
Can I pay for Silas, please?
I can't make his voice.
Oh.
I could try, but it's like it would just be my mommy voice, like because he has a daddy voice, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like
I have no father. This explains a lot. This actually explains a lot. This actually
that does explain a lot.
Oh shit! I completely forgot. I actually need to record some lines for you guys. Yeah, I forgot, guys. I forgot. I need to
use each other's onks, Moon Knight. Broken.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Dude. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. He's coming. He's coming. Nina just realized she has daddy issues. Bro, no. Why do you think I studied psychology? I wanted to figure out what was wrong with me. It messed me up even more.
It's okay, I'm your new father.
You're safe, guys. Guys, legitly, that's why I studied it.
Luna 1 at the health pack top left.
I'm not even allowed to study it.
You're not allowed to study it?
Yeah, because, you know, if I can't study marine biology, I also can't study psychology because of my grades.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, they shouldn't, they shouldn't allow that, you know?
Yeah. Because I also would have been interested in psychology, but alas. Fuck me, I guess.
Next. Men! Man is after me.
Again, lucky.
No! I would have. If it was Silas, yes.
Oh my god, they're on triple Bucky, bro. Get ready to get fucked by ults.
No. No. I'm not ready for this.
Oh, thank you, Lampy.
Oh, now they're on 4 flankers.
They're flying!
God. Maybe I find some kind of way I can still study marine biology.
Are there like, are there online stuff?
I've checked, there is some stuff, but, you know, I still have to have the rates.
Fuck, we're rats! We're the rats! We're being exterminated! We're being exterminated! Oh, perished. Oh. Oh my god. I played a lot of Vermintide. You know why? You know why I played a lot of Vermintide? Because I got to kill rats.
Oh. I love rats.
I hate them.
I know you do.
I hate them.
Get Fable to college? That sounds like you're going to buy the college. Very good Lloyd.
I'm gonna take him too. Oh, I killed him. You thought you could get away.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, da, 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 da. I went up.
Poor kid.
I went up.
I can't. Oh my god. Can I be employed in the college then? I don't know what, but maybe I can be like an art teacher who's like really fucking wacky. Waka waka.
Waka waka.
Waka waka.
Damn.
Willow?
The art teachers in my school were very nice to me.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, I had the sweetest religion teacher.
Oh, same. They were very nice. Even though,
And
like,
then-
guys, I was such a delinquent in school. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh wow.
Bro, you got that.
Religion teacher, yeah, I'm not sure how you guys call that, but we at least had like religion as a subject, and he was like so nice. He was just the kindest guy and so chill too.
Who you played? Oh, the girl. I loved the crossbow girl. But to be honest, I did. Good try. I did. Wait, I forgot my trail of thought. Yeah, I forgot my
Sorry, going to distract you.
So they teach all religions? Yeah, they teach all religions.
Well, for us it was just Christianity.
Oh.
Sometimes we like dabble in like other religions, but most of the time it would be about Christianity because you know Germany is a Christian country mostly.
Yeah.
But people who didn't belong to that religion, they could choose not to participate, and then they had to do something else instead.
That's fun. And I guess that's a no. For me, they taught us all religion.
Yeah, I mean, we had a thing where would then talk about different religions, but that would just be short. Like most of the time, it would be about Christianity. We had like other stuff too, but most of the time it was about Christianity.
I remember nothing of any other religion, by the way. Demi, you let me know when you're ready, okay? Guys, this is still down. The shaders are finally done downloading. I went to like a public school, but mine was specialist in sports, so I did a lot of sports. I had muscles. Guys. I like to think so. I had abs, and now I don't have abs. I have bones. You probably did, Strong No, yeah. I did. Okay, well, I still have my thigh muscles. I have those just don't disappear. You are Catholic. Yeah. Yeah. That's like Ari here. Yeah, I was required. Yeah, most things were required in the UK. But I did pick construction, guys. I did do construction. You wouldn't believe it. I was the best at it. I did get the top marks. It was so funny.
What do you do in that?
Learn about construction shit. I don't remember much of it. But I did do like a lot of woodwork. I wish I did have a hard hat. but we got to operate the machine. You know the ones that they use like in the butchers? That one. Yeah, they have one for woodwork. And the teacher would always tell us,
Banished from this match.
she would tell us, some kid lost his thumb. He lost his thumb. Yeah, the souls. Yeah. Who have we not played?
Never recovered.
Yeah. Oh, let's go Fantastic Four. Phoenix? We can do Phoenix. You took. Oh, I did metal. I did do metal work as well. I loved metal work.
Well,
I
didn't
love
do
metal work.
that
That's
stuff,
so fun.
Unfortunately, in my school.
But
My
holy
school, we didn't do that.
You didn't do that in your school?
No.
Did you do? Okay. Did you guys do some like, food stuff, kitchen
No.
food? Wait, you didn't do that?
No.
We had
the
food
only
stuff
thing
as well.
we once had was like
Oh shit.
like sewing and stuff.
Oh, we had sewing as well.
Yeah, we had that for
Yeah.
like I think like a couple years, like 3 years. or
You
so
guys
in that
had
one
a
school.
small forge. Oh my god. One day, guys. One day when I get better, I am gonna.
Once an Avenger,
I'm
always
gonna.
an Avenger.
I'm gonna go forge myself a sword. I'm gonna get a sword. I'm gonna get myself a sword.
You wanna get yourself a sword?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you will do amazing.
I will kill all the baddies. Home.
I'm a baddie.
Home economics. Oh my god, you had economics? That's sad. Home economic. Wait, covered cooking
Yeah,
and
we call
sewing.
it like that too.
Ah, I see. I
Didn't
see, I
have-
see.
We just didn't have cooking. We only had the sewing, but that's I think it was
Aw.
called the same for us.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Okay, I can still cook.
We had sewing. We had cooking.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I once put salt in my baking. It was an accident.
When you're
Like
surrounded
salt
by
instead of
gods and
sugar?
cosmic wizards,
Yeah.
you gotta keep your head.
Oh.
Look, package was the box looked like that.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Almost happened to me before too. Oh, you know what happened to me once? An absolute stupid mistake, like totally avoidable.
I got your back.
I once forgot to put my hair in a ponytail for baking, and my hair got stuck in the mixer. And then it was like the metal parts of it actually like bent at my skull.
No!
Like, it hurt, and I was so lucky that I could even turn it off. It was. I have a picture of it somewhere. I just.
Fable. That's like my fear.
Yeah, it wasn't nice. The baking.
Hell no, it's not nice.
I'm sure. I
No,
have a
that's
picture of it somewhere.
that's you know the corn girl that did that, like the corn spinning with a drill.
No.
Wait, you haven't seen that?
Don't think so.
Oh. Guys, have you
Food
seen that
turned out
video? How did the food turn out though?
Food turned out
Was it
great.
worth it? Was it worth it?
It was worth it. But oh Jesus Christ, I had the biggest headache afterwards.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Accuracy. Needed that boost.
I mean, did he lose brain cells?
I think probably. I mean, look at me now. Before that was an intellectual.
Fable, guys, Fable could have been a very smart woman.
Hello? I'm still here.
She could have been part of the Mensa, guys. She could have been part of the Mensa.
Oh my god.
Oh. could have been part of it, guys. She could have been part of the 1%.
Hello.
Lead them to Khonshu. Another one for the good guys. Born again.
Oh. Oh shit! I got her.
Sonic boom.
Oh, I died to that. Freak baking accident gave Fable her superpowers.
That was funny. So we're stuck with this degen Fable.
Imagine what could have been achieved, guys.
Oh my god.
World hunger could have been solved. We could have gotten free energy. She could have been the next Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, I would have accomplished great things.
I know you would have.
Yeah.
Moon Knight Fleet needed that boost.
Eh.
I never miss. Can't touch this
I'm
one.
sure I sent it to someone. Maybe I sent it to Rob.
Against the world.
That was a while ago.
Oh shit. Okay, guys. You know, look. Maybe in a different parallel universe, she might have achieved everything.
Maybe I would have gotten into Hololive. It wasn't for her.
Or became president of the world.
That's a big jump. That's a.
Ha 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 ha! Woman! Ha ha ha! What? Shit! Woman killing me!
Heaven! Fall! Thanks.
Hatsua! Oh, what the fuck? How you die so fast?
Many thanks. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Hi. Where is she? Woman is around. Woman! Big scary woman! The woman! That woman! She missed me! Don't worry, team. I've got you. Guys, did you get it? Did you get it?
Keep up the momentum.
Woman's chasing me. Yay!
Only one of us gets to play with Khonshu's toys.
Tour. Hot tour.
Oh, I found a picture of me when I was like 17, where my hair was even longer than it is now. Well, I think at this point it's kind of the same length.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I said I found a picture of me when I was like 17, where my hair was maybe even longer than it is now, even though I think now it might be the same length again. I'm still trying to find that.
Mommy. Damn.
Sorry, Mom.
Once my hair was long, guys. Now I'm just struggling to grow it.
You're a shower, not a grower, apparently.
So I'm not a grower. Well, I mean, explains why my pee-pee is very big.
Yeah.
It's not only long, guys, it's wide. But I'm so embarrassed of my width.
It's just a little stick.
Yeah, it's just too big, guys.
It's too big. I just cut my hair a little bit shorter than normal once, but that was years ago. So I think at this point it's still as long as it was back then.
Girthy, yes, girthy. There's a widow. Bam bam ba ba da. Bam 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 bam. Growers tend to be longer than showers. You're right.
Did you know that the dad of my first boyfriend is a shower? It's true. They don't want you to know that, but it's true.
That means that it's micro. It's small. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. What? Hold up, wait.
That's exactly
wait a
the
minute.
reaction I wanted from people. He told me, guys. He told me. Like not his father. My first boyfriend. He told me that.
His father is.
Yeah, he told me about that. I forgot how we got to that conversation, but he told me about it. It's not what you guys think.
Wow, my father shows me his dick on a Sunday night.
What?
I don't have a father.
Oh my god.
That's a height. You just walked into that.
Oh my god.
Sorry, what, Ninu? Hashtag trauma. You have daddy issues? Oh, I have massive daddy issues. But it's not my fault. It's my father's fault. It's my father's fault that I have issues. Oh man. I know.
I'm gonna banish from this match.
Thing of beauty will never fade away, and I do my duty. Thank you for the bat. Anyway, moving on from the daddy penis. Are you saying you haven't? Are you saying that you haven't seen your dad's penis?
Jesus Christ.
I've dated a girl with daddy issues before. Odd and concerning. I think they are like that. I'm sorry, what? No, you haven't. Wait,
Pick
what?
your hero or villain.
Not as a kid. Damn. No comments. We can go Phoenix this time.
I am the Phoenix. Behold my cosmic might.
What about Belf? Have you seen it? Wait, do you have daddy issues too?
Did everyone miss me while I was off soaring
What,
through
me?
the stars?
Belf.
Oh, Belf.
I'm afraid this battle may be far beyond the scope of your abilities, Spider-Man.
No, I have not seen your not my father's. Why are you calling me out? Bro, I can't be the only weird one.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
An Avengers gig. Does that mean I've made it to the big league?
I think your father is the weird one, not you. I mean, I was only a kid. Maybe he thought like, I won't remember that shit. I don't want to remember it. Oh, giving me Timbits. Guys got this. Oh my god. That makes it worse. Let's not think about it, guys. Wait, so you saw your daddy PP too? Okay, I'm glad we can like. Oh wow, that's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna change to Moon Knight, I think. I'm the one who brought it up. Fuck, you're right.
Their team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
I just gotta get his toes. Where are the boys? Where are they hiding? Oh, what the Oh, fucking hell.
Again! Someone scratch my back. Catch.
Give me tweet. No, tweet for me.
Just not always in the right direction.
Give me tweet. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm about had my fill of this mode. Yeah, let's play on normal mode after this. If you guys are down for it. What is annoying to Bucky? Woman? Oh wait, I have this skin. I have this skin.
This is all so much bigger than me.
Holy fuck!
The battle starts in 5.
Oh my god.
3,
Guys,
2,
enjoy the view.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They call me Silent.
Hell yeah. I have the skin. Very, yes, very much. Okay. It's so satisfying. Little. Ah! Naked! Fuck! Oh my god, guys.
Naked!
I think this game has turned me.
No!
Okay, E is my invis. How long until I can do it again?
I'm an easy target. On the move again.
Oh, holy shit, he threw a shield in my face. I think the girls have turned you. Turned you? Oh. Remember, guys, remember when Nino was innocent? You guys remember that time? Do you guys remember that time when into a degen? Yeah. Remember when I was all innocent? Remember? You guys remember that time?
Man, we must have had some bad influence there.
Okay, well, I can't be in. Yeah, man, I was. When you pretended to be innocent? Absolutely not. I've learned so much from you guys. I've learned so much. I've learned so much from streaming. Whoa, whoa, oh, I lost my sight in the butt.
That's better.
What the fuck is this? Damn. Nino on my girl side. Let's go. Wait. Girl side? Wait, what is that? Also, guys, it's at like, is it better now that you don't get a lot? Psylocke? Oh, I thought you meant like psychology for a minute there. Is it EGB? You have to ask when the ads are over. Oh, okay. Okay, let me ask when the ads are. Is the ads over? Hey guys, the ads are over. Is it better now with the ads? You guys don't get like a lot of a lot of ads. Is it better? You're not hit by ads? Oh, you were asking the people who don't use them. Backromats, hey, Cryptic! Cryptic, what do you think of the ads? Is it better that it's not like a lot of ads? It's a more frequent but not as long. Yeah, it's weird with Twitch. Okay, normal mode of okay guys? What if I dragged you guys to comp? Are you kissing?
It's Furby. Furby is here.
Oh, okay. Set it to 5 minutes of ads instead of 3 minutes. But like 3 minutes, okay, 3 minutes was like the least I can do with like the least amount of stopping the stream. Like every 30 minutes, I think. Was it every hour? I don't know. Every 30 minutes, I believe. Oh yeah, we can't pick the same heroes now, guys. We can't pick the same heroes. Can I be your name? I like too hard for comp. Oh, you're lucky that I haven't dragged you in there. You're not getting the tweet.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Oh, you're right. Oh, because fuckheads. Can anyone please help me out? I just want to be done with rank until the mid-season come out. I'm on Xbox. Okay, there's this Discord group on Marvel Rival Discord. I'm sure if you advertise it there, I'm sure somebody will help you out, buddy. We're just doing quick play here. We're just vibing with quick A. I'm funny.
You are.
Who gay? Excuse me. Oh, woman dead. Oh,
I'm gonna go lay down now.
Is it your bedtime?
It's my bedtime.
Oh, okay. You want me to sing you the song?
Please do.
Okay. Go to sleep. Go to fuck. Sleep. I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit on your face. You will sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed. And I will shit very quietly and will be asleep.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I'm glad it helped you go to sleep. Whoa! Oh, are you eating your mic?
No, I dropped it.
Oh God! Guys, she dropped it. Go the fuck to sleep.
Good night, Nino. Good night.
Good night. Don't forget Amazon Prime. Don't
forget Amazon Prime, guys. Love you all.
We love you.
Welcome to the family Tokyo Pika Fox Army.
Hey, Tokyo Pika Fox Army. Welcome in. Wait, are you related to Nova? Cause she's a fox. Are you related to Nova? Cause she's a fox. Oh, we miss her already. It's okay. I'm gonna yap for you guys still. She's a cat. Don't lie. Oh, why? Why am I not allowed to lie? Oh my God. Oh, wait, what happened to it? Did somebody eat it? Wait, do we have a hero that can eat ult? Bye-bye. Yeah, she go to sleep. It's only 3 a.m. for... Oh my God. Holy shit. I froze. You made me freeze there.
This is real firepower!
Dang.
Hurricane incoming! I am ready to
Guys, Fable doing Silas's voice lines? That was actually... Oh, fuck, shit, sorry. I forgot. Wait. Oh, I forgot. I forgot my one job. Oh, shit. I died. Hey, so I got this game on my PS4. I won my first match and just started for the first time. You did? Well, congratulations. Who's your favorite hero? Guys, I'm a ult them. I hope I didn't eat that. Oh, fucking hell. Woman! Woman, please, woman! Nice. Is that Spooderman? Who the hell is up there? It is Spooderman. Guys, Spooderman. Spooderman dead. Yum, 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 yum. Nice. I ate a lot. What did you eat? Tomorrow sometime my uncle is going to take me to pawn shop and get me a PS5. That is cool. I don't play on console, so I'm not really familiar. Yes. And so, do you think Nova's ever gonna wake up? Do you think she's ever gonna wake up? Can I have a tweet? No, he's not letting you have a tweet. She's gonna wake up soon. She will wake up. I hope so. Hold up, let me. Alright. She's passed out.
The right heroes could make
But we need her attention. Oh, yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum.
I will bring peace to this universe, no matter the cost.
Hey, look at you guys all trying your best. Okay, hold up.
I tend to lost souls, like a shepherd tends to his flock.
Stay strong.
You shouldn't be doxing yourself, man.
You have been a true friend since I first emerged from my cocoon.
Give that tweet. The tweet is not the tweet.
They meant to use me as a pawn in their own wicked schemes, but I had a much higher calling.
I'm from England. England.
Starts in 5.
No tweet.
3, 2, 1.
No tweet. Oh, hi. Hello. Oh. Holy fuck, what? You perished.
I require some aid. I feel better already.
Oh my god, you made it out!
The cosmos heals you.
Oh fuck.
You are not alone.
Oh shit! Women. Holy. I'ma come out now. I'ma come out my cocoon.
Quantum magic.
Guys, you liking the music?
Healing power.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Meow, meow, meow.
This time I need healing. We are in this together. My cosmic might returns.
Us against the world.
Shit. Can hardly hear the music, to be honest. Really? I'm not from Japan. Hold up, let me.
I am born anew.
What about now? Do you hear it? Is that too loud? Is that too quiet?
Again.
Bear, bear.
We are being targeted. I have found more lost souls. Quantum magic. Watch this place carefully.
Eat good now? That's better. Okay.
Fantastic!
Your souls united. This time I need.
Don't worry, guys. I'm getting you guys. You're back.
Quantum magic. My cosmic mind returns. Second chance.
Hell yeah.
Quantum magic. We are in this together.
When doves cry.
I
Thanks.
cannot thank you enough.
Stop them in their tracks.
The cosmos heals you. My cosmic might returns.
I ain't fighting her. Sorry, buddy.
Some magic. This time I need healing. Your souls united. I'm good to go. Healing supplies at last. The cosmos heals
Us against the world.
Oh shit, I don't think I can. Alright, I'm gonna go down point, guys. Thank you for the team! Fuck. No! I did.
I have risen.
Shoved off point. Yeah, you could say that. Plum, hi. Hello. You're on time. Oh, you guys are dead.
Some assistance, please.
Oh, shit. Gobbling God. Hey, how you doing? Have you been taking care of yourself?
I have risen.
Seems we have
Got his toes.
I feel better already.
What's that widow? Oh fuck.
Stronger together. Healing power. You made me do this.
You made me kill you. It's your fault that.
The cosmos heals.
It's your fault. Oh wait. Meow.
Someone's aiming for us.
The cosmos heals you.
There's still a chance to stop them.
This time, born again.
us against the world.
The cosmos heals you. Your souls unite.
Wait, could I have stood there?
Quantum magic. I am at your service.
Fantastic! Oh! Ha
Healing power.
You son of a bitch. Stinky poopy head. Whoa, guys. Could you believe this is a Rebecca Black song?
I have risen.
Do you guys remember her? Wait, it's Friday today, right? Wait, it's Saturday now. For me. You guys wanna... You guys want to...
Feeling fantastic.
It's Friday. Wait.
I require some aid. The cosmos heals you. We are in this together. The cosmos heals you.
Oh, hell yeah. Hold up. Me. It's Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Where is it? Here you go. I add it to queue.
Us against the world.
Quantum magic.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I am so sorry. I'm so glad that didn't work out. That was so awful.
Don't
That's 3.
I am born anew.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
There you go. Enjoy, guys. I didn't know this song was so auto-tuned. Banana and curry pizza? Wait, what? Hold up a minute.
Healing power. Like myself again. You are not alone. I require some aid.
Wow. I'm not gonna use my thing. We my gun now. Disappeared. It's a Swedish thing and it kinda goes hard. Curry? Banana and curry? You know what? I agree with Frank is right there.
Fantastic!
I feel better already. Healing power.
Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Stronger together. Some assistance, please.
Oh, he's gonna get a health pack. Friday. Oh, fuck.
This place is curious. Keep an eye here.
Gonna ult.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Bruh. No. Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. We can win. So I just ult here.
The cosmos heals you. Much better. You are not alone. Second chance is over. I am at your service. The cosmos heals you. Again!
Woman! It's Saturday, Nino. We get it. I mean, for us, but not for the Americans. How many Americans are here? Yeah, it's getting. Did you say getting? Hold up. I need to get in. Is it over yet? Yes, it's over now. I've it's over now. The pain is over. Open your ears. Open your ears.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Domination! Guys, we haven't had domination in a while. I'm all looking for my gun because of the song, Nino. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I am beyond my I was built in humanity's image. Now I shall erase it.
Using Minecraft. He's not showing. I'm not.
30 seconds.
Oh my God, Scavany! Hi! It has been a long time. How are you doing, buddy? Have you been taking care of yourself?
And you are misbehaving like a child, Stark.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. There's worse for sure, but the fact that one got traction just blows my mind. Wait, the song?
Starts in 5, 4, 3.
Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Capture the mission.
Oh.
Like lizard.
Ah.
Like lizard.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I pressed the wrong button. What the fuck? What? What the fuck? Fuck me, holy shit. It's been up and down, but it seems to be a bit stable now. Hell yeah. Hope you're okay and hope you don't drink vodka anymore. No, I'm not drinking vodka at the moment. Hell yeah, thank you. Have a night. My name. Nya 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 nya. My name. No. Yunu's drinking a lot less than she used to though, which is good. Yeah, I am drinking a lot less. I have some wine. I have some soju.
Disappear so easily.
And I'm not drunk. Jeff, no. I be good. I good. No. Lucy. This song is such a bop, guys.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Invisible. Makes me want to play Metal Gear Solid, but then again, it's like a lot of stealthing. And I'm shit.
Cosmic rays didn't make me who I am today. My family did.
In red. With a loaded citation. We need to plan how our drinking challenge will be done, Nino. Yes, we do. We need to start a Kickstarter for Nino. She needs a baby bottle that is written. Wait, it is written by I'm a baby VTuber and I love vodka. No, when I think after I have all the tools for making one, I only need a blank baby bottle. Oh my god. Oh my god, Nino with a bottle. Nino with a bottle.
3,
2, little bottle.
1.
It's up to y'all.
I must regroup with the rest of the Guardians. The Collector.
Speaking of alcohol, I'm gonna go. Wait. Satan! Oh my god, he's gonna do the shoe bub. Gonna get some rum. Hell
months.
yeah.
That's like Alsmot 2 something pee pee poo poo. Ninu Nivit we Ninu Nivit BRLBR
25 months. That's like all smart to something pee pee poo poo. Enough free enough bro 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 enough bro 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 enough does enough bro 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 enough bro 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 enough free enough to mum 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 do bop shoe buddy do bop shoe buddy do bop shoe buddy do bop shoe buddy do bop shoe buddy
do bop shoe body 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 do 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 shoe Shoe body do 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 do. Shoe body do 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 do.
Shoe bop, shoe body do bop, shoe do bop, shoe do bop. Boop 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 boop. Shoe body do 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 do. I'll play it next. Yamete! Oh fuck, I died. Shoo bop, shoo body, shoo bop, shoo body, shoo bop, shoo body, shoo bop, shoo body,
I'll
shoo
fight for my
bop.
family until the end.
Yeah, let me play it now. Shoo body, shoo bop. A sentry using hard liquor. I'm not an. Oh wow, you wow, okay. Wow, you guys are so dead. Wow. Dang. You guys perished. Don't do that, it's dangerous. My name is dangerous. You must know how. Kill her! Kill! Kill! Woman! Yes! We can kill him! We can kill 1,000 cuds! Yabete! Please, what did I do? Must confess, it felt pretty good slapping. It did? Okay, well, I mean... I heard I'm quite slappable. Oh, behind us.
No worries. I've got your back. A little help, please.
Oh, fuck that, no! Oh, fuck. Oh. Crikey!
No worries. I've got your back.
Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. No comments. I can't say any loot. She's a baby. I'm not a baby, guys. I'm probably like older than most of you guys. God, I can't believe I could say that now. Guys, I get back problems. I get back problems. I have osteoporosis. Okay, I have osteoporosis, but that's because of a different reason. Hell yeah. Nino Gray? No, I don't have. Okay, you're older than me. I don't have gray hair, guys. I don't have gray hair. I'm likely older than Nino. We might be close in age, Frank.
It feels good to step outside my bubble every now and then.
Yeah. I'm like older than you in 32. Yeah, you're older. Not by much.
Before you attack.
Well, I don't want to dox myself. I don't want to give you guys my age anymore. Guys, I'm 12 years old. I'm 12, okay? I'm a 12-year-old boy who needs to go to bed. I'm a 12-year-old and going to bed. Oh wait, shit. Guys, I just saw, look at this little thing I have.
The battle starts in
Little Herbie.
3, 2,
Hell yeah. You had a birthday every day. Oh my god, you know, you're right. No.
This where the Viking god?
I can't believe that word is banned. Wait, who banned the word?
Sid asks me if a shoe body do bop.
Shoe bop, shoe body, shoe bop, shoe body, shoe bop.
Shoe body do. Oh,
Who banned it?
It sounds like
Copy probably
diving
ages
into
ago.
the deep end
Oh,
of the
I'm
nonsensical
responsible
pool.
now. You can
The
unban
shoe
it.
body do bops.
I'm
Then surely
I'm not
the
responsible.
body
I'll
can
never
do
be
well.
responsible.
But it might just end up as a shoe body do.
Shoe bop.
Do.
Oh my god.
Dill. Nya. Where's the fun in playing fair when you can bop around with chaos? Wee.
Shoe bop, shoe body, shoe bop, shoe bop. Oh. Man, I'll review the list later and trim it. Yeah. Yes, I'm 12-year-old little boy. I just hit my puberty. Wait, what age do boys hit puberty? But my voice is just breaking. My voice is just breaking. Hell yeah.
Goddess of nature. Friends, gather around. Your team's capture progress.
Oh wait.
I got you covered.
Explains a lot. Hold on, wait, explains which part exactly, huh? Oh, woman dead. Hell yeah.
I've always been a heavy hitter. Force burst.
You in puberty. I'm becoming a man. Wait, guys. Okay. I don't know what do guys experience during puberty?
Invisible?
What do guys go through during puberty? Between 9 and 14? Oh, according to our robot overlord. Oh. Want to fuck? Wait, I thought that was like normal guys.
Mantis, that wasn't very empathetic.
Oh man. It never goes away. My dick is hard 24/7. Dang.
Careful. Stranger's at it again.
I'm not gonna talk about that on stream. Is it really that bad?
Vortex field. Psionic burst. No worries. I've got your back. A little help, please.
You need to piss? Do you guys need to piss a lot more? Nothing makes sense and everything is an offense. Really? Is it that bad? Hey Darth. Basically we just need to be careful about baseball shorts in public. Baseball shorts? Why? We grow armpits hair. Oh dang. Damn. And sweatpants? Wait, what about sweat? You don't grow sweatpants. What about sweatpants? What's bad about sweatpants? It would be easy to list the place where we not grow hair. I need to wear sweatpants. They're tight. Ah, what I mean is a random boner in public, Ninu. Ow, damn. So all this time that I've been laughing at my guy friends in school was just me being cruel. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, when does it stop though? When does it stop? When does it calm down? Random boner whenever, not just public. Whenever? Never? Wait, do you guys still experience that now? Do you guys still go through it? Not a lot of worse things in high school to be loved at a girl was running randomly. Oh man. Look, it wasn't only me. I remember in the math class, my guy friend that was sitting next to me, the teacher pointed out. they pointed him out. How horrible is that? Now I feel sorry for them. And it still happens? Oh no. Okay, well, why don't you guys wear those harnesses, those metal harnesses? Would that help? Would that help you guys? Would those metal harnesses help at all?
I'm not the type who fade.
Well, that teacher should be fired. Yeah, absolutely.
Even when you can't see me, I'll still make you believe.
Is it a random bono are wearing a odd piece? Hurts like. Are you saying that from experience? Yeah, one with locks if you want. Damn. It still happens, and then not being able to move it up is not nothing but painful. Wait. How? Wait, okay. A weird question. Do you have to relieve yourself? Do you have to relieve yourself? Do you have to relieve yourself for the pain to go away? No? Okay. Okay. So you can just wait it out? You can just wait it out. Oh, that's how you end up on the list. Gosh. Damn. So, it must be hard being a dude. And then there's he and me complaining about my size of my dick. Learning so much today, huh? Yes?
Now I see them.
Oh, I learned a lot. I feel educated.
I need assistance. Almost there. Don't turn back now. Psionic burst. We're being targeted by a sniper. Systems restored.
Clearly, you vortex field.
I think almost any guy would be happy to suffer through these things and be happy to not get a period. Oh, yes. Yeah, you guys don't want that. Yeah, you guys don't want that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I have high tolerance for pain.
Psionic surge. Clearly, you needed some help.
And sometimes it's death. It's a death sentence is all I can say. Sometimes it's death. Thinking your parents have an SEX that's going to fix the problem. No, wait. Was it 101 guides for teenage boys? How to stop boner? Think of your parents having sex. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh man. That's rough, guys. Oh, you're dead. I thought I could save you. Oh man. Just focus on breathing for a bit and it settles its... Does it? Damn.
Keep an eye on you.
Wait. Okay. You didn't have to do that. Oh man. That's not laughing with soda in my mouth. 101. Class 101 for teenage boys. Just think something is in your mouth. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should write it. I should write it. I should write a guidebook. Wait, no, that would be so weird. I would definitely end up on a list then. Oh shit. Oh man. I learned a lot, guys. Thank you for educating me. I've learned a lot. I learned a lot. It's okay so long you don't ask what can happen when we are asleep. Oh. What do you call it? Wet dreams. You guys piss yourself. I know that one. But like, you guys don't actually like dream of it, right? You guys like don't dream of it. Or do you? Do you guys dream of it? Yes, the balls piss. Okay, look. My friend didn't know. My friend didn't know where the ball juice comes from. Do you guys know where it comes from? Oh, what? Dang. Combination of the balls and the prostate. Yeah, it's got a funny name to it.
Another fearsome foe.
Oh gosh.
What am I? Invisible? More health is never bad.
Oh, lol. It's like mixing a martini. This was my last game. Thank you for playing, Shigiden. Anyone want to join? Have you ever had a pet, Ninu? My mom has all the pets. What, like them pissing around? Please, madam, do not stir the balls. Anyways, funsies, thank you for playing. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thanks for playing, kittens. I thought you were gonna say kitten. Hey, kitten. Hey, kitten. Hey. Yes, dogs and cats do the same thing you're talking about. Wait, what? Hold up, wait, what?
Keep an eye on you.
Is 100%? Ooh. Is 100% bringing this up to the girls' chat? Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna tell them all about it, and then they're gonna say, we already knew that. And then I'm gonna be like, oh, I thought I was special and educated, but I guess not. I have learned so much. Learned so much. Or they're going to ask more questions. Okay, let me see. Okay, I said boys can't help getting boners. Did you know that? Guys, Nova just replied, I am awake. Oh, hi. That woke her up. That woke her up. Oh shit, she's awake. Yeah, she's awake. Maybe she'll come play Nova. Or maybe it's a dinner. Is it a dinner time? Maybe it's a dinner time. Nova. She woke up as fast as the boulder pops up. Oh my god. Oh man, I was gonna say, are we really sure that she isn't drunk? I'm not drunk, but I'm drinking. Galaxy boner. Oh my god, we could make so much more fun jokes out of that. Like obviously our roommate is cooking. I won't say anything bad. Just gonna ask about men boner. Constellation domain expansion, constellation erection. Oh my god. Oh my god, that should be a thing. Oh my god. Domain expansion, supernova balls. Sorry guys, I've dragged you to another game. I'm not sure if you guys were ready or not. I'm so happy that you are a cat, not a dog. Oh yeah. I'm glad I'm a cat. I get away with a lot of crime as a cat. As opposed to women boner. Women don't get boners. Chat, why is Nonu DMing me about boners? Nova, the things I have learned, Nova, the things I have learned. I have learned so much, Nova.
I tend to lost souls.
I learned so much.
Tends to his flock.
Wait, women absolutely get boner? Wait, what? When? Women get boners? Wait, how? They don't have a...
I know all of your songs.
The little man that lives under the... Your phone? No worries, it's okay. Oh my god! You guys are saying the naughty words! You guys saying naughty words! Nina can't read the words! I can't!
The Vishanti sent me.
Oh, he's doing a thing.
It was my destiny.
Goblin milk. Oh my god.
This time
Shit.
healing power.
Oh god.
Your souls united. My cosmic might return.
Oh my god.
The cosmos heals you.
Oh man. I died. I'll wake up from my nap and Ninu DMing me about boners. It's normal. I'm learning. I'm learning a lot, Nova. I'm learning. Wait. Nova woke up from a boner. I'm joking. I'm joking. I need to piss, guys. Nova woke up with a boner. Holy shit, what the fuck does that damage? Holy shit, how? Did they figure out, like, a tech? I mean, what? Look, I don't know, okay? I don't know. Did he have wet dreams? No.
Behold, that child!
Dang, I perished. Holy fuck. Is there something you want to challenge, Nova? I do not have a penis. You don't have a penis? You don't have a penis? So long you don't love so much you pee yourself. That is me. That's like just me. It's just me.
I didn't have the portal. We're next.
Oh, that's true. Go piss, girl. Should I piss right now? Okay, I'll piss now.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hear you're a hard case. Real tough guy.
I don't play favorites, and I don't listen to excuses.
So what, you never cut anyone a break?
Why would I do that?
Don't forget, I keep an eye on you, kitten.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
But that one, not so much.
If you need giant robots, it's because you know your soldiers won't fight.
Wait, you know I have a wireless headset, right? I heard that. Also, guys, on average, how many times do you guys suffer? Is it different for every guy? Would you rather have boners or would you have erectile dysfunction? Boners, no comments. Maybe once a day? Whoa. If I had a dick, I think it would be like 12 times maybe. Maybe a bit more than that. Wait, that has a HP bar?
You belong to me!
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world!
Oh, Abion, did you know you can actually headshot her? I'm gonna take her with me. With darling. 12 times a day? Yeah, my dick is big. Damn. You probably have a mountain of empty bottles in your room you can use. Oh yeah, wait, do you guys use empty bottles? Asking for research purposes. Oh, crikey. Empty bottle, not empty, I suppose, filled up bottle of piss. This is like the Reddit post about the cylinder. Can you tell me more about the cylinder? Oh, nosies. Behind you. Woman.
I'm doing this my way.
Holy fuck, you died so fast.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Your powers are mine.
Aw, perish. Well, absolutely not. Not how, like on the road, on the. Oh, okay. A road trip makes sense. Damn, you guys have it easy on a road trip, huh? Date. Perfect when you're freezing in bed. Wait, hold up. Are you saying you... Do you heat them up or something? Do you heat them up? I think she's... No, I'm talking about the bottles. Oh wait, the 12 times, yeah. That is my boners. My boners. Damn. Well, if it's like 1 or 2, it's not that bad, right? It could be worse. If you go scuba diving in cold water, you can pee in your wetsuit to heat it up. Since it, I'm gonna make a mental note of that. Thank you. As you just have to learn to tuck if you're in public. Easy peasy. How do you tuck? Wait. How do you... What, do you stick your pee-pee in your butthole? Is that that's a way of tucking it? Wait, how else do you tuck it? Oh, no. Waistband, Ninu. Waistband. Wait. Ah, okay. Wow, okay. I never knew that. You see? I never knew that. I thought tucking always meant like in your butthole. But then I was like, that is painful. But then maybe, you know, guys might be into pain. I don't know. You know more than this, Nova. Oh my god. If you can stick your pee in your butt, you're blessed. What's so concerning? Wait, chat, anyone can do that yet? Any growers and not showers who can do that? No. Oh man.
We are cloak and light can heal and light can
I
harm.
think
Save me.
only showers could do that. Peanut minus 10% degrees. That way her warm bottle is ice cold. Yeah, water freezes at 0 Celsius. So minus 0, it's even more. If I had the flexibility, maybe. I got the length. Oh my goodness me! you gotta train. You gotta train it. Oh my god. I train mine, guys. I train mine. Hell yeah, nice. Women, am I right? I have learned so much. Man. You teach it to play dead? Oh. How do these... Oh my god!
I was worried. Be strong together. Hi, that feels good. Hold still. I'm trying to help. Track this enemy. It's my time to shine.
I'll take all the healing I can get.
Oh shit. My bad. Rip. Nina, most guys have bonus at least twice a day and know how to hide it. Okay, what is the secret? How would I know if a guy has a boner so I can make fun out of him? Because look, if I made fun out of him, then I'm helping. It's gonna go. Well, you don't go outside, so you wouldn't know. Wait. Okay. Alright, tell me the signs. Tell me the signs. Tell me the signs.
You got a shield, Tandy. Suffering the
Damn. No dude would ever willingly want or wish tell this function anyway. So you'd rather get would you rather get like, I don't know, 20 boners and you can't do anything about it, or erectile dysfunction?
There's too many bad guys.
Good to have it so long that you can use it as a scarf in the winter.
Help. So cold.
Gosh. Why did I just imagine it as a scarf? That's concerning. Oh gosh.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension. Lights out.
Bullshit.
Armed and dangerous. Lights out. Again.
Again.
My time to shine.
Again. Oh shit.
Let's pop back up.
Oh shit. Chat, we are boring Nova. Nova defeat. No, I mean, I suppose Nova is already educated in this. Just toss it over your shoulder. Look, I like to tie my ties. I like to tie my ties. I like to tie my scarves.
Us against the world. Us against the world. Extermination.
Extermination. Dang. He really is a degen. Me? I'm not a degenerate. I'm nice. Nova? Oh, yeah, I think Nova is. Nova secretly. Nova, we know your secret, Nova. Nova, we know your secret. Your brain just can't keep up. That's understandable. Guys, we did the lesbian test, and guess what? We found out Nova is the most likely to be a lesbian, so she doesn't like pee-pee talk. Let me check your pinned messages in Discord again. Hold up. Which one are we Valve, which one are we talking about? Okay, look. If it's the one that you've sent me, bro, look. Look. You sent it to me, okay? You sent it to me. What can I say? I have it saved. Yeah, that you pinned. That you sent. Bro, you sent it first. You sent it first. You sent it first. You sent it first. I don't trust that test. Fable is the one that had more practice with females. Wait, did she? My first kiss was with a girl. I think Fable only just kissed a girl, right? So was hers technically. Oh, yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Look, okay, it's not that bad, Belf. It's not that bad. It's not such a bad gif. I'm gonna look at it. Okay, look, Belf, compare that gif, this one, to this one, huh? Which one is worse? Which one is more degenerate?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world.
My first kiss was not a girl, huh? How
Just
did
be
you
aware
both?
that I have more practice with females.
Wait, what? No way. I was like, wait, did she just join the voice say that? Exactly.
The battle starts in 5.
She did say she did. She did. Nova, you just gotta, I don't know, Nova, you just gotta pick, I don't know. I just googled the Guinness World Record for erection, and there isn't one. For somehow claimed that 34.5 inches. Wait, oh, erection? Oh, I thought you meant. You know what?
Be right back.
Never mind.
Sorcerer Supreme. I see you taking my lessons to feeling stronger already.
Never mind, huh? Never mind. That's gonna break things. Wait, okay, well, wasn't there a guy with like the longest schlong? How was that part? Your portal was good. It was nice. It got us the win. I don't think there were. Hello, woman. Oh shit. Is that another type of woman?
Your tail ends here. Now, a disappointment.
Dang. Put him down! Put him down! Wait, put the American down. He's not American. Wait, is he? Wait, he is. Wait, he is an American. He is an American. I forgot. Bucky is American, right? Wait, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Oh my god, how dare you? How dare you? Wait, oh shit! Oh shit, we have a party going, guys. Let's start the party. The party. You have been avenged.
Oh, by the way, if you couldn't tell this is a Tangia party, ha 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 ha.
Hell yeah. Wait, did she dance? Oh. Hell yeah. Take the Americans out! Oh my god! Take them out! Take the Americans out! Tangia parties make me so uncomfortable. Why? Let's talk about it. Why? Oh, Frank, do you have portal? If you portal on them, I will ult.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, never mind. Jeff just did that. You're gonna meme too hard. Oh, did you reach that age? We're literally the same. Did you reach that age when you got like you're used to that? You just bored of that shit. In my olden days. In my olden days.
You are under my spear. Goodbye. Our foes have found us.
Hey.
Ancient secrets revealed.
Holy shit, why is she moving like a fish? Tree? Are you guys trying to get a tree? Well, both just got old. No. No. I guess. Oh no. I feel like, guys, like sometimes people like say new words and I'm like, what the fuck is this? What does this word mean? And that makes me feel so old. I think I'm not in the right space. Who gave Stompies? Was it Emma? Who gave Stompies? Was it Emma? Wait, maybe. We all did it. Oh, Rumpelstiltskin. I remember. I know that one. And then Stompies. Yeah. It was Abion. Delete. Stompies 2. Oh fuck. Well, okay. If I click on it, would it show again? No, I wouldn't. We can see your highlight though.
Suppose that helps.
Oh, you know, it's a shame that I can't look up. I can't look under your skirt. I just walked through a door and slammed my elbow in the door frame. Oh no! Gosh, wait, like in the funny bone? Dude, like the funny bone just makes me makes me
You'll need a
makes me
top-notch team to win this one.
yeah. There are plenty of images for that. Hold up, what images are we talking about? I wasn't wearing a skirt. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, but like under your, I don't know, what do you call that? Back cape? Butt cape? Butt coverage? Anti-disentablishment, a coattail. Butt flaps. Butt flaps. Butt flaps. I like butt flaps. Butt flaps sounds good.
Surrounds us.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Who is in control?
We find
Damn.
ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
Mephisto? From Silas? Silas's bird?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Silas's bird?
2, 1. Ready to
Oh.
capture the available area and extract some goodies?
When are you going? Wait, for when you are going four-wheeling? Four-wheeling? Hot Wheels? You have a stroke now? Wait, me? No, I didn't have a stroke. Oh. Hey, Albion. Thank you.
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources.
You are under my spell.
Oh, I didn't know there was a health pack down there. Probably gonna forget.
Beware. They have a sniper. Be right there.
New. I'm horizontal on the couch, still with my cat. That's okay. One day, one day you're gonna play with us.
Heads up. The other team is ready to rumble.
So it begins. Feeling stronger already.
Hell yeah, baby.
I have solved our sniper.
Hell yeah, baby. Hey, doll, where are you? Booyah! Oh shit. Booyah! They don't have ammo, do they?
You're loading up on resources.
I just totally imagine Moon playing out like a plank on the couch and a cat smacking her head. Oh hell yeah. I could imagine that. Whoa! Whoa! Belf, I was not ready for that. I was thanks. Thanks. I'ma keep that for later. Okay, where's this guy? Oh wait, that's ours. My bad. Damn, I'm under your bed. That's where I'm always hiding. That's where I'm always hiding.
You are under my spell.
We're ready to rumble, baby. Hell yeah, we're betting in him.
You're not going anywhere. Be right back.
Neath the sheet lay. Ooh!
You're not going anywhere. Rainbow stands with you. Goodbye. Limitless magic.
Wait, did I not kill her? Did I not kill the snipey woman? Did I not kill this fish? Okay. Okay.
My work here is not done.
Oh my god, wait.
Disappearing.
Women, am I right? Can't make decisions. Guys, this dragon, doesn't it look cool? Can we pet it?
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Chaos control. You need to teach me that spell. You are under my spell.
Do we? If more people stay on it, does it go faster or just normal sped? You know, if you were a cat in real life, what would you be doing? Bruh. Honestly, like right now, I would probably be outside chasing butterflies. Only to realize that they aren't actually butterflies. They just, They just, petals. That's me.
Resources are nearly tapped out here.
And I'll be like,
Sorry.
don't mention dragging around Nova. Oh, I mean, she got some recommendation. She got some interesting recommendation. You got interesting recommendations. Holy shit. Oh, shiver me timbers. Oh, we got it. Wait, there's health pack here. Not many butterflies at 3 AM. Is it 3 AM? Oh, gosh. It's okay. I killed it. Pet is Tong. Wait, what? Pet is. Wait. She just ult me. She fucking did. How rude. I'm probably going to buy one of each of your mugs and tumblers you sell. They are so cute. Oh my god, really? When you have money for it? Oh my god, I really appreciate that. I've made it in.
Now, a disappearing act.
Wait a minute. Why do I... The voices! The voices! Oh. Whoa! What happened, guys? I'm better than you. And then there's health pack here. Oh fuck! Come on, no, come on. I'm gonna die here. Shit! I'm living. Hey. I used my new Tumblr today for my offie. It didn't help though. It didn't help because it made you feel EP, and I didn't want to make you feel EP. Rumble. Oh shit. Oh gosh.
Goodbye. Heaven! You are under my soul!
I need to get this, Jeff. Yeesh. Hack to me, buddy. Hack to me. Fuck, okay. He no hack to her. I woke up earlier for pet sitting and it kept me awake throughout the day. Oh, I help.
I want to make the same mistakes.
I want to make more, guys. In fact, I kind of want to do more art streams. But the thing is, though, guys, I get too hyper. That, like, if I do something slow, like drawing, give me timbers. Holy moly! Yay, art, Nino. It's just that. Dang. Okay. Yeah, me. Whoa, I got stuck. Wow, crazy. When I'm streaming, maybe I'll do offline art. Maybe I used to stream on art on Discord before. Maybe I do that. Oh shit.
Watch me disappear! Almost found us. Chaos! Your fate is sealed. Double kill!
Give me. Chill. Are we winning?
You're loading up on resources.
I honestly don't get this mode. I don't get this mode.
Be right back. You're not going anywhere.
Gotta take cover.
Sorcerer Supreme!
Damn. No, not you too. Wait, what do you mean, not me too? Oh, perishing?
Now, a disappearing act.
Bro, please. I finally get this mode after 17 Albion explanations. Albion, do you want to do your 20th explanation? Like, we were winning. How about we losing? Oh, fuck.
Feeling stronger already.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the Widow. Oh, shit! Oh my god! That is that was a nice ult, by the way. Where are they? Oh fucking hell! One of the sports down though. It's not much fun to watch either. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just like killing things. I think I'm killing things. You get me? You get me? You get me, bro?
Goodbye.
Oh, wait, what the fuck was that? Like, I don't get it. How did that happen? That was magic. And oh,
this eternal darkness must be consumed by chaos and bathed in endless fire.
Oh shit. What's this Widow?
Disappear! Three down, more to go.
Please. Hell yeah! Okay, does hitting these things do anything? Nothing. Why are they pulsing like that? What does it mean? What does it all mean?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
We won? Whoa. A mode that this makes 0 sense. I hope. Wait, the thing. Isn't this mode in competitive? Please remove it. Uah! Uah! Oh, since did you want to play? The first 2 phases are about capturing the objective and gaining points. How much did that help us? How much did that help us? Not at all. It doesn't matter. We might as well make the enemy team work for it. You are the Widow? Oh my god, you are a menace. You were a menace. Well played. I'm about to go to bed, or I would. Imagine going to bed. Okay. I'll do another one. Hopefully it's not domination. If it's domination, I don't know. I'm gonna go shit and cry myself. Imagine sleeping? I'm actually not sleepy. Imagine sleeping. I know. Belf, why don't you join? Why don't you play, Belf? Wait, where's Demi? I told him to come play. Demi? Miss Demi? I do not enjoy. You do not enjoy playing? Okay, that's fair. Are you saying you'd enjoy playing Overwatch more? You wanna play Overwatch?
I'm Luna Snow. Like the
You wanna...
moon, I shine.
Guys, you want this skin?
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
I did low-key support that game compared to what I should beat. Y'all gave me a tough time. Yeah, you were a menace. Like, I had to chase you. I had to chase you, and then I forgot about you, and then you ulted me, and it was painful. But I forgive you. I forgive you. But you are really good. You got some nasty hits. You got some nasty hits. Guys, you like this skin? Do you guys like this skin?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Oh,
3,
hell yeah.
2,
That's what I like to see.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh,
I forged my sword with my very
change.
There's no spell it cannot cut through.
Help, friend.
Oh, it sounds satisfying. Oh, fucking hell! Please don't come back. Oh, fucking hell! I'm going back in. My dead ass body. Thank you, Monoglitch. I really appreciate it. You have fun with your games. That's like the only skin I liked on the Battle Pass. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the... Okay, I mean, I do like Loki skin.
Enemies better beware.
Oh, but what if I want to look at her ass?
Blow up. I like the cold. We're finding our groove.
Destroy. Perish.
There we are. Do a girl like a girl.
Slice and dice. Slice and dice. Oh my god. No. No. Or Hawkeye. I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. I mean, actually, yes. Hold up a minute. The Hawkeye is not the robot one. Okay, yeah. That's Star-Lord, right? Yeah, I don't like that one.
This is real firepower!
Us against the world! My life fear best self. I'm hurt.
Well. Okay, this.
This place hard and watch the show. Snowball fight. I am strangely burned. I don't have to be center stage. See them?
We can kill him.
I am ready to put on a show.
No! You must live! Live! Kill them.
How? You're frozen. Great pleasure.
I got you. Oh no, I don't have you. Oh fuck, that's me done. Change. Saw is also a robot though. Yeah, I don't like that skin.
Just in time. That one hurts.
I do like the. Oh, I don't have. Wait, I don't have it yet. I probably do, but I just don't have it yet. Yo! Guys, I'm fucking scared. I got you, don't worry. Oh my god, I don't have myself though. I planted a robot. Yeah, cowboy. What is going on? What's going on? Either robot or cowboy. Like, don't do both. That's what I feel about this skin for Luna. It's like, ooh, fiery bird. Honestly, I don't know what it is. And then ice. Can't beat me. Can't beat me.
I'm doing this my way.
Go, Abion! Kill them all!
We're finding our groove.
Oh, nice. We did it! I thought his was more a steampunk suit. I gotta look at it again. I gotta look at it again.
It's okay.
Oh, I fell.
You need me.
I fell. You be fun, payload princess. What are you gonna do about this, huh? Oh, woman? Yeah? Does it feel good? I'll bet it does, huh?
There they are. Hi, that feels good.
The god of thunder!
He's low.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
You got this! Nova, did you get your nom nom yet? Nova, did you get your nom nom yet?
I usually like the underground scene. Do I throw like a girl? Under the throne. Disappear! Nice deep freeze. That one hurt. I was worried.
Oh gosh. Rip. Guys, the next person that types treat is gonna get a treat. Trust me. Trust me. Type treat. Type treat. Did you do nom nom? Well, I did. Remember, I had Boyga today. I lied. Wait. Oh, okay, I lied. I'm sorry. I lied. You should have known better. It's your fault for believing me. Oh, wait, I didn't need that. Okay, you go for it, guys. Wait, we can kill her. I'm damage boosting. Hell yeah. Oh, this guy.
I usually like the underground scene. I like the cold.
Feet? Feet? I didn't know feet was an option. Oh, live!
I was worried. I don't have to be sensitive. A nice deep freeze. You are nothing!
1,000 gods!
Oh gosh. Feet.
I'm back in the
Oh shit, let's go! Oh shit. Perish.
I've still got songs to sing.
Next.
Be strong together.
Hi.
Annyeong. Feel better. Fight. Ready to do some damage.
Oh, on that note, guys, I actually started watching this random K-pop drama thing. Oh my god.
It's okay. Admit it.
It was interesting. Actually, I think the girls might like it.
A nice deep freeze.
But honestly, I think it would have been much better as an anime. K-pop, not K-pop. K-pop Demon Hunters. No. Gosh, I got it. Let me get the name for you guys. Let's see, it'll be my recent. It's the Tale of the Nine-Tailed. Tale of the Nine-Tailed. We winners! Tale of the Nine-Tailed. Tale of the Nine-Tailed is interesting. Meow. Nova! Are you back? Are you coming to play with us?
I just got food. I
You
don't
just
have
got-
chat up.
Does that mean you gonna come play?
I might chat with you while I eat food and maybe play.
We would love you to play.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I thought it was Naruto first, but it's not Naruto. So you got Nam Nam. What do you have?
My roommates called this pork bulgogi. And then they insisted that
Are
I
they
have
Korean?
a vegetable too, so I don't want to give away too much information.
Oh.
About them, but no, they're not. Or at least that's one that made the meal is not.
Nova speak. Nina, don't ask that. I'm sorry. There you go. Is she better now?
Huh.
Do I need to turn her up, guys?
I'm testing out my voice.
He's testing out voice, guys. Is it better? Is it better? Is it better?
Hello.
Hello. Wait a minute.
Got a new voice? Oh yeah.
I want
It's the Noble Voice 2.0 post nasal surgery.
Whoa.
JK, we debuted that voice a long time ago, and I never heard the difference.
Wait a minute.
You waited till now to test it? I know. What's happening, Nino? You're making noises.
I'm louder. You want her louder? Okay, hold up. I'll add some gain to her.
Louder.
Louder. Is this better, guys? Speak, Nova.
Hello. I am
Is this
talking
better?
to you all. Hello.
Harder, faster, stronger. Make it better.
Make it better. Make
Good.
Good.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna watch you guys this game though, because I.
You gonna watch?
Yeah, I can't multitask
Okay.
while eating.
Will you tell me who to play?
Wolverine.
Okay. It's domination. It's fine. It's okay. I can play that. I can do that, Nova. I can do that. Daft Punk broke up. But didn't they like broke up and then come back together and then they broke up again? Guys, I must play Wolverine.
In my way, they won't be standing.
I'm gonna be short king, guys. I'm gonna be short king. Guys, can I be your short king? Ooh.
I'd be honored to have you as my short king.
I
didn't care it, by the way. I'm so sorry if you guys hear it.
Nah, we don't hear it.
Oh.
You need to be louder. Fable's already my short king. Fuck. What am I then? What am I?
30 seconds before you attack.
What am I? What am I?
Second class citizen.
I'm a second class citizen! Guys, she said it! She said I'm a second class citizen! Oh, my vertically challenged Hold on. Not me, that should be Nova, not me! Micro King, no, I'm not shorter
We are
than...
the same height, Nino.
Yeah.
Better places to be.
I need to get a tape measure.
I'm not small cat because I am not good.
Guys, watch this. Did you see that? Okay.
I saw you
Mom,
leap from
Mom,
the-
I need help.
Oh no.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Can I climb walls? I can't. Wow.
Let's do this.
I can't climb. Mom. I can't
I was so
climb.
confused. I apparently left my Spotify playing on like songs like this while I was sleeping, and right now it's playing a song called Coffee and Drugs.
I died. Ninu checking that girth for his. Yes. Okay. Wait, I didn't kidnap him. How do I kidnap? How do I kidnap? How to kidnap? Wiki how to kidnap? Where does this take me? Oh, this takes me up here? Ooh, okay. No! That looked so perfect.
Avian says it's shift to kidnap.
I tried my shift kidnap, but I managed to kidnap nobody. Thank you.
I'm so glad I could be of help by reading Avian's
My first kidnap ever. Oh my god, my first ever kidnap, guys. My first ever kidnap. My first ever kidnap.
Baby's first
my
crime.
My first ever kidnap, guys. Can I change now?
Yeah, you can change if you don't want it.
Okay, I missed that one. How do they do it?
Well, you have to change to Spider-Man.
Did I kidnap people? Did I kidnap people? Did I kidnap people? Have you tried hitting someone with your kidnap button? Bro, what was I doing then if I didn't? I did my bestest.
You picked the
What do you mean?
That's the bestest thing you
I
can
did my
possibly do
bestest,
for
guys.
us.
I did my bestest. Anil, did you see they added an aura farm? Aura farm button? Hold up a minute. How do I farm aura? Because I have 0 aura.
Look at Abian right now. He's doing it.
Abian? Where's Abian? Oh shit! How do I do that? How do I do that? How do I... Mommy! 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 How do I do it?
It's a slow model walk, Belf. That if we had controllers, we would just slightly push forward on the drip.
Wow.
Or on the
In setting... I have to assign it.
There they are.
I smell blood. Woman! 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 Wait! Wait! Fucking hell. Okay. Okay. No! Please! Let me kidnap you! Let me kidnap you! Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Did I not kidnap him? Did I not kidnap him? Did I not touch his pinky?
That's what I needed.
No, but can I change now?
I said that you could to Spider-Man.
That's worse. Holy fuck.
I said you could change, but it has to be Spider-Man.
Okay, okay, it's fine. I don't know what I'm doing with this guy though. Okay. Whoa! Okay. I have woman! Please! Where's health pack? There's the health pack! Let me... Oh, fuck off. Come on. Oh my god, health pack. I'm so close to health pack. Imagine if I die. Can I change now? Nova?
Feeling better now.
Okay, but now you have to be Panther.
Welcome to the jungle.
Guys, you want to know who's throwing this game?
It's me.
It's her, guys. It's her. Oh.
A nice deep freeze.
Dang. Dang. Why is life so cruel?
Because you put me in charge.
I was chosen by Bast.
Okay, this is not even the good skin. Okay. Can I change it or
30 seconds before you
I see, you want more Panther.
Abby and B Namor. So we can see the booty.
That's just... What do I play though? Oh yeah, what does Abion play?
Always wants me to ask.
Abby should be Namor.
Abion should be Namor. We shouldn't have any supports.
Frankerzoid should be Mantis.
Oh, Frankerzoid has an ult though. Okay,
After
Frankerzoid. Nova's telling you to throw the game. Guys, blame Nova.
I was a prisoner collector. One day, I will get even.
We blame Nova.
Oh.
Oh. Where's the woman?
A nice deep freeze.
Wait. Where is she? What the fuck? Oh, what? What is this malarkey? What is this malarkey?
I still have some
Are you having fun, Nova?
I'm having so much fun.
Oh, I'm glad you're having so much fun. Oh fuck! I hit him with my ult, but I didn't kill him. Can I change it now?
You can be Jeff.
Wait, who?
Jeff.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a treat!
Yeah, I know it is a treat just for you.
Just for me until you tortured me?
It's your reward.
It's my reward after torturing me? Oh wow.
Good girl.
Am I so blessed, guys? Am I so blessed? Woman, watch out for the woman!
Armed and dangerous!
Wait, oh, that's ours.
A nice deep freeze. Your team's capture progress.
Whoa, we're doing it! We're winning! Okay, she's here.
Valve, I don't think anyone should go check out that link because that person, I don't know about them.
You two so cute. Oh my god. Are we really? Oh my god, Nova, we're cute. They're saying we're gonna be cute together, so we should become gay.
But both of us are already gay.
I saved you! Just think about it as me saving you. Yeah, son. They're pretty stinky. Okay. Oh wow. Can I come into the out now? Wait, where are you? Are you where? Which out?
Closet.
Which? Oh, he's in the closet. Ow.
I like the cool.
No! No, the horror!
Oh no! Oh my god! Wait,
I'm good.
Ow! Abion! Abion, you still alive, Abion!
I beg your pardon? I was just listen, I just woke up, Abion, okay? My jokes are not gonna hit all the time when I just wake up.
I beg your pardon. That is so British, by the way. Ba-da-ba. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Positively chuffed. Dude! That is such an adorable
I died.
word.
That's a moment.
The fuck is a chuffed?
You need a bottle of water, bruh.
Nina, can
we
you
lost
translate the British in chat for me?
What? Sorry?
Can you translate the British in chat for me? Like, all of it?
No, I can't. I don't know what that means.
It's too much for my delicate American eyes.
Wow. 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 Aluminum. God. What else do you guys say weird? Tomato. Yogurt.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Yeah. Of all words to choose. Aluminum. Sorry. Aluminium. That's the right word. Aluminum. Are you gonna join? Garage. 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 Which way do you guys say it?
We say garage.
Garage. Garage.
That's like a carriage.
Petrol. Trolley. Boot. Or boat. Boot. Garage. Filthy Americans. Bag. Wait, what do you guys say? Bog?
Bog?
Bog? What's bog?
Isn't that like a swamp? A
Oh,
bog
the
is like a
swamp?
Yeah.
Get out my swamp. Get out of my swamp. Nobody coming? Fishing chat.
I just opened it.
She opened it, guys. She opened the game. Can I make you the leader?
Wait, no, you're streaming though.
Yeah, but it's better that you be the leader.
But, okay. If you want me to be the leader, I'll be the leader.
Yeah, I want to give you the pants.
You have to invite me first.
I didn't invite you. Here you go. Make a leader. I made it the leader.
Oh my god!
You're
now
taking
I'll
the
press
piss,
the
Nini.
start button.
I'm not taking the piss. I don't know how to piss. Can I piss in your mouth?
Oh my god.
I'm joking. I jest.
Just joshing ya.
I'm just joshing ya.
Oh man. Okay.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
See, I'm into kinky shit. But that's the line, Ninu. Wait. What kinky shit did I say?
Pee in the mouth.
Oh.
Assign our roles? Guys, I can't do that every game.
No. Piss is stored. Piss is not stored in the balls. Guys, it's not stored in the balls. Golden shower, I've heard of that. I've heard that people like that.
30 seconds before you attack.
On a Friday night.
Is it true you've been fighting?
It's in the kidneys.
Searching for your kid's sister.
Yeah, but we were
That's why
talking
you have
about.
Wait, no.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that's why you have to pee so much when you drink alcohol. But then I was like, oh wait, no, I'm thinking of the liver.
Yeah. But also, it does make you pee.
Oh man, honestly, guys, why did you give me a microphone after I just woke up?
You just woke up, guys. Oh, please don't die!
I did not.
Don't die,
Sorry,
don't die,
I could fly.
Please don't. Apparently, you know, somebody said that playing Wolverine with Phoenix is a nerf. Is that
It's
true?
a nerf?
Yeah.
Like for who? Like who is it nerfing?
For Wolverine.
Really?
The team up is a nerf. But then I don't know. Maybe they would just live, bro. Live. Bruh. No!
I cannot hit any of my shots.
Hey. Guys, woman is beating me up, please.
Oh, no.
Please. Woman. Why she beat me up? Oh, wait, hold up. Okay, actually I don't mind with that pose that she just did. Women, huh?
It
Women.
was nerfed. Oh, like this season it became nerfed? It used to be better?
Yeah, I had the good side. I had a... There's a woman here. She's low, we can kill her. Yeah! No, live, sir!
I killed a man! I killed Mad Lad Johnson!
A man, and I liked it.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh wait, I should, let me get rid of that. Wait.
Oh no.
Oh!
She put me so I forgot that was there, Luna.
Yeah, that was this. Oh! Three hits for this? Oh shit, he's going. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's kidnapping. Can you kidnap a woman? Wait. Yeah. Hell yeah. Adamantium, baby. Oh wait, somebody's here. I saw things. Where the heck did they go?
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, look at you guys. So strong. So brave. So new. What is this bird doing? Is this the ugly duckling? But more with, what are these birds, guys? What are these birds? Experimented. Bow, 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 bow. Live! Oh my god, I saved you. I got you.
Duck Senpai.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Nova, come to me a little closer. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, good.
When the hell did they get a moon knight? Oh. Gods are outdated. Because I'm the god. I am the god. Oh shit, I forgot. I can do this.
Wait 1 second.
Live!
Okay, sorry.
Oh, meow. Again! 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 I wanna be. Oh my god! I wanna be part of it. Oh, is that a Spooderman?
Yeah.
I wanna be part of it again. Again. Oh. I got you, Frankie Joy. Okay.
Unfreaking believable.
Hi. Hit me if you can. Hit me if you can. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me if you can, sir.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I love the vampire skins.
The Wolverine one?
All of them. They're all so cool.
Nova likes vampires. Yes.
True.
Okay, vampires have white hair and red eyes, so that's like Silas. So
Gothic daddy nerds, y'all.
What should I play? That's liches. No, liches. Wait, Nova loves liches.
I thought liches were scary looking.
Yeah, they are. Does that also bite you? Yeah, he bites you gently. He's very cute.
Who are you calling a raccoon?
He's very nice. Anyway.
But sometimes we take stuff other people.
He's very nice. Okay.
Get ready.
There do be gothic nerds. Oh, you're right. Oh, then it is Nova's.
Put the timeline together.
Oh my god, who's winning?
I don't know who I'm playing against.
You're playing against yourself.
What? I only did one square though.
Why the but same? Oh, they're not. Oh, they're different. They're different. My bad.
I bet it worse games.
What did the Dalek say when he met Nilo? Experimental. Woman! Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? Come back! Come back, guys! Oh, nice. What? Is that a panther? Oh my god, do I miss banning things? Portal has been opened, guys. Portal. Frank has been having some crazy portals, so I trust him with portals. I trust him with portals.
I need attacks too. Whoa!
Oh hi. Oh hi, Mark.
Hey.
You know, they're gonna come and fight us, right?
Nah. They would never.
Okay, I'm reloading. Here you go. I got you.
You're welcome.
Oh, shit.
Where did the fire come from?
From Fireboy.
Is it Fireboy?
Yeah.
I'll patch you up. Team play. That's me.
Woman. Yeah.
Those bigots don't grow on trees, you know. Oh, someone scratch my back.
Got him, get him good. Hell yeah, baby. Oh my god. No! Live! Goodbye. Goodbye, I still have my penis in the car door.
I'll patch you up.
Let's
Leave them to Khonshu. Team play.
He killed the man.
Nice work.
Or, yeah. Shit, they got upset with me.
I'll patch you up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what an upgrade.
Good medicine.
Wow.
You're ready for action.
I got stuck on a tail.
Someone scratch my back. Those guys are about to shoot at us. You're welcome.
Almost there. Don't turn that now. Spider mode.
Your powers are mine. Armored up. Supernova! You're ready for action. This is real firepower.
I see him! I see him! Oh no. You're living, you're gonna live, you're gonna live, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, didn't even matter.
Oh no! Panther's bullies!
Oh, are you
there
alive?
Were lots of people outside.
Oh, I'm coming. They're not outside anymore.
You're welcome. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
I forgot I could double jump this Moon Knight. I never play him.
Spider beacon in service.
Nothing can be destroyed, by the way. The pole can be destroyed.
Tremble before power.
Oh no, these. He got me. Well, that was actual bullying. You got actually bullied.
No giving up. We still got some bite left in us.
With some white left in us, huh?
Oh my god.
Spider beacon in service.
Feeling stronger already.
You have money now.
There's a trail of darkness.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Oh fuck. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Oh! Oh, oh my god! Whoa! That was so cool. Like,
thank you.
That was so cool. No kidding. That was so cool.
Thank you so much, Peter. You always make me
That
feel
was
so
so
good when we play games
cool.
together. You make me feel like I'm a gamer.
You are. You saw that, guys. You saw that too, right?
Oh my god. Peter's adorable.
He's so cool.
This is real firepower.
He's slow.
I'll patch you up.
Oh no. Oh. Oh, hell yeah.
I appreciate you. I was gonna scold you, but I'm too tired.
You gonna scold me?
I was gonna scold Belf, don't worry.
Oh, scolding Belf, that's fine.
Yeah. What? My
Belf
Ankh
naughty.
is literally hovering on nothing.
Oh yeah, it is. Wait, does that mean they can destroy it?
Oh yeah, somebody just hit it really hard.
Us against the world.
Dang. You can destroy the thing.
Whoa.
There you go, it's gone. Hello! Oh my god, we gamers. We did it, guys. We did it. Did you know heals? Oh, I actually like this, like, the highlight thing for that. Penny.
I know. It's so cute.
If I now get used to no heals. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Damn, Avion is spitting straight facts, left, right, up, down. By the way, guys, we have 2 slots. If you want to join, just say it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No, it's resource.
No!
Okay. Basically, Ninu.
Thank you.
We're all trick-or-treating.
Trick-or-treating?
A, B, and C have candy that we want to collect, right?
Yeah.
But each one only has like 100 candy bars. And when we go to the first point, we're fighting the group apart, like the other team and us are fighting, and whoever gets the point can start grabbing as many candy bars as they possibly can.
I want to get
and
all
then
the
our score goes up, and then their score doesn't go up because we have the point. But if they get the point back, then they will start collecting the candy until the candy is totally gone from the point we're at, because there were only 100 candy bars there.
I want the candy. Where do I get the candy? Do I sit on it and get the candy?
We gotta steal the point from them, and then we can grab as much candy as we want.
I'm being chased by a woman. Please, I'm scared. It's a woman.
Oh god, I was getting chased
stuck.
by
I'm actually
Angela.
stuck. I'm actually stuck. I can't even see myself. Guys, I can't even see myself. Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck? Guys, where the fuck am I?
I don't know, but somebody was like, Jeff, you good?
No! Wait! What happened? I fucking stop! Bro, what the fuck? No! No! No teeth. No teeth. What the fuck? Guys, we found the place. We found a spot that doesn't work.
Oh?
Women! Women behind me! Women in front of me! I can't take this anymore! It's too much! Wait, I want the candy. Hold up, I want the candy.
We have to take the point from them in
Oh,
order
no.
to get the candy.
Oh shit, wait, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're okay.
Oh,
That's
I'm
all
just
trying
a
to spoil you,
boy.
dude.
I just got fucking bullied, man. Dude, what the fuck? I did away.
They're halfway to victory.
I wanted candy. I
Go
wanted
to point
candy.
B then.
Oh no, they took the candy. Oh. Okay, okay, but we can get more candy, right?
Yeah, B has more candy bars.
Okay.
But we have to unlock it and
So
say that
they're
it's
taking
ours
it
and not
already.
theirs.
The other team is extracting those resources. I am Phoenix.
Boop!
Great job. Running off resources. You've got competition.
No. No! Jeff is getting me.
Oh.
Jeff is taking me.
No. They're stealing the candy, Nino.
I'm trying. The Jeff kidnapped me. Oh, fucking hell. Holy shit. There's no way I'm gonna survive this.
So many reasons.
Oh shit, sorry. Hey, I'm here.
Oh, you're good. Oh,
Oh
never mind,
no,
I'm dead.
why everyone dead?
Oh no, Nino.
You guys are dead, is what I mean.
I don't know if they're gonna know that's what you meant.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh. Okay, yeah, I hate this. I don't like this mode.
I don't really like it either.
I killed him. Wait, did we win? Wow.
We had 7
I'm glad
candy
this
bars,
is
and
over.
the other team had 360.
Wow. I got scammed. I got locked in, bro. What the hell? There's sweaty there's Batman in this game?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Squishy. Squishy.
You don't have to be a witch to
No,
find
but do
a
you have the
magic in
Scarlet
this
Witch
world.
skin?
But it does help.
Not the new one.
Why not?
Because I haven't been playing Rivals as much, and I felt bad because I don't know. I spent so much money in Overwatch recently, and so I was like,
You like Overwatch more?
at the moment, actually, yes.
Hell yeah. By the way, look under me. Look under me. Look under
Oh,
my
yeah, I'm not
thing.
streaming.
You're not streaming. Yeah, you can look. Do you like it?
Oh, well, you're streaming and you're still looking.
Yeah, I always look. I do it for
Very
chat. Chat, I'm doing it for you.
I'm sort of glad we have way too good at this to retire so soon.
Incredible.
In 5, 4, 3.
We can show off our asses together on the internet.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Hey,
Of all the possible
Rustin
realities,
Frank's
this is not the one I
teleporter.
expected to find myself in.
It has worked every single time. Oh no, Frank died. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh gosh. Get out, guys, get out.
I got out.
Oh, wait, Frank went in. Oh, wait, he did it. Wait, his death was a bait. You know what? I think his death was bait. He was baiting them. I got him. Don't worry. I got him in the toes. Hi. That's 4.
They have a widow.
That's 5. Do they have a widow?
Yeah, the widow is down here.
Oh gosh, give me the 6th. 6!
Did you get a penta?
I have 6 in a row. Maybe 6 in a row. By the way, you can heal me when I'm invisible now.
I know, I love that about this season, actually.
Yeah. Hey, women. Hi, woman. Hi, woman. The best of you.
Oh, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing music.
Oh wow, she fucking cancelled my ult. The best of you. I'm on him. Wow, I'm on them. I'm on both of them. Oh shit, she's actually got. Never mind.
You wanted to do slap, but you didn't have 500. What does this mean?
That's 3.
What does it mean? Ow!
Ooh, I wanted to slap, but I didn't have a menu reward. You. Wow. Okay. Belf.
Oh. I get it now. I get it now, chat.
Yeah! Grand finale. Oh shit.
Oh no.
I'm not keen on that.
Oh god. Oh god.
Wait,
oh
what?
god. Oh god.
I am at least die together. Thank you.
I want to make the same mistakes again.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Go base.
Frank, you're getting sniped. I'm keeping you alive, but you. Oh.
You say I got you, boo. You think you would beat me? You think you would beat me?
You're not going anywhere.
Oh, best of you. Oh shit.
Help! Help! Flying lady! Flying lady!
Where is she? Is she in front? Is she in the back?
She was up my ass. Oh my god.
Okay. Oh. Okay, the back then. My bad. Sorry.
It's okay.
I got you. I got you, man.
Plasma? That sniper is
Plasma what? Bitch.
a nice deep freeze. Be right back.
I'm on a... I can't see us. I can't see where she is.
Hits the grand finale. Chaos control.
Oh,
After
behind.
Goodbye.
Wait. There you go. Have fun. Speech stucking me. I put you guys up. I made you stuck.
Sorcerer Supreme. I am ready to put on a show. This is some real firepower, Frank.
Hey guys, I'm gonna. Oh no! I'm gonna ult him. I'm not gonna ult him. Alright, guys. It didn't work out. She was hitting it from the back. Yo, what the hell is that skin?
Goodbye.
Why is he like a little baby with no hair? Oh, guys, look at this. Do you like this?
Oh, let the boy.
He's gone. He's gone. Don't worry, you're fine. I know, man. That's scary.
You froze him, but you were still on me.
I know, it's so scary. Man, scary. We can destroy this. There you go.
Got it.
Life is knife. Life is knife.
Ouchie.
Life is knife. Knife is life.
Judge, jury.
I got him. Don't worry. I got him. Shawty's all melody in my head. You can go every day. Like stuck in my dick is stuck in replay. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Again.
Did we have an again?
No, I was just thinking.
Oh wait, you wanted me to say my dick is stuck in replay again?
Well, no, it's never mind.
Wink your face. Dick is stuck in the car door. It's still stuck in the car door. I couldn't be bothered to get it out.
Let me penis in the car door.
Let my penis in the car door. This very P9 heavy stream. So normal Ninu stream. Yeah, I always talk about my pee-pee, Frank. I always talk about it. Have you not seen my 12.4?
You mean your third?
Get a room. I get a room with who? You? With my massive dick?
Oh my god.
Alright. Can I, is this domination, right?
I have mutant powers. And
I wanna see what.
Magic too.
Let's see, what does it do?
A
room with these nuts.
This is the Scarlet Witch skin I have.
Oh, I do like that one though. But I like the. I think I like the pink one, maybe. The pink and blue one. And
I read because I'm nerd.
oh man.
About my dark side anymore, Stephen?
I am, but books and tea will
Oh
teach
my god, I like the heart that you do. She has booty shorts. Wait, oh. Oh man. I'm bloody clacked up. Clacked up with metal. With armor.
You haven't played Scarlet Witch in forever.
Well, I should probably not go this way, right?
Enemy can always use a shield. This feels good. From limbo.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh shit. Nova, kill them all! Kill them all! Are you gonna break me, my innocent body? Yes. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what it means, right? Wait, hold up, there's somebody up here. Fuck, he would. Damn it. Damn it. I couldn't hit anything. Oh, that sounds so sad. Is his name Miguel? Not Miguel O'Hara.
What are you talking about?
You said you're big. Bro, wait. I'm talking about the enemy Hanzo. His name is not Miguel O'Hara.
Oh.
Miguel O'Hara. I'm coming down.
Oh no!
Oh, sorry.
I'm scared. Oh, I don't think I made this. I made this.
Oh fuck. Okay, I guess I'm going Hansel. Wait, no, I'm gonna go this woman.
Yeah.
Answer them.
I didn't have made game pod ready. There was a streamer on our team. Oh yeah, TTV.
Inside my head. I am ready to put on a show. Resistance is futile. Problem solved.
Oh. Go Nova. Go Nova. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Go Nova. It's your birthday. Go birthday girl.
Feels like living.
You perished, but you let us live. You let us.
Aww. Cool.
I feel like
I've
this.
been afraid to play Scarlet Witch because I feel like I used to be good at her, but then like some games I'm really good, and then in other games I was like trash.
Invisible? Glory is almost yours.
I want your soul.
Shields up.
One day I will hit something. I swear I will. I will. I swear. Wait. Okay, they're dead. Never mind. I didn't get a chance to hit them.
Trouble has arrived. You never fail to impress me, Reed.
They have a streamer on their team. What they do? Who is it? Who is it?
TTV. You got a TTV.
My realm is the great river.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, my name is Mikhail. Your name is Mikhail? Oh no, we know.
Name. You have a nice name.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I hate to admit it, but science alone might not get us through this one.
Things must be dire if you're willing to factor magic as a possible solution.
I'm willing to explore any advantages we have available, Stephen.
They have 9 followers.
They're not streaming now, and as far as I can tell, they never have. Oh, okay, they're not real.
No, they were last live August 4th.
August 4th?
Yep.
That's like 10 years ago.
That was last week, Nina.
That's last week?
Or shit, no, it's September. Ah, fuck, I keep forgetting what month it is. Last month. It was last month. Let the go, shut up.
You sure about it?
Shut up, chat. I just woke up.
Are you sure about it? Oh, holy fuck! I just came down. Holy shit.
I was fine, but thank you.
So technically a year ago.
Immortality has its privileges.
Yeah.
Disappear! Barely harmed. A brief taste of hell.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh fuck! I don't want to be here. Wait, wait. Hanzo's here. Where's Hanzo gone?
Beholds the god of thunder!
Find that soul.
Oh my god. So strong. So brave.
Advantage gained in the
Whoa, holy shit, I didn't notice her boobs. Why are they so big? I'm not
How
jealous.
you playing Hella?
Yeah. Holy shit, it's so like... I don't know what the word is. Guys, do you guys understand me, right? No. Oh shit. Oh! You god. Okay.
Let them come and face the queen of hell. Feel the pulse.
Who thought she was...
An opportunity for combat.
Yeah, hell.
We captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Healing. Why would I need healing? As expected. Getting hurt too.
Oh, I fell. How embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
I want your soul. I'll do my best to carry on with spiders explode. Destroy the nest.
Glory is almost yours.
Behold! That child! I want your soul.
Defense is the key.
Hell unleashed!
Thank you.
I bring hell
Okay.
down on their heads. Healing. Why would I need healing?
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
I want your soul.
My god. Perky? Is that what it
Abby
is?
stole my A's.
Oh my god, Abby, unbelievable. Did you not see it? Did you not see how it was?
I was trying to save your leg.
It's unnatural. But then again, she's not natural, is she?
Perky.
I think I need a close-up inspection. Abby and Stealer of Ace. Oh, what did I get? Achievement for what? As magic partner with Doctor Strange. I landed 1 kill. Are you proud of me?
Ooh, I'm proud of you.
Really? Thank you.
Need this kitten spray.
Oh.
Excellent, excellent.
This is what I wanted. And I equipped it. Nice. Wait, Nova.
Yeah.
You the pants, right?
Oh yeah, I was letting you open all your stuff though.
Oh, no, don't bother about that.
But yeah, Okay.
Wait, hold up. He said hold. I'm one heroic
shit,
journey.
what do you
Oh wait,
mean?
okay. So, yeah. Do you
Okay,
Abion, do your thing.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I see a Doctor Strange skin I want. Oh, which one is it? Is it the Zhu Liang? Oh, I'm not familiar with that. Who is that? The Immortal Sorcerer. Oh yeah, so the one I was thinking of, the one with like the hands coming out of his cape. I think that's a nice skin. I like it.
Oh, like the dead guy one?
I'm Luna
Yeah.
Snow.
No, I don't want this skin for her. I wanted the. Oh, I wanted the other skins. This does not give me the. This does not give me any advantage.
Advantage.
Ugh, yeah, advantage. You know.
Like bikini.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Zilong is a famous prime minister of the Shu Han dynasty during the Three Kingdom era of China.
The battle starts
Okay.
in 5, 4.
Stand back.
I wanna look
history
it
nerd
up.
in chat.
I wanna look it up, but I'm gonna forget. So can you send it to me? Oh, guys, put it in the Ninu General, so I make sure I look.
Oh, she was so close.
Oh my God, he's a panther! Wait, I got you. No, I don't have you. I'm sorry.
What?
A nice deep freeze.
I hate panther. That was a lot of words, Frank. Just the name, so I can look it up. Or if you find, I don't know, like a short summary or a wiki, just put it in knowledge and then tag me in it. Knowledge. There's a panther here. No, please stop. In here.
Over there.
He's in there.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
No, you're not gonna die. I'm seeing with you. Wait, where's your uncle?
Who froze me? Who froze me?
Not me. It wasn't me. It was the enemy team.
Damn.
They can't deflect it, can they?
It was about to pop off.
No! Wait. I saved you. 4, 3, 2, 1. This squid's is ours. Guys, we're only losing because I don't have the skin, the bikini skin on.
You're so right.
I would have been locked in.
I like the cold. Us against the world.
Okay, I'm not gonna be part of that. Oh, you're dead. I think we should fall back. Hi, Noah.
Be strong together.
Hi.
Need some help.
Frank, don't die on me, please. Don't die on me!
Oh my goodness.
Nova, stop playing on me! Guys, stop it! Stop it! Stop!
Oh, what?
You got one person, it's fine.
One person.
It's more than zero. I was gonna say it's more than two. That would be a lie.
No, it's okay, Nino. You were doing your best.
Don't die on me! No dying, please! I do not accept death!
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm gonna ulti.
Put on a show.
Come back to me, Nova! Come back to my ult, Nova! 3, 2, 1! Oh. Oh no! No, I'm dead!
I know.
You Chinese history nerd? Oh, Nina doing great, Mads. Bro, look.
Someone needs a snowball in the
We love nerds here, don't worry.
1 times 1 is 1.
I love that I keep on pressing R to reload. I'm so used to
Oh my god, because of Overwatch?
Well, just everyone.
Oh!
Everyone I play, there's at least usually like a one reload.
Yeah, you're right. It's weird because I'm... Oh, woman! What? She missed? Can he kill him? Can he kill him? He's one!
Oh, I tried! He's so low. Hey. I got him.
You got him?
Yeah, but now I'm trapped in here. There we go.
Wait, that's not ours?
Stop!
Live!
Look.
Oh my god! Oh my god! This is one. He's don't let him get away. Please, please. Thank you so much.
Like somebody killed him.
I hate Panther players. They should be castrated.
I made a short about that.
I know you did. I saw it.
I'm so glad you liked it. It's just
I
all
do.
you
I like
funny.
all your
Oh
shorts.
shit! I got deleted.
You capture all the beautiful moments.
I don't have to be Thanks so much. I am ready to put on a show.
I got you guys. I got you guys. Go angry. Kill them. Oh no! I let you down.
I am ready to put on a show. A nice deep freeze.
Oh fuck. I have let you down.
Oh, that looks like bad situation.
I'm back in the fight.
Oh god damn.
Wait, did she just... That's not us, right? That's not somebody in our team, right? Please tell me it's not.
Who?
Thank God. Guys, I was about to say how shit you were. It's not you guys. You guys are not shit. I'm so glad it's not you guys. I would have been so sad. I would have been so sad, guys. I would have been so sad.
Oh ha 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 ha.
It's not you guys. I'm so glad. Oh, okay. Now I can say all the things I wanted to say. That was a shit ult. Very, very bad ult. Maybe they're fat fingered. Albion just keeps stealing. I saw that all too. You did? I know, it was awful, right? Maybe they fat fingered. Maybe they fat fingered. Let's just think that they fat fingered it.
You know, would you be offended if I went to go work on my Overwatch 2 Battle Pass, but I could still chat with you on the call?
You want me to play Overwatch with you?
Oh, well, you could play Overwatch with me, but I thought you were streaming Rivals.
I mean, look, I only started playing Marvel Rivals with you, Nova.
Well, I have the Battle Pass on Overwatch and not on Rivals right now, so...
Chat, you guys okay with that?
I always gotta switch.
Nino has a point.
She always has a point.
I always have a point. Yeah, thank you guys, thank you. Okay. I'll play Overwatch now. And I have the perfect Overwatch, guys. I have the perfect Overwatch Nino. Guys, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. I swear. Look at it, guys. Ty made this. Do you guys like this? Isn't it so pretty? Wait, I need to.
Oh, I saw that! Oh yeah, the Kiriko Nino.
Kiriko. Look at it, guys. Isn't it beautiful? There's also a somber one. There's also a somber one. I love it.
I love it too.
I want to make merch of it. But I don't know what line she said, what Kiriko says.
Kira kira beam!
Kira kira beam! Kira canoe! Nova, you wanna play with viewers or just
I would play with viewers.
Yeah! Chat, you can join. Make sure you add. I think I might have like a... Is it Battle.net? Do I have a Battle.net command? Nah. Cool, need to update Overwatch. Okay, okay, this is my number, guys.
You're not found?
Make sure you call. Make sure you call me. Let me hear you guys. Call me.
I mean, I'm getting an error, a player not found when I try to invite you.
Oh my god. I got invited to play Overwatch with Nova. I got invited to play Overwatch with Nova.
What? I have an account. It's... What? Huh.
You want me to share your number? I don't know how to share your number, don't worry.
Oh, my bad.
Chat, you guys can add me.
I was excited. I'm my first to the party.
Because you haven't opened the game. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love loot boxes, guys. Loot boxes.
I know.
I'm so glad they brought it back.
Literally, honestly, the loot boxes are driving my love of this game so much.
I'm so glad. Belf, you got the category. Chat, add me Ninu hashtag 21868. I don't know why that number is so big. It never used to be that big. You know what I mean.
Do we want to do quick play or ranked?
What do you want?
Maybe we should do quick play.
Okay, yeah, let's do quick play. Oh, more like quick A. Tell us what you really mean. Wait, who are you talking? Oh shit, sorry. My bad. Wait, Frank's update is done.
Okay. I exited queue.
Excuse me, Abion, why aren't you in the condom gang?
Imagine.
Wow. Oh my god. my god. My god.
I said I was hungry. Well, I wouldn't be mad if you said after that statement that you were going to go get yourself some food.
Yeah, go get yourself some food. In fact, I demanded. I will kick you out myself if I could. Wait, could I even kick him out? I can't kick him out. See, Frankazoid knows because Kitty gang for life. Okay, true, but you have to go eat now. Go eat.
I'm not gonna queue for quick play until I hear confirmation Abby's going to get a snack.
Did you kick him out?
I didn't kick him out. Is he
you know
gonna
how
get
to
a
kick
snack?
him out?
Well, yeah, I know how to kick him out, but I'm just saying, if he gets a snack, then we don't need to punish him.
Oh. He doesn't want to be punished?
Literally pulled up. Goddamn. Aye, let's go. Let's go. What are you getting?
I have. Yeah, you need to have a gross oversimplification of Zhu Liang. He was a military strategist known for being a hard worker and talented individual, especially for his age. Oh, I want to know more.
We love nerds. Just not sure what I'm feeling
I
like.
can be a nerd. Bread. Chess.
You could be my nerd, you know.
That's just me. But I had Boiga today. I mean, I still haven't finished it. It's still there.
You should finish your Boiga.
I know. I just took a bite of it.
Good. What should we tell Abby to get, guys? What are your top 3?
Yeah, you should. Since it's Friday, you should get pizza.
Oh yeah.
Either get pizza today or get pizza on Sunday. Get hamburger.
Closed on Sunday? Okay, well, it's a good thing it's Friday.
Yeah. Well, time for you to... Oh!
I don't know what Carl's Jr. is, but I don't really...
Oh, I'm deciding between Little Caesar and Carl Jr. I have no idea either of them. Is one of them
Carl's
salad?
Jr. I don't know what Carl's Jr. is.
Okay, well, let's find out. Carl's Jr.
I've never been to a Hardee's. Get Hardee's.
Tom Hardy. Looks like you. Nino pizza or
burger.
Ooh,
ignoring me.
Okay.
He's ignored me.
If you're gonna get pizza on Friday or make pizza on Sunday, then get burger today. If you're not gonna make any pizza on Sunday or buy pizza on Sunday, then get pizza today. Did that make sense? Lue Wei is basically the parents of the romances telling of the history book of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I have not read that.
Streamer, pay attention to me.
You could. Okay, get burger then. Get Boiga. And then on Sunday, stream yourself making pizza.
Oh yeah, pizza making stream. I didn't see a message
for content.
Oh my god.
From the time zone was Xiao Dun retained it to Cao. You know, I have looked into a lot of history stuff, but like not the Chinese dynasty and stuff like that. Maybe it's time I do that.
I throw us into the game now that Abian has ordered food.
He ordered food? Hell yeah. Abion, oh my god. Abion, excuse me, can you, be one of us? Sir?
I haven't ordered it yet? Oh.
You still... Bro.
Order your damn food!
Bro.
I'm sorry, Nuno. I can stop being difficult if I know it's your stream.
Oh, it's fine. You saw when I with an arrow took out his own eye and kept fighting? Hell yeah.
You impatient female! Oh my god.
Myth goes he ate his own eye. Ah.
As one does, I suppose.
Bro, impatient female? That is a saying. Holy shit. That should be on a t-shirt. Impatient female.
I should just wear that as like a warning sign around my neck.
Impatient female. Sounds like something Fable would say. Yeah. Hey. Hi, the Jaded Dragon. Hi. It was also reported that after his cousin died and took in his only son as his own during a time of famine, he raised his cousin's son over his own children. Ooh! Was it because they were like better? They were better children? My own children do not recognize me.
Bro saw his children as a number.
No, I said I can have more children my cousin cannot. Oh wait, I have definitely heard that saying before. Oh, so it was that fella, huh? On that note, when is the
Avian, did you order it? Did you order it? Did you order it, Avian? Did you order it?
Did you get it, Abion? Did he?
That's
one way to logic that. Yeah, but it's good logic. It's like you know in Assassin's Creed when the woman is told I don't know something, but she's like I can make more babies, something like that. Yeah. Hey. How you doing, Jade Dragon? Your name reminds me of Jade Empire. I don't know if any of you guys have played that. I actually really enjoyed playing that game when I was playing it on the Xbox X. And then I tried to get it to work on computer, but it didn't work, which was a shame. The value of life back then didn't have much stock as compared to Lineage. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, not 7th century. The 3rd century? King's Row.
I voted for it already. Don't worry.
You know how much. Who
the fuck is doing Flashpoint on the other team?
Dang, holy shit, I was about to kill somebody. Let's go! We're going to England! And I'm going to be breading the onion. Breading the onion ring, and Nova will walk in with a bowl of rice saying she got tired of waiting and wants to panda. that's definitely Nova.
Well, listen. Maybe. I would wait. If somebody was cooking for me, then I would be so thankful. And so I would wait.
Wait, that's not even a link. Scavenging, wait, I can see your thing. Your battle tag, The number is that, but okay, what's your name?
Any German music you
Yeah, Automod got it dumb like that.
Join
yeah.
you, but my computer is too slow.
Oh. Bad name. That's crazy. The stain.
Whoa. Ball.
Wow. What a whore. Okay. She's gonna be expecting me here. Can you tell me where the widow is? I fell down anyways.
I'm unsure.
Are
I
you
can't see
sure?
her. Oh wait, she's jumping up really
she
high.
did a jumping thing. Okay.
Right now I think she's right here.
Yeah,
right here,
she's main.
in front of the bus. Ah! Fucking hamster!
You mean? Oh! Hey, I shot him in the head.
Proud.
Oh, I missed him. Okay. Okay. Oh! Yo, did you guys see that? Oh! Don't go too back. Don't go too back, Frank. Cause there's oh shit. Okay. Okay, let's get
Get the cart, get the cart.
What is cart? What is cart?
This is the cart. This is the cart. This is Overwatch.
Overwatch? Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I mean, like, I get it. Oh, holy shit. Did you see that shot, guys? Chat, did you see the shot? Did you see the shot? Wait, she's in here. Oh, hi. Fuck off. Come on. 1v2? Are you kidding me? That was more than one shot, by the way. That was an accident on his behalf.
Oh god. I literally just shot myself into that.
It takes more than that to kill me.
Oh gosh, she sees me.
I have boo boo.
You have boo boo?
Bob.
Oh. I missed. She's so thin.
Cart was just chilling back here.
Okay, where's that widow? Oh, she's on top. I see. Got him. Oh my god. I'm better than you.
Ian Payload Princess.
Payload Princess? Oh, I missed. Wait. I missed that? Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna do that.
Have fun, Bob.
Hi. He's gonna win this. Oh wait, he's coming for me. He's coming. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Did Bob even kill anybody? Bob didn't even kill anybody.
Oh fuck. She got me.
What the fuck, Bob?
She got me. Do you like my shots, Belf? You like my shots, Belf? Belf, you know you could have been one of us. You could have been part of the... You could have been part of the team. You could have been part of a team. You love my shots? Oh my god, really? I missed again. Oh shit, we did it! Oh my god.
You know, look at our, like, the difference between our kill death on DPS.
Oh shit. Let's go. Hey look, you got more damage. Oh my god, I got the pinky up.
Ooh.
Oh, look at Kirko, the way she stands up. And then I miss.
It's okay, it's okay.
That's all I did.
Okay, if I could have you, do you want to try ranked?
Why? It's not too late.
Do you want to try ranked? So I can...
Yeah. It's not too late to be one of us. It's not too late.
It's true. You could join us both.
Never too late.
Sure. Don't play ranked with us. Cannot queue with 4 players. Valve! Valve!
Valve, make it so we can play. Valve, change it. Oh no, okay, he does all. Okay, do you want to do quick play, Valve? Do you want to do quick play? Do you want to do quick play? Valve, should I get the skin? Valve, should I get the skin?
I was trying to say it obnoxiously, Abby.
I don't want to play.
Okay, we'll keep doing quick play.
Wait, I have the skin. Never mind, I don't have to get it. Mission accomplished. Did you get your num num? Has it arrived or is it too early?
I think he just ordered it like a couple minutes ago, so it might still be like on the way.
Too early? Well, tell them to use the Sonic Speed. Sonic Speed? Do you like the skin? I know Belf's favorite skin. I know Belf's favorite skin is this one. No, this one. It's this one! Right, Belf?
Ooh.
It's good. Do you like the skin? You like the skin on her? I don't like it. Let's see.
I have the mermaid skin on her.
Oh, I like the mermaid skin. I used this goddess skin for like... When I first started playing Overwatch, that was my skin to go. Yeah. Blood elf. Blood elf. You like it? You like it? You could have gotten ice cream. Did you not get ice cream? How could you not get ice cream? Do you hate me? Oh my god, how do you hate me? Why do you hate me so much?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, game is telling me to play Genji.
Are you going to?
No. Look at my level. Level 3. Should I do it, guys? I'm not getting paid for this. No, I don't have to.
You hear that, chat? She'll do it if you cheat her.
Bruh, please. No, don't. Do you hate yourself? Do you not need money?
You called me stinky that one time, and this is revenge. Oh my god. Nino, how could you?
What do you mean?
what Abby said in chat.
Oh, wait. Oh. I didn't get ice cream because you called me stinky that one time, and then this is revenge. Oh my god, that's bollocks. Yeah, you want to come up here? Look, we're in a special place. I'm in a special. Oh no. Guys, I have a porter. I have a teleporter.
Oh boy.
I got one. Oh, I'm going to show me in the head. Bollocks. Yeah, fucking bollocks. Unbelievable. 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 I'm quite elegant with my words. What are you gonna do? Hit me? What are you gonna do? Charge me? Are you sure about this? Are you... Idiot. Idiot. Don't worry, I got this. See, I got this, guys.
Aligning sentry positions.
Ooh, where's your heal thing, by the way?
Over there.
Okay.
I can put it. I'll put it in here.
Oh, don't peek.
Oh, she
fuck,
got the tank.
Yeah, but I'm charged. It's okay. I can get him.
I got it.
Hi. Hi, darling. Hi, darling. Bye.
Positioning turret.
Okay, I can't get this woman. Wait, she's coming down. She's coming down to res. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Triple kill. There you go, Pia. Also, for the record, I probably haven't played Overwatch enough to even be able to queue for ranked. I know. But
so
still,
fair,
I
actually.
invited you. And when you invited, I need to play with us.
You can still play quick play with us.
Yeah, when you don't want to play with us, you don't like us. You don't like us? Is that it? Holy shit. Oh, man.
Best round 1.
Well, you don't like me? You don't like me? I like you.
I've been having fun playing Alari.
Yeah?
With each mission, my techniques grow more optimized.
Did I just hear somebody breathe into the mic? No, it was the hog. It was the hog.
Okay, it's not me.
Oh, no, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Don't worry. Please breathe. Please breathe, you. No, it sounded too deep to be you. That's why I was like, I creeped out. Because I thought I had voice chat off, but it was just hog in my ear.
Breathing is optional.
No.
Yes, sir. Hey, there's somebody.
Constructing my teleporter. Our enemies return. Aligning sentry positions.
Heal his ass. My healing thing is in the room.
Come on. be a doll and give yourself to me. Fuck off. No, I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that, you rat. Oh, wait. Oh, I... Whoa, he fell. Kinda sad.
Oh, he's going this way.
Oh, they have a bastion. Huh? Oh. Mom! Mom! Somebody was trying to touch it. I don't think he's gonna touch it. Oh, he's gonna touch it. He's touching it. He's touching it. She's touching it. We did it! We did it.
Fable? What?
Fable? Where? Fable? Oh man, I thought she was gonna call me Kin, but
no, Fable's not
here.
on the call breathing in my ear, don't worry.
No. You're not here to call me Kin?
I know.
Oh. Is Silas here to call me Kin?
I wish.
Yeah, where was that skin? Oh. There you go, I equipped it now. So I like the figure skating for Symmetra skin. It's pretty. Oh wait, Ice Princess is also pretty because it's pink. He's pink. Oh yes. They did make changes to him. Okay, but look. Overwatch actually makes changes to the hero. Unlike Panther since season what? Season 0? Fucking hell. Just delete him. Who picked Throne? Throne of Anubis. It's not even me. Panther just got hella nerfed. What do you mean? Did he get nerfed this season? Maybe Anna. I like this skin. This is kind of pretty. I think about Jalen Brunson at night.
Who?
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Outlaw
Think about your mother.
Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on.
Oh my god.
Fidget spinner! I got one new skin. You do with for the Reinhardt? Wait, is that the one that you're using right now? Fidget spinner. Nobody want to see my fidget spinner?
Oh, I think I've seen it, but I really like it.
Yeah. Oh, you know where you should put your thing?
Yeah, tell me where.
First put it here. Do you see where I'm shooting? Yeah, put like a couple of there, and maybe here, and then here. Okay, when just on the trail thing, on the thingy. Oh.
Oh, you're amazing me.
Okay, next place that you will put is the purple. Oh, fucking hell. I'm reloading? Whoa! Holy shit. Fucking Bugs Bunny got you.
Me, or are they sweaty?
Yeah, they are sweating. Oh, Frank, you purple. Okay, you're fine. Okay, let me know when you're back, and then I'll show you the next place to put it.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here.
You're here? Okay. You see this part? This?
Oh yeah, I already put one there.
Here? Nice. And then maybe here. Or like on there. Nice.
Frank, we're playing a game.
Guan Yu was in Genuworld? Was he blind? Oh shit! Oh shit! There you go, I got you. Oh fuck, he's coming for me. Fuck, how did I know? He came for me.
Oh god, wait, I did not notice this guy. I literally just put a turret on the ground on accident because I forgot who I was playing.
Oh, he was a giant? I mean, I suppose Reinhardt is a bit of a giant, isn't he? Known as the God of War. Oh, so he's just like... He's just like... Wait. Brody. Oh, I hit him. He's one hit away. Oh shit. Oh, she's low. Oh, he's here. Jeez. Oh man. Oh man. Nice.
This ends now.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know where she is. Oh, don't peek, Nova! Nova! Okay, that's a nice wall. He's low. He's purple. Damn, you got scammed. Where are you? Where are you, women? Women? Oh my god, I nanoed you. Nice. I got him. Hey. Hehehe. Sheesh, 1 HP in a dream. Okay, I heal myself, it's fine. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to get, is it? Oh. Crikey.
hockey.
Oh no, this is on me. This is on. Oh, it's not on. Kind of on me. Oh shit! Wait. Did we get him? Oh fuck! Oh shit! You dead. Oh fuck!
I appreciate the support.
Who's here? Destroy her! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! We winners!
Nice!
We're better than them. Hell yeah! Whoa. Imagine getting highlight for actually healing the teammates.
Play one without me? Oh, okay. Wait,
We're gonna miss you. Oh, guys, remember this? Look at his boobies. Look at his boobies. It's jiggling.
Wait, I got a loot box.
His boobies jiggling. Oh shit, I should just buy all these, shouldn't I? I love how play the game is just keep me alive. Yeah. But you know, like, how hard it is to, like, get play of the game as a sport? Pretty rough. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Jiggle physics used correctly. I know, right? Say cheers! Cheers! Okay. Name. Wait, did we not queue?
Oh, wait, sorry. I had
Nova
it.
didn't queue. Nova didn't queue. But yeah, Huan Yu was an outlaw who was wanted after murdering someone. I believe it was over gambling. Oh hell yeah, let's go. But later during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, he joined the Liu Bei as a militia member. Oh man. And helped form Shu Han Dynasty and was around for his duelist.
That was
damn.
Weird. What happened, Avian?
Well, that was weird. Oh, what happened? I actually don't mind any of them. Nova, are you gonna ask me the question? Nova?
Have you heard Imagine Dragons' new album?
No, that's not the question. I thought you were gonna say, ask me like, which one do you hate the least? Because everybody asks me which one I like the most.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's
you know
fine.
Which one you hate the least?
It's fine. It's fine.
Bro, I just like
Nice.
Nova.exe stopped working as soon as you were like, oh, I can use my new Echo skin I got today from my loot box.
It's fine.
It's so pretty and colorful. Guys, I got this in a loot box today, and then Fable was like, it looks delicious. It looks like it would
It
taste
does.
good.
It looks like candy.
I'm good to go.
Can I eat you? Yum yum
Of course,
yum.
anytime.
I didn't have to wait for that. I just ate her. I gobbled. Where's my somber one? Guys, where's my somber? Where's my somber one?
Round one.
Sombrero! Oh, I can't find it. Okay. Stuck with Kiriko. Where's the phone playing fair? Where's the phone playing fair? Oh yeah, there you go.
Where's the fun in playing fair?
Where's the phone playing fair? Oh gosh.
You're mine now.
Oh, you was solo. Shit, he just shot me in the face.
Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like that?
Oh, the Rico's solo.
Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like that?
Holy shit.
Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like that?
I did it myself.
Where's the ball like that? Where's the ball like
Oh,
that?
fuck, this is... I don't want to be here. You leaving me. Hi. Mommy. Oh. He's hacked. Oh, wait, he's not hacked. My bad. Fuck Hanzo. Oh.
Feeling much better. You're mine now.
Holy shiz. Oh, shizzle. Okay. Watch me get destroyed by them. Oh! Hi. Holy shit. Okay, I'm changing. Too far. Do you want me to have fun in the game? Oh, holy shit. Okay. Calm your ass down, birdie. Holy shit. He's actually gonna kill me. Ain't no way he took you away. You got kidnapped, buddy. Guys, look. No walls. Oh no, please. No. I killed myself. I died. I killed myself. I fell off the map. Stop it, Belle. Stop it. I'd like you to know that I'm trying my besties. I didn't kill my own mother.
That was a good combo.
Best round.
Fuck. Funny. Well, I am glad you are having fun under my what's the word?
Roof?
Not roof. Under my pain. Something like that. Underwear. My dick.
There is always room for improvement.
I messed her up. Wait, they got the Kiriko skin already? Wait, this is level 80. This person plays a lot.
Do you see the healer?
Bruh. Got me. Hey, I can spell right, so it's not enough. I got you. Please die. Please. Thank you. Where is this man? Where are you? I finally got him. The person that I just wanted to get. Okay, I'm gonna get this health pack. You should come peek. Come peek. Bye. Haha, dumbass. I booped him off, guys. I booped him off. I booped him off. Come here. Wait a minute. You're gonna come up here, huh? Oh no. Hi! I am dying. Hi, mother. Bye, mommy. Don't. They let me get away with that. That shouldn't even be allowed. I punched him. Oh fuck. I don't want to be here. Hi.
I missed the shot.
Who's around?
Oh shit, I was distracted by the 1 HP pinata. You're such a booper.
Holy shit, what the fuck was that shot? You good. You good. You shot me in the face. And then called me big disgrace. And said I had cheese all over my face. Oh, I tried. I tried so hard. Not so far. Okay, come peek.
In the end,
I got some. Fuck. Okay. Alright, bozo. Stop it. Stop. Wait, who? Does he have like... Are you sure about this? Bye.
Incredible.
Potatoes and molasses.
I love that show.
You do it? You do? Oh hell yeah.
I
It's
love
so
Over
cute.
the Garden Wall. Oh shit.
Oh hell yeah. Potatoes or molasses. Okay, I can't do anything about Hansel. Oh, we did it!
Lego.
Oh, potatoes and molasses. Get the fuck off my property. Property. Molasses.
I aim to captivate. It's hard.
Oh fuck, I'm streaming. I can't do that. Okay, what about
Wait,
this,
what were
guys?
you doing?
Nothing. I'm not doing anything. Molasses. You never finished watching that show? Oh.
Who didn't?
I mean, I didn't follow the show, but like I watched episodes of it.
Oh my god, how did you not finish it? It's so much. It's so.
Wait, you know who I finished?
Who?
I just saw a little gap. Oh, it's just a healing thing.
You mean?
Wait. I missed! Oh no, Anna, you didn't. Oops, didn't you? Whoa. Oh shit. That would have been a cool headshot if I actually hit it, but I didn't hit it. We're gonna touch that booty. Touch that booty. Wait. Touch that booty. Touch that booty. Okay. Wait, where's that Cassidy gone? Oh shit! He's gonna fight me. He's gonna try it. He's gonna die to it.
I guided him, don't worry.
Thank you. I mean, playing Cass.
I've been waiting.
Okay, that means I can play Surgeon.
We're in this together.
Oh boy.
All of us.
I got stuck on something.
Think I'd ever let
He's
you
gone.
down? I'm an idiot.
He's deceased. Oh shit.
But it's very important in Over the Garden Wall to notice the background art. It all ties together and it's so beautiful.
Holy shit. Oh.
Careful.
Clear out.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna leave you to it, man. Okay, fine. I'm coming in. Oh, fuck. This is a mistake.
There.
This is a mistake. A mistake.
Bob just killed 3 men.
Oh, shit. Bob fucking popping. Oh, shit. Believe in Bob, guys. Believe in Bob.
Bro, I hope Bob gets play of the game and I was just dead the whole time.
You know, that is actually my favorite, like, highlights. When, like, Bob gets to play of the game. I'm sorry. Okay, look, I can explain. Because I booped him off. Oh.
Oh no, it wasn't.
Oh, it's not. Okay, it's the boop. It's the boop. There we go.
Incredible. Albion, are you ready?
Albion, are you ready? Bob is sexist. Bob has... I don't know. Bob is just Bob, guys. Bob is just Bob.
Oh. Oh, wait. Sorry. Wait, let me... how do I... Cancel. Cancel. Okay.
Cancel. Oh my god, I got a loot box. I'm gonna open my loot box.
Okay, can I pee really quick?
Oh, there's nothing new.
I'm gonna pee really quick, chat.
Oh my god. Abby joined. This is normal skin. Oh, let's get the black one. You must pee slowly. I pee. Oh wait, are these like important names, or are these colors? Yeah, the purple is not that bad either. I don't like the green one, but I'll get it anyways. He's trickling. She. Mic drop.
It's all in good fun, right? Relax.
Relax.
She sells seashells.
It got me, cat.
Oh man.
I was not chuckling while peeing again. Not this time.
Oh.
It got me kitsy though.
这是我手，以前干过那么2-3次吧。
I forget where we. No, we weren't.
Break what doesn't bend.
Oh,
Oh my god, I'm invited to play a game.
It's all in good fun. Don't even sweat it.
Don't even sweat it. I need some spammable lines.
Are you engaging your core?
Are you engaging your core?
Be still as a mountain and move like a great river. Nothing in the world is as yielding as water.
Nino, did you want me to put you in charge so you can do your
Oh,
custom?
no. You take us. I believe in you, Nova.
Oh, thank you.
I believe in you. I believe. I can wall. I can wall. I can wall. Guys, do you guys like Wally? Do you guys like Wally? You guys like Wally? I like Wally. Can you though? Can you what? Can you these nuts? Wally, these no, I meant Wally. 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 Yeah, Wally.
Just go with the flow.
The world is a dream, not yet real.
I need to know more about his shift thingy. Right, wide wave to move faster and jump higher. Okay. Can he ride walls? Oh my god.
Let me know if you have any recommendations for the turrets.
God. Oh my god. Wait, I see Demi and I see Inu Yokai.
Are you gonna play games with us, Demi?
So Demi, are you gonna play Overwatch? You play Overwatch, Demi? Demi, you gonna play? Demi, you gonna play? Yeah, you are.
Really?
I need to piss.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, oh fuck. Wait, I forgot. Oh shit. Okay. I
There's a
forgot.
person.
No! We lost them. We lost team. We lost team. Nova, come back. Everybody's going. Everybody's leaving me. Okay. I don't wanna be here. I don't wanna be here. I don't wanna be here. Nina got too excited. Yeah, I did. I need to wee. I need to wee. Oh, you're purple. Oh, I'm out of juice. I'm out of juice. I'm out of juice. I'm out of juice. I need to wee wee. I need to wee wee. Oh my god, I like the wave that's coming out of you. Oh fuck! I'm not supposed to do that. Hi, Psycho. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It makes me so happy. Okay, wait. Which one does more healing, guys? I don't know. I can't read. Oh, you dead.
I tried to teleport really quick.
Okay, here you go. I ulted you. We can go kill them. Women.
Demi started playing Overwatch. Oh my goodness.
Demi's playing Overwatch.
Demi.
Reading. Demi, do you want to be in a call?
No big deal. Try to keep up.
Oh yeah, we could add them in the call.
Yes, we can have them in the call. Sure. Okay. Nova, I'm tasking you with this difficult task.
Okay. You're gonna have to join the call though. Once I call him.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. I'll just put that right there, and I'll be right back.
Wait.
Okay,
Oh. Fuck. Okay, she's doing it, guys. Wait.
We'll just
I
call
gotta
the one
look at
with
this.
Fable. Oh, but then Fable might get woken up. Wait, hold on.
Oh, she's calling me! Guys, wait, hold up. Hello, Nova. Hi. New phone, who this? Wait, hold up. Wait, you can't just do that. You can't. Wait, I'm looking at something. Wait. Oh, it's a cat. I thought it was Silas for a second.
Why? How could that possibly be?
I don't
Wait,
know.
you thought Debbie was Silas?
No, okay, in our
Well,
chat,
what
there
does
was
he
a
say?
GIF.
He's like, oh, stop touching my taut muscles. I'm Silas. Hey.
I can't help it. Oh.
Ah, there's a freaking bug on my monitor. No.
Oh.
All right.
Wait, I just made a
motherfucker.
clip with Vinu about her experience with this.
My
got the
space with a
bug
bug.
gamers.
Yeah, I made a
Bug
clip of you
ex-
where you were
bug
pretending to be the
eliminated.
fly that was on your computer.
Yeah,
Oh, you had a fly?
it's still around. Oh no. No, I didn't
You
mean to
gotta
do
set
that. I
out-
didn't mean to do that. I don't know what I'm
You
doing.
gotta get out like a little dish of something tasty so the fly's like, now hang on. This looks like a delicious treat for me, a fly. But then
But
it's
they
got
already
like...
got us as the snack in the room.
Where
I
the
don't get
snack?
Oh,
Oh my god.
I guess you got... I mean, it sounds like, from what you're saying.
No! Why did you leave me? Why did you leave me?
I didn't just add it.
This is so sad. Can we get 13 Fs lined up in a row in the chat?
Oh, they didn't.
Demi's
touch.
much louder than Nova. I'm so sorry. I'll
Oh
be quiet.
shit! Sorry.
I won't
no,
say
no,
anything.
No, please keep talking. I will just speak now, Demi.
I've got my.
Guys, I've turned
got
him
my
up. Gain thing.
Yo, what?
Because Nova is so
deep and
quiet
booming
always.
voice.
Alright, is that better?
Oh, thank you.
What the fuck? You're welcome.
It's because it's nighttime and I'm freaking. My voice. If you looked at like a graph of like my voice, it's like nighttime and morning. It's like lower, and then during the day it gets like way higher.
Guys, we get blessed with deep voice Demi.
Oh my god.
That's
only
right.
made it. Is that
Hey
Cassidy?
Demi, what would you do if I threw you into competitive with absolutely no warm up?
I would probably play. I would. And you
I'm gonna
know-
go to the toilet. I don't know if you're gonna cue us again. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Just figure it
I
out.
could put us in quick play. Wait,
I'll
can
do it. You
No,
think I'm
wait,
not game?
I'm going toilet.
You think I'm?
Okay.
Dido, you gotta piss quick.
Dude, we have an 8-minute queue time. It's okay.
Oh yeah. I'm less worried now. I'm less worried. Look, I used to be. I don't mean to brag. I used to be a diamond Overwatch player back in the day.
I got into it too late, so like all the hype had died down. Like I got into Rivals before I got into Overwatch.
Wild. That is a wild time to begin Overwatch. I
know.
I was stealing my friend's PlayStation 4 to play Overwatch. Like,
Bro, you're elderly.
all right. Just because it's true.
But yeah, I pulled Ninu and Fable in day 1 of Rivals and was like, hey, this new game came out and I think that we might like it.
Day 1 is crazy.
Day 1 Rivals.
That's awesome. My friends were huge on it, but like I think one of my friends, we like tried to boot it and it like crashed like over and over again. So it was like, this is not, something's wrong here. It took a while to be patched.
A correction, Nova. I actually played the beta.
Oh shit.
Beta?
I do remember messaging you in Fable though, like, you guys want to stream this with me tomorrow? It's coming out for the public.
And then I told you guys, Overwatch is better, and it's always better, and it'll always be better. Okay. I did piss, guys. It was
I'm proud of
very
you.
relieving. Thank you.
Oh, I'll leave that up to Ninu, Frank.
Wait, hold up. What? Wait,
Oh,
what to me?
Yeah, your chat, my love.
Oh, I remember playing comp and which one? You want Abby on
Nina, have you forgotten that you're streaming still?
Oh, I mean, we can. But just
up to
know
you, it's
that my
just
brain
stream.
is not gonna process, and I'm just gonna say I'm sorry because I will not be processing brain.
It's alright, Nina. My brain won't be processing either, on account of the 10 years it's been since I played Overwatch.
You literally played this with
Holy
me in
shit.
Fable the other day.
Cassidy right
Huh?
there.
What? I refuse to believe this. What was a Cassidy line? Hello.
But that's why you're a Condom Gang member, because you played with us.
Jesse McCree. I don't. Hold on, I gotta change something really quick.
No, keep the condom.
Look, we gotta have cohesion. Either we all do it or none of them do it.
Well, Avian just wants to be a woman surrounded by condoms, so it's his fault.
Women.
Debbie, the condom stays on.
In my experience,
Hey,
God. Protect yourself, everyone. Protect yourself.
Demi's
It's
actually
never
the father
cool.
of 54 children.
Look.
Holy shit.
I mean, aren't we all?
Hold up.
No,
no,
this
not
is
yet.
I'm the father of like a bunch of spider plant children. Because
Spider plant?
yeah, I grow spider plants, and then spider plants like populate really really fast, and
Is
so
it-
I'll like get them. I'll distribute spider plant babies to my friends.
You're in charge of the breeding, is what I'm hearing.
I'm in charge of the breeding. That's
Is
true.
it the red ones?
The red ones? No, they're green, and then
They're
they like look like
green?
little
Oh.
spiders.
Oh,
Send
Spider Lily is just different. What?
Not a true dad
Oh,
unless you
it's a
have pics
band
of
here.
your kids.
Yeah, they have
Yeah, we're
bands.
ranked. We're in ranked.
Oh wait,
What
no, I don't want
band
to
do
ban
you
that
play?
one. Wait, how do I vote? How do I pick someone?
You
Who
click
do you
on
wanna
them
play?
once. It's literally
it's
one
telling me
time
to-
click.
We're just banning stuff, Debbie. We're banning.
Wait, I like. What
You
does
want
this team need?
Reinhardt?
Reinhardt looks fine. We're banning people.
Banning
Who do I
them.
ban? I don't know.
Wait, Nino, you're banning somebody that Debbie wanted to play.
Wait, did I?
Unless he doesn't want to be Reinhardt. Are you our tank?
Did I ban
I am.
Reinhardt? It was an accident.
I should have. I should have picked. It's okay. We're gonna get there. I'll play a hero in
Oh my God.
Overwatch.
God, you like this skin? You
I'll-
guys like this skin?
We'll try Ryan.
How are you doing?
Alright.
I'm doing good.
We'll try Reinhardt. And I got that cold heart skin. I also got grief heart.
I'll find my own path.
Nova, look at
What
my
is this
skin.
map?
Look at my skin,
Where you at?
Nova.
Where you at? Where you at?
I'm here.
Wait, are you a
Do you like it? Oh my
That's
pretty.
oh, it's the wedding one. It's
Yeah,
so cute.
do you like it?
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
They allowed marriage in Overwatch?
Yeah. Demi,
That's
do you like my
crazy.
little guy?
You look at him.
What
look
the
at his
fuck?
little hamster.
What the hell
You
is that?
It's my little guy.
He has a name.
Wait,
What's
what
the
is his
name of the
name?
little guy?
Maybe like something Helios? Like something light.
It's so cute.
Cute. This game's crazy. I don't know what
I
this
paid
map is.
$70 for that.
It's
$70?
payload. Oh,
What
fuck.
the hell?
Thank you. There's a trap.
worry, I'm
Be
blocking.
careful the trap.
I have never been careful once in my whole life. On account of the prior...
Don't die,
Messages about-
Debbie. Don't die.
Don't worry, I'm fine. I will never die.
I
They're
believe in
shooting
you.
me.
No mercy.
No worry, I flew back. I flew back.
No mercy, you got it.
They were pulling me.
No, hide
shit. I'm somewhere else.
You know, you scared them away. I think that's good.
True. I feel like I command their fear. I missed that. Oh,
I can't hit anything.
missed that one.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, I'm sorry. I let
Where
you
did Davian
down.
die? Wait, I don't see
behind,
his
behind me.
Where? Oh shit. Okay. I'm
Hold on,
literally
behind
right next
me.
to
Don't worry,
you.
I don't
I know
have-
Abby was probably giving me a hard time right there.
Bears down.
He's like.
Oh my god, I'm asleep.
Not anymore.
There's a person on the bridge that is.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna be brave, guys.
I mean, oh wait.
Oh fuck! I don't want to be there anymore. I changed my mind.
There's still a person on a bridge who's spooky scary.
Oh, that was cool. It went
Oh.
invisible.
Live!
What is it? I'm being moved.
Live!
I didn't know that could happen.
Do you want to res him?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Okay. I got it.
I almost got the Junkrat. He's one.
Ah,
He's actually
shit.
one.
Okay, be careful, Demi. I don't know how many people are with you.
Demi, stop! Don't
It's gonna
die
be
on
fine.
me,
Ah,
Demi!
it's gonna be fine.
Oh, I died.
Ah, it's gonna be fine.
I died right
It's
in front
good.
of
We're
you.
so fine. They're shooting
Oh.
at me, but that's fine because it's so fine.
Who are you doing? You know who I'm doing. It's your mother.
Silas! Well,
Oh, wait, hold up. Silas?
At the same time?
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
look, I'm sorry. I rushed to conclusions.
Okay, look. I mean,
Something Silas
yes,
would never
Silas,
do.
yes.
What do you?
There's
I do
so
love
many.
Silas, but I also love Chat's mother, which is our mother.
Wait, so you're doing your own mother?
Yeah, we're doing our mother. Our
Do we all have
collective
Fable as a
mother.
mother? Because
This is crazy. That's crazy if true.
Oh,
What's happening? L to
oh, he's
select a
ulting, he's
per-
ulting, he's ulting. She made you.
oh yeah, you get
Oh.
you get perks
I'll
throughout
just
the
do this
matches.
Yeah, if you hold alt, you can read it, but it's really hard to
I'm
read.
not reading it. Not reading it. I picked a random one.
Oh, killer. Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy. Oh, don't die. Live.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
And you know,
You
it's
must
always
live.
been that way.
You must live.
Hello.
Since the
day you were
born.
Wait, do I still have my emote? I do. Ah.
Oh.
That's real. That's real life. I can do that. A hammer of equal size, of comparable size.
Wait, I have my ulti.
Wait, wouldn't it be
no.
crazy?
Oh no.
Shit. I think that might explode.
This
me.
coming. No.
Oh sweet, I live.
I cleanse you.
Bro, this is crazy.
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh man.
We don't have much.
Look at that over there.
We only have 5 seconds. Demi, you gotta
Oh.
go for it. I
Don't
believe
worry, I'm
in you.
getting there.
Oh,
I got there.
yes, you did it. Oh my god.
Well, I did something.
Guys.
Oh no, oh
We
no.
died on point.
Oh.
You died on point.
Wait, did I forget to pick up my second perk? I forgot. I forgot to pick up my second
No, but
perk.
I appreciate the attempt. That was a good attempt.
Oh, you saw that? Thank you.
I saw. I watched you like you. I watched you rush to my corpse. Hands outstretched.
I was trying to touch cart that was behind you.
Oh yeah,
Cinnamon
I
bun
mean,
is so tasty.
I'd like to think that you were reaching out for my lifeless body on the ground.
Well, I was pressing the res button at the same time, so.
See? I can
It was like-
I
Two birds,
can
one stone.
twist this into a into a confidence booster for me.
Of course, of course.
Oh yeah.
How have the games been so far?
Well, we were playing Rivals before this.
We're winning, right?
Yeah, I started streaming like 10 hours ago, and then Nino and Fable were with us, and then I left. I ended stream to go take a nap, and Nino's still streaming. So I'm back to hang out with her.
Nina is built different. Nina is unique. Nina's one of them.
I'm unique?
Yeah, you are.
You're unique.
I'm unique. Oh my
I
God.
confidently say I have not met anyone quite exactly like Nina.
Yeah. I'm special.
Remember.
My mom
Remember
said
to
I'm
Ninu, everyone. Don't forget. It's integral.
special. Chad, have you Ninu? Oh, woman. Oh gosh, I can't get her.
And very rare, also remember to Nova.
To Nova?
Nova is unique.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently
man.
she's a
Forget.
fox. Oh, I don't have no Suzu. Oh my God.
I'm gonna
Oh
do
my
my
God.
best not to get picked. Oh my, I'm going to get picked. I'm going
not letting you. Oh my God.
What up? Pull up.
You menace.
Pull up. Pull up. What's up? What's good?
Oh my God.
A member of your team has left the match.
Guys.
Oh no, Avian!
Avian disconnected.
His PC probably died. His PC's been wonky as frick.
He's won.
Oh my God.
It's
I will
okay.
get her.
I think we might be cooked.
I will get her, guys. I
Small
will not
amount
get her.
of cooked.
I did not get her. Avian joined.
Freelo.
Avian's back.
Freelo.
Oh, he joined! He joined! He's back!
Let's get back to it.
W.
Oh.
What's up? You
I'm
can't
almost
keep me
there.
away from this payload, baby. Never
Wait.
mind, they could keep me away
Oh,
from the payload
You got kept away.
via methods.
Oh no.
They did things.
They're speaking different
Oh.
language.
Spanish.
Nah, it looks more Italian than Spanish.
Italian.
Wait, no,
Wait.
it doesn't have a DI though.
Never
Wait,
mind.
I thought you were Italian,
It's
Nova.
the
So you
mystery
would've
remains.
I know
So you would have
I've
noticed
talked
me.
to Fable's mom in Italian before.
You did?
Have you truly done this? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Do you have like a whole conversation? Or was it like
No,
hi?
I literally said hi. Well, no,
That's
like
fun though.
Fable was like, when she was prepping like a package that she mailed to me in America. Her and wait, let me not cue us. If
Abion, are you coming to play?
yeah, think I'm done. Oh no, okay.
Oh.
You
Thanks
haven't
for
probably
playing,
playing for
though.
10 hours.
Only 10 hours? Wow.
10 hours. Let's
Now we are
cruise.
truly condom gang.
Yeah. You could have been
Oh,
one of
good.
us, but no, you're not one of us. You're not
We
one of
invited
us.
you to be a condom gang member.
All right, that's it. I'm queuing.
Demi, I swear to fucking God.
What?
What are you gonna do?
Oh, I was gonna just not play tank.
Don't play tank.
I thought you were gonna switch out of condom gang right after I said that we were all condom gang.
Look, I know better than to do something like that. Don't you think I know by now?
I got so scared. I was worried. I was worried, Demi.
I look. I may be silly, but I'm not crazy.
Are you sure
Okay,
about
okay.
that?
I would never abandon the colors.
Okay, because I was crazy once, and they put
What
me
did
in a
they?
room.
What happened to you? What did they do?
It was a rubber room.
Was there anything in the room?
The rats.
Oh, well, did you feel any particular way about them?
Felt crazy.
That's such an interesting. That's so interesting.
They're gonna be telling my story for decades to come.
Wow,
I'm gonna
decades.
die.
What?
You're gonna die?
No.
No.
I'm
Not
just
allowed.
laughing too much.
There's no way that that could possibly be happening.
What, laughing too much?
Yeah.
I know
Wait, I
now.
think that's actually happened though. I think that there was like there was a guy who was like recorded dying from a joke, and the joke was like, oh, what's your? I think the joke was something along the lines of like, oh, I'm gonna give this donkey a date, and then the thought of a donkey eating like people food was so funny, bro just like up and died.
I literally thought that it was like a romantic date, and I was like,
Hold on. I'm gonna look up in Google jokes so funny bro died.
Oh,
wait, why
the
did
joke was
it not
killer.
let you do that? I'm allowing you to send that message. Scout,
Rats with
don't worry.
news heads.
It caught it like the rats.
Wait,
Okay, I
Nova,
have
are you a
found-
mod?
The word rats. Yeah, I'm a mod in your chat. Do you
That
regret
explains
it
why
yet? Do you regret it yet?
No, I don't. Why am I not a mod in your channel?
You
Debbie,
are
will
a
make
mod
me-
in my
Wait, am I?
chat. Yes, you are.
Really? Debbie, will you make me a mod in your channel?
I'm worried.
No, don't be. Hi, Debbie.
I'm-
Make me a
I'm
mod.
concerned.
Oh wait, this is
Make me a
ranked. Hold
mod.
on, I forgot.
Is
No,
this
it's not.
ranked?
Never mind. Never mind.
I
No,
thought this was
we
quick
lost
play.
Avian. I forgot. I'm having a crisis because it's 11 p.m.
It's only
Don't worry,
11.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I know you guys were worried about it. I found the donkey joke that killed a man.
Was you
Okay, are
funny?
you gonna send it?
It's bro caught his donkey eating his figs and was like, oh, now give the donkey a drink of pure wine to wash down the figs, and laughed so hard he died.
Wow.
That is
He
so
couldn't
silly.
handle it. He laughed at his own joke so hard that he was like, fuck, I can't do it anymore.
Oh man. Oh.
You guys
Don't
are
be
gonna
like
soon
she's
learn.
going to forget it in 2 days. Wait, what am I forgetting 2 days? Oh, the rats thing? I don't like rats. I don't like any rodents because they scare
I
me.
love rats. They're so cute. I love ferrets.
I've
They're
had,
so cute
I've
though.
had horrible experience.
They survived the boop! I don't understand what these characters do anymore!
Which character?
Oh, you ball! Sorry. I'm trying to hold back my true
It's
my
okay.
true
No, let your
gamer
feelings out,
rage
Debbie. Let them
by
out.
calling people a single ball.
Oh, I looked at the other team to see if they had a wrecking ball because I thought that's what you were talking.
Yeah, honestly,
No,
I was
there
like,
was some-
is he talking about Wrecking Ball?
There was some kind of a creature that was able to fly. All I know is that they were
Diva.
able to fly.
Oh,
That's-
Diva.
You know that character.
No, this one, the floating one, this one. That one. What was that one? That one I just killed.
Sojin?
Can she fly? Yeah, can she fly?
I mean, she's not really flying, but... Women!
I dance in this little hallway, by the way.
Hi. Hello. You're so cute with your outfit.
You're so cute.
Do you like it? Do you
I
like
like
this?
it,
Look,
yeah.
look what I can do.
I want that outfit for me.
Whoa.
I have frog in my my thingy. Oh hell yeah!
Explain. I need more context than thingy.
I guess we should be healing and
No, you guys died.
But it's
I
okay.
didn't
I
die.
died so that I could get our tank back faster.
Where's the world?
So I could get our Frank back faster.
Oh shit! I died.
Whoa.
I died, guys.
I just yeeted a fucking box across
Oh,
the map.
I asked becoming a mod. I think my brain is functioning, man.
My brain's not functioning.
Frank, you're going crazy down there.
Oh god. Oh, my thingy! My thingy!
Oh my god, the character's name is Petri Dish.
Get canceled, you stupid Gingo!
I got him, don't worry!
Whoa, I got him! Yippee!
Yeah! Kill them, Nova! Kill him! Put him down! Put them down! It's Petri Dish!
Oh.
Petri Dish is climbing!
Choose life. Choose life, Petri Dish.
Oh, Petri Dish is alive. Blizzard,
Fun Lucio.
Oh! That was an accident.
What's that?
This is my Healy thingy. So if you stand next to
Wow,
it, it's like a turret.
I got deleted by Petri Dish.
Woohoo!
Yeah, Petri
Oh,
Dish.
yeah.
We get worth it. Petri Dish.
Oh yeah! Oh, I feel so powerful. I was
You got more
look,
kills than me.
I was a Lucio main.
You actually
back
did
in-
way better than me in every aspect.
You were a Lucio main?
No, no.
Wait, were you a Reddit
No.
Lucio?
Oh, what is that? What does that make? What happens with that?
You
What is
just do damage, you don't heal your teammates, you just speed boost
You
around.
see? Look at my count it, Ninu.
Yeah, you're healing.
I'm healing more than anybody over
I just had to make sure, you know.
What up?
I
saw that.
Look, you can see the truth of my words, of my creed to protect and love my team.
You're doing
And keep them
well.
safe from damage and injury.
You're doing well.
Oh shit, they killing me. Sorry. They really got my ass.
Oh man,
They-
Nova, you're low.
They put my whole ass on a platter and ate it.
No, stay away from my Healy thingy.
Oh shit.
Oh, there was only corpses for
I
me here.
fell
now.
over.
It's you and me, Frank.
I believe.
There's a lesson in every
I believe. No!
Don't worry, we're gonna survive this.
Hi.
We're so gonna live through this. Oh boy, I should not be here. Backing up, backing up, backing up. Behind Frank, keep me safe, keep me safe. Oh my god, oh my god.
Alright, we can do it! Oh my goodness, okay. Continue. I don't know what that is. I'll just go with that.
I like your decisions. I think they're good. I think you
I
make good
agree.
decisions.
Nina for president.
You know what? No. You know what? Nova for
Oh my god! My savior!
Nino in charge.
Ninu in charge, Nova vice president.
Wait, charge of what?
America.
America?
Yeah.
I think that would be like a
I'll take.
mistake.
I'd welcome it. I don't know what's happening. People are talking. I think that was Japanese. Hey,
Oh,
get over there, Genji. You can't reflect the sound barrier. Lay down.
I got confused.
I'm sorry, Frank! Oh fuck, they're both low. Aw, man.
Shit.
I don't even know what I was doing there.
Get me out of here, man. Oh shit. I was eliminated, but that's okay. I can learn from these mistakes. And by that I mean, get my
Oh
little frog
no,
leg.
don't get shot.
I'm getting
Oh, there's
shot
a
at.
person. There's a person over here.
Oh my gosh, they're freaking all over my ass.
Oh no! I'm on him.
Oh shit.
Oh, he fucking lived. I hit him.
No.
I hit him.
Oh my god.
Oh, balls. Get away. I don't like you. I don't like you.
Oh my god. I'm scared.
I'm running away. Oh shit, dude. I'm doing my freaking best.
Oh my god, I'm living! Guys, I'm living! I
You
took
got this,
Kiriko with
Nina.
me.
I believe in you. Because
Oh,
you
Dougal.
are a gamer.
Widow is not killing anything.
No! Shit!
Widow is
can't believe it.
struggling.
Bruh.
We failed the objective. How's our widow doing? Oh no!
She's not doing good.
Oh, 3 and 7, huh?
That's what my stats would look like if I was playing Widow.
Ooh.
I guess there's
You know who is doing great.
Frank, that is so kind of you to just say poor and not like something else.
Look, think about it like this. Oh, it's my very first day ever playing Widow. Oh, I hope these guys are nice to me. And I say, get
No.
good, scrub. Quit the game. You should always try hard and quick play. And you should be really, really toxic if things don't ever go your way in a game. Away
You
from.
think you guys think
that's too high.
Demi was the person that was like bullying me when I was playing Widow when I first started?
Oh no! Did someone bully you?
No. I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah.
Alright.
People did bully me.
What? What?
Oh, she
I got
sat
squished.
on you. She Goomba stomped you.
You know what? That's a way to die.
Alright, Goomba
I'm not
stomp.
actually. I look of all the ways to go.
Deflect this. You is. Oh, okay.
Oh,
did it.
fuck.
I can't believe you've done
Damn
this.
it!
Oh my
Hi,
god.
Andy.
I've once
How you
again
doing?
died. Oh, sorry, I'm not dead yet.
When I was a small baby, I tried to play Widow and I was really bad at it.
It's okay.
No.
I got
You did
cyberbullied in League of
accidental.
Legends and then uninstalled it and never played it again.
Wait, League
No.
of Legends?
Yeah, when I was like a tween, I tried playing
Oh, no.
League of Legends and they were so upset with how bad I was. I just uninstalled and never played
Wait,
it again.
that game is trash anyway, so you didn't miss anything, Nova.
Nah, I think honestly, best thing that could have happened to you.
You hurt me
'Cause
feelings, though.
Those are valid. The feelings that you felt were valid. But there are people who have a good first game of League of Legends, and then there are people who are happy and confident in their day-to-day life. There is no in between.
I did a noopsie, guys.
You need an escape.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Oh fuck. Oh my god.
Oh, let's break it down.
Oh, I hear somebody here. Genji. Hi, Genji. Hi, Genji.
Bye.
Genji.
Oh man, I forgot he can do the flip and jump and
Yeah, but he dead now.
nonsense.
Flipping, jumping.
That's true. You know why? It's because Ninu is good.
Nino, you're
Yeah.
gonna kill yourself.
Oh,
Nova,
I'm trying.
playing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Free. Oh fuck, no. Oh my god. I got her. I hit her.
Don't worry, I'm gonna passively heal you with my music. Now I'm gonna actively heal Frank with my music.
Hell yeah. You could only play Moira. Moira? Me? I played a shitload of Moira at the beginning. That is true.
Whoa! What the heck? There are all kinds of weapons that are doing things. Various
Oh,
things.
here.
I'm familiar with.
Oh, it's a Kiriko. Holy shit, she's scary.
Oh man, it's the one time he was able to get the ult off whenever I didn't have frog form, protection frog form ready.
Protection frog form.
Form of?
Oh no. Hey,
Protective frog.
no, guys, what happened there?
They killed my
Well,
healing.
I strategically died with the group so I could speed everybody back.
Oh, Taxi. You
That's so
forgot about
smart.
me, Taxi.
Oh shit.
Taxi, you forgot about me. Thank you.
I know, I never forget about you. Except that one time.
in one shot.
Am I that forgettable?
Frank is pushing.
Oh.
I don't know what to do. I don't know if that was an ult I should be counter-ulting.
It's good. We can push with it.
I'm
Okay.
I've got to ult that one. That sounded like an ult.
Yeah, that one is an ult. Hi.
Frank is going crazy.
Hi.
Oh, I got him!
Yeah.
I got it.
Yippee!
We've done it, gamers.
We did it.
Oh my god.
My very first GG in over 30 years.
Holy moly. What? They had a Genji?
Yeah, I was counter-ulting the Genji ults like the whole game, except that literal one. And of course, that's when Bro gets play of the game.
He's a small baby. He's small baby.
I don't know. Small baby. What?
Yeah. You.
Small baby.
Oh,
me?
Yes. Let me see if I can find my... Yeah, where's...
Oh my gosh, a loot box! A loot box! What am I gonna get?
A loot box.
Whoa!
Oh, I don't have that gun on here.
Don't worry, it'll still be there when you get back.
Find out. To find out later. Bless your eternal soul.
Yes.
So my relationship with Overwatch is a complicated one in the sense that whenever I borrowed my friend's PlayStation to play it when I was but a lad, I only played Hanzo ever, and so my friend has saved on his like PlayStation account like all of the messages from people where it's just like, hey, can you swap off Hanzo? Hey, you should swap off Hanzo. Hey, please swap off Hanzo.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
So funny.
Oh no.
But anyway.
Hell yeah, let's go, Hanzo main.
And you better believe that I got the golden bow.
Wait, did you have your bedtime? Did you go eepy sleepy, Frank?
Wait, he's in Japan. It's morning for him.
Oh shit! Wait, when? I've seen him here all day long. So
You know what?
I haven't
That's a
seen
good
him
point.
sleep.
He has been here like through the night.
It's afternoon.
It's only 6:30.
Is Hanzo still the same?
Kinda. He's got perks, remember? If you hold F1, you can see your perks.
Oh.
It's afternoon. Holy shit. Okay. Smarty
Oh, I do
pants.
not know military time. My American ass does not know military time.
Girl, same. You can't even.
There's a saw back.
Not even my time in the military. Call me military time. In my time in the military, I mean one camp that I went to as a child.
You went to a military camp? I'm so sorry.
One
My
day Anna's
parents
gonna heal.
thought that it would fix me. It didn't do that.
Military doesn't.
Wow, they
fix
got a team
anything.
kill. That's
so
crazy.
sorry.
But I got a kill! That's Hanzo! That's good.
Hell yeah!
And that's why they're all.
I am
that's why
Lily.
they
Oh,
are
they have a
all-
widow? I didn't know about that part.
That widow is trying to get the
trying to get
cheekiest
pics.
little pick
Don't worry.
of my
I'm a
littlest,
battle Moira, guys.
tiniest, roundest
Oh,
booty.
she has the skin.
I'm hacked? You can't hack me!
Hi. Ain't no fucking way he solo altered me. Bruh. What? No way.
Bruh.
I got fucking ulted. No, wait, don't die on me! Please. Oh gosh, I threw my balls over.
Tell me! Whisper it into my tiny little ear. Where are we pushing this thing? Where is this map?
It's a robot. We gotta move backwards. Oh, I'm out of juice, guys. Okay.
Actually, I'm just gonna do this.
I'm no longer out
I
of
think this will
juice.
hit something.
Take
Nope,
them away.
I missed. I did terrible.
Mathnet Nova can't sub 12. What is she subbing 12 from?
Military time.
Military time. Military time is not time. Exactly right.
No, no!
Did
Leave
it
me
help?
alone, no!
Okay, I threw my. Oh
Wait,
my
who's
god!
killing you? What's happening? What's happening?
Holy shit! I'm gonna die
Use your
for
words.
you.
What's happening?
I die for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was not worth it. It was not worth it.
Did you die? Did you die
I
after
died
me?
anyway.
No! Oh, nosies. You're not supposed to die.
I'll try my best. I don't know if... Oh shit, never mind, I'm good again.
He's good, guys.
Oh, I literally walked into that Reinhardt thing.
Gosh, that's not fair. They killed me whilst I was sneezing.
That's crazy. That's
so
actually
sorry.
so rude of them.
I'm so
They're
sorry.
so mean.
Cynics before.
Wait, where's this thing?
We gotta follow the robot here. Come here.
That's not at all where I thought that was.
Oh my goodness, I'm afraid.
Oh my.
Oh, I tried to keep you alive.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't think Reinhardt's slammy boy goes that far. What it do?
Slammy
What
boy.
it do? Hammer, that's the word. Wait,
Hammer?
Slammy boy.
Wow.
You know what
Holy
they say.
shit.
Nothing like a good old slammy boy.
To start a new
It's slammy boy time. That's what they say. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, I'm cooked.
Oh no.
Let's see, is there any other these guys I'm good at?
Oh, I hear him. I hear Ben.
Oh yeah, it's time
they
for
got
the
the
pro
ball.
Junkrat swap.
Oh what? No, please. Oh my
wait,
god.
Did I not need to
I
do this?
perished.
No, they moved him! He's behind the robot now! Ah, fuck.
Who's
Whatever,
behind the
whatever. He
robot?
killed him.
evolution is a painful path.
We fixed it. We fixed the situation. Oh, fuck. I died.
I don't think the situation is fixed.
Oh, balls.
I threw my healing orb.
I'm doing work out here. I'm doing all kinds of. I see if that.
Oh, you got the kill on here, huh?
I got one single kill. I got one single kill, and you know I had to become crazy,
I don't want him
crazy
I don't
confident
want
about
him
it.
to slam it.
Oh shit!
Oh, he slammed
Oh,
it.
you fucking kidding me? That's so fucking sad.
He's all
That's the
dead.
saddest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, actually.
Guys, I'm scared. Oh, fuck. I couldn't even finish that sentence before I died.
Dory Nino, it's gonna be okay.
You sure
I don't
about
think it's
that?
gonna be okay, Nino. You should.
I'm sure. I'm as sure as I've ever been about anything.
I'm gonna pick this character that I have not played. Oh.
Oh, I just threw a bomb in
Character
our
that I
spawn.
can't even move with.
I should have stayed on Hanzo. That's sorry, it's my fault.
No, no, no.
That game is much faster than expected.
You does that mean you're gonna go
That's-
for another one?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah!
That's my specialty. Faster than expected.
No, oh no. Did it hurt?
Hurt? What?
You got hit by that hammer.
Okay, I thought you were.
Was that in the frickin' play of the game? Is my ass getting handed to me?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wait, what were you thinking? Nova? Nova?
Nothing, dear.
You have
Yeah,
to
what?
send it to me. Type it to me.
What you really don't know? Okay.
Yeah, wait, what?
Am I missing?
Here, Ninu, my love, so that way you keep up to date.
Okay. I'm keeping
You
up
have
to
to
date.
keep up to date, it seems. Oh my gosh.
See, chat is even confused.
Me too. Me too.
And Demi's confused too.
God.
Only you got it, Nova.
Oh, really?
Whatever.
Wait, okay, then I'll send it to Demi too, I guess.
What? Was it in response to something that... It's not... Hold on. Maybe I do know. Maybe I do know things.
To be fair, chat has been full of questionable things. Oh yes, I learned a lot.
Yeah, because I remember saying that.
What's wrong with... Oh, I see.
You're quick? Like I said.
Wait, did it
That's
hurt?
where I shine. I don't remember any of these. I don't remember any of these characters.
Is it PP?
Don't worry, Ninu and I will keep you alive.
Wait, this is some kind of a tower. I'm just gonna, you know what? It's just Hanzo. We're just gonna
Kind of a tower.
hold on, line up perfectly.
Oh, I forgot to confirm my character.
Are you fucking kidding?
Look at this cool thing I can do.
What can you do?
Thank
Whoa,
like
that's
it?
so cool.
you.
Ninu's getting married
Oh,
again.
shit, get up.
To you?
Oh.
Oh. Oh no.
Ow. Freaking.
Oh gosh.
Come on, peek your head out. I can get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you.
Oh boy.
Get him, Ninu.
I'm gonna get it, don't worry. I got him.
Yeah!
I did it, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, they destroyed my Healy boy. I'm afraid.
Oh! Fucking hell! Holy fuck. Okay, I'm gonna make his life hell. Yes, I'm making his life hell. Hi, Barracks! Oh my god, wait.
Hi, Barracks.
Do you wake up just now?
Every morning I wake up.
Wait, I'm missing all my shots on you. I am so sorry. Oh shit! Oh my god! You guys are like on a different brain level.
Oh, it's huge?
Yeah. That was like so coordinated. Oh, I slept her.
Yeah,
She's being
it's
slept.
massive, it's massive. Select a perk. Arrow hits reduce the number of lunge. Sure.
Oh, Hog asleep? Hog not purple anymore. Purple not
Me
even
whenever I am going to... Oh, fuck me.
Oh, Demi. I got you.
He's
I'm
fine.
good, I'm normal.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god.
Bitch.
I
Whoa!
Are
I'm
you
doing
alive?
things, I'm doing things! It's
What?
working!
He's purple, he's purple. we're
whenever I
winning,
don't
guys.
breathe for a couple of seconds.
Morning, it's morning.
Whenever
Did
you don't
yes,
what for a couple
it's not
seconds?
even silly. It's so pretty.
It's me when I just because I'm turning purple.
It's so pretty. I liked it. Thank you very much. I like Ninu art stuff, guys. Sig is so kind to me.
You got some Ninu art? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that, Bex.
You saw
It
it?
looked very good.
Is that you, Nova? Here you go, Nova.
I was trying.
Go
I was
kill them.
Trying, but it didn't,
Go kill them.
Really
You gotta
work
fight
out
them now.
As well as I thought.
I forgot I didn't have my sleep.
gonna
I just
right
went
here.
in there. Oh my god, perk.
Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. That's okay. Yay! We're doing it! We're gaming!
Demi, do you want to see my fidget spinner?
What's that?
Fidget
How
spinner.
do you do that?
It's my fidget spinner. Oh shit!
How does that
T-Bait
work?
died.
We were distracted by the fidget spinner.
I know I was. Oh, I'm so dying for no reason.
No, you're not
It's time for me to die
dying.
for
You're
no
alive.
reason.
I'm reloading now, though. Okay, I got you guys. He's purple, I think. Oh, he's not. Yeah, we did it. Woo. Nova's adorable. Yes, he's adorable. Isn't he?
Seconded.
Aw, thank you. I can't do digital art for poop. What do you mean?
They're very.
Because that was so cute. Wait, wasn't?
Yeah,
wasn't
your
that
art
digital?
is way better than anything I can do.
Xylena?
Wait, did you see it, Demi?
I don't know.
Wait, here, I'll put it in here.
Used to be, but I'm still the fastest.
Will you be more next month? No.
Yeah, there you go.
Hold on, let me see. Oh wait, I have to play the video game. I'll look at it in a moment.
Well, guys, wait.
After.
I just realized some of the fingers are missing when I'm doing the fidget
What?
spinner. I don't know if you see
Oh,
it.
oh my gosh,
do you
it's
see
AI.
my fingers
It's
missing?
like- What the fuck is that?
That's Mauga. He's Maui.
Maui from Moana.
He's from Moana.
That's crazy. The licensing agreement that Disney must have signed.
Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm gonna get a health pick.
Crazy balls coming at me and all this shit.
I put Pylon in main room, and I'm also
You did
dead.
it. Okay.
It's probably gonna die. Oh, it died.
This guy is crazy. The double machine guns are crazy. The double what are they called? Miniguns? It's so weird that those were called miniguns. They're not very small.
Thank you.
Barely even.
I don't
tiny.
think you're calling them the correct thing. What are you talking about?
He's holding miniguns.
They're like hand cannons.
a
Why is
Mauga.
nobody on point? Wait.
I don't want to be there. It's scary there.
No, we had so many people. There was nobody with me. I'm a healer.
I was afraid. I was afraid.
Scared.
Well, I'm not allowed to be afraid of things. I'm just gonna do this just to see what happens.
Yeah, Mauga has one that
Yay!
shoots normal and then
Oh
another.
shit! This guy's terrifying.
Yeah, he has like one that where you can shoot fire. Oh yeah, which is due to you right now.
Whoever
then
was
he can
healing
do
me there
crits
saved my
with that.
saved my anus.
Oh boy.
Cowardice is punishable by firing squad.
What? No.
But then I'm not gonna have a job anymore.
Oh, I believe in you. Oh, I'm not going that way. Definitely not. Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He only got me in the ult, but he doesn't even notice.
Okay, I just like missed literally all of my shots.
Wait till Demi is stuck in a cage.
Aw,
Don't put me in a
come on.
cage! Cages can't hold me, I'm too tiny, I slip right through the bars. What is this? Confirm.
It's okay. Demi didn't get stuck in the cage. I don't know English anymore. I was stuck in the cage, but he didn't see me, so it was kind of weird. Wait. Oh. Oh shit.
Woo!
Hey, thank you. Wait, somebody's here.
Someone's clomping
I hear
around
them.
with big old freaking feet.
Their
Someone's
little voices.
clompa-tromping around with big feet. Someone's clompa-tromping around, I hear.
Oh.
Boy.
You think you could sneak up on us? Oh, balls. Oh, they snuck up on us.
They destroyed my Healy thing! They snuck up on us!
Golly, this person up in the air is crazy. So crazy. I'm doing okay.
I poked
I'm doing okay.
him.
My KD isn't bad.
Holy shit, Nova, how do you have that much healings?
Nobody ever destroys my turrets.
Oh,
See, I've been enjoying Alari. Oh shit.
Hey, I nanoed you. I should heal more. I will try to focus in healing.
It's okay.
I will do my job.
It's okay.
I'm gonna do
You're already
this,
doing your
this.
job. You're doing great. You guys are both doing great. And I can tell that Ninu is doing great because every single one of her weapons is gold.
Really?
That's true.
Look, I have this
Yeah.
one too. I have this little hamster.
If you're close enough to me.
Whoa, gold
And
hamster.
then if I heal you, oh well, okay,
Yes,
heal you,
right.
he's happy. And then if I
Yeah.
do a damage boost, he's got like an angry face.
That's really funny. That I
It's really
actually really
cute.
like that.
It's really cute.
There's also a heart effect whenever we help you with our hamster.
That's a good hamster. That gets
Yeah.
a certified good hamster from me. Woo! Okay, backing up a little bit. Sending
Ooh.
wild random arrows. Gotta make sure that they hit something random.
Oh, please, guys, stop it! Stop dying on me! Nova, Nova, Nova! Oh, fuck. Okay, I can res one. Oh, fuck that.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Do you like the new support? Oh, what's his name? Wu Yang?
Wu Yang?
Yeah, he's alright. He's alright.
Wood.
He's alright. He's alright.
Fucking wood? Hello?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Right?
He is also a twig.
Hello?
I'm coming, guys.
Aw, what? Maui,
Get
why you
out,
gotta be like
Nova.
that?
Get out, Nova.
Well, you didn't show the thingy. I'm kind of upset about it.
Oh no,
Oh, it's
we gotta get
Echo.
out.
Fucking Echo.
Did he kill her? Oh fuck, no, you can't kill her.
You know, there's something happening here and it's making me think maybe not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left you to die.
Abel and Nova like buff old men.
No, wait, hold up.
How
no,
does any of that
Nova said
describe
she
Wu
likes.
Yang?
Wu Yang is not buff. He's a baby. Oh, wait, no, he's not a baby.
Oh, I like
Cute.
soft boy, nerd boys as one thing. E-boys is another. And then there's the buff boy, like if it's a daddy character. Alright?
I'm learning so much.
I think he has an
Oh,
ult.
wait, shit.
There it is.
Absolutely not. Leaving. Just leaving.
Wait, this instantly died to the fucking
I died to
I'm
the
gonna die in
junk
here.
rat.
I'm gonna die in
wow.
here. I'm so gonna die in here.
Ew, Yosie.
Oh my god, that actually scared me.
Wee.
Wherever you fly up in the frickin' sky, you little flying bird girl. In the sky, bird.
I wanted to fly.
Look, Derek, if you've been here for a while, you should know that nerd boys are my favorite.
Yeah, she loves nerd
What-
boys. I like
What defines
Silas.
a nerd boy?
Passionate about
Oh
nerdy
my god, I
things
did not bro.
and,
No, I didn't know bro could do that. Yo, I'm sorry, I'm out. I know bro could do that.
Oh no.
I know him when
I'm
I
gonna have
see
to
him.
press that.
I know him when I see him, okay?
Oh, no, can you heal him?
I'm writing it down.
I
I'm writing it
was
down.
preoccupied.
Yeah, don't worry. I messed up my thing.
It's bad. It might be bad. There's a chance that it might be bad.
Oh,
I'm so
Nosy.
sorry. Why? Bro, what do you mean? Yes! Oh my god. Oh, sweet. We got all the exact same amount of kills. Let's go.
We do?
No one can say anything about me.
Let's go!
Wait, do I not have the thing next to me because I didn't choose anything the whole time?
Yeah.
You
You didn't
have...
put any perks on yourself.
Did you
I didn't use
nerf
any
yourself?
I didn't understand. I never understand. I don't remember to do it.
Kratos or Gojo?
Y'all are such dorcases. What dorcases?
Wait, I only know Gojo from My Dress Up Darling.
Gojo
I'm sorry.
from
Wait a second. Hold on. That can't be.
Wait, I don't know Kratos. Who's this?
Kratos.
We don't know Kratos. God of
I
War?
don't know. I haven't played God of War.
Boy.
Oh.
He's like,
Boy.
oh man, Dad, I want to fight dragons, and he's like, boy,
No, boy.
get the
He
get
is
the
muscle
hammer
daddy.
and do the thing. I have to cut
But I
down
would-
this tree, boy.
I don't know this reference.
Gojo?
That's what he does. That's what he says. It's Kratos.
How is saying a reference to the thing that I haven't seen going to help
Hold on,
me
hold on,
recognize
hold on.
the thing that I haven't seen?
Nova, did you? I don't know if you heard me. Let me just try one more time, and then
Oh my fucking
then we'll
god.
see. So if I go like,
Mhm.
boy, that doesn't instantly awaken something within you.
Demi, I'm so sorry that you have not awoken something that's been sleeping in me for centuries. I
look.
don't
Wait, yo.
understand what what do you want from me?
He's the big guy. He's bald. He's got beard. He's got
God
an
of
axe. He throws it.
War.
Bro, that describes so many people on the internet.
Wait, we can find the
He
gift.
throws it, and then it comes back magically.
That guy.
Wait, let me look. Oh, that's so cute. Don't know.
That's.
Wait
damn
a
it.
second. Hold on.
That's Kratos.
Okay,
I
what
just-
is Nina? You have chosen a not very accurate gift.
I
for
know,
this.
but it looks
That's
like
so
him.
cute. That's so cute.
It looks as though Kratos is about to like send you a message that says like it's Wednesday, sisters, keep smiling, sparkle on.
It's accurate.
Kratos.
Wait, so is that him or is that not him?
That's Kratos. He's
Okay, he's just giving girl boss energy.
yes. He's
Yeah,
good
that one
boy.
is.
Kratos. And then Gojo. You know Gojo? You familiar with Gojo Satoru?
No.
Satoru Gojo. I
Unless he's from My Dress Up Darling.
I'm gonna sob.
Oh.
He killed all the gods of. Okay, spoilers for God of War.
Wait,
2.
none of these are the Gojo that I know.
Which Gojo are you looking at?
Gojo Satoru.
I was thinking of this beautiful, beautiful nerd boy.
Okay, no, that's not the one.
It's Gojo.
I mean, yes, but that's not the
That's-
Gojo that we were
That's
talking
not.
about.
That's not Gojo.
But nerd boy.
Man, is it that he's a nerd boy, or is it that he dresses up in silly outfit and then?
Actually, if you actually watch the show, then you.
I thought that was his thing.
No.
I'm sorry,
No,
proceed.
he makes the cosplay. He makes the cosplay
makes
for the girl who is a VTuber on Twitch.
And then he gets like is bored one night and he's in his closet and he's like, oh, I got all these outfits. I better wear these just to make sure just to see if they fit.
I don't know. I'm on the
Right.
new season and he hasn't done that yet.
I'm just saying. I think the quality of the show would like.
They
I think
did
the
have
quality of
an
the show-
episode. I remember my roommates walked in literally as I was watching the My Dress Up Darling episode on the TV where there was a cross-dresser. Like so like there was a boy who like related as he him and like they were zooming in on the boob chest piece. They were like, how did you get the boobs? And he was like, oh, here you go. And there was just boobs all over the TV and my roommates walked in. I'm like, I swear this is not hentai. And I was like,
right.
That's awesome. That's when you
But there was
double
a
down and you're
cross-dressing.
like, yes, this is porn. Would you like to have a very, very awkward time sitting and watching?
yeah, I invited them. I was like, this is a great time for you guys to sit down.
This is a great time for you guys to learn about My Dress
Belf
Up
is
Darling.
gonna raid out for me, guys.
You're familiar with Gojo Satoru from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes,
No,
I
you're
understand
ready to
why
meet
people like him.
his alter ego.
I have not seen.
Has not seen.
He's the stereotypical cool boy. He's cool boy. He's not nerd boy. He's cool boy.
This is why I don't know him.
Anywhere, Belf, anywhere.
I would consider myself nerd boy, probably.
Oh wait,
Very
wait.
good.
No Mac is streaming. Let's raid
I'm
No
not
Mac.
buff. Well, I mean, I have been going to the gym.
Very nice, very nice.
He's been working out. Let's go.
That's
Imagine.
true. I have been
Yes.
working out. I'm doing my best to not be a little weak guy, a little weak fella.
Guys,
It's okay. I
we're
have
gonna
noodles
be
for arms.
going. Guys, check out Nova and check out Demi, and I will proceed tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know. Have you heard of these nuts?
Wow,
That's a great sign off.
that's a pretty good sign
Sorry.
off.